Oh, hi there. Hello. Goodness gracious. Calm down. Hi, everybody. How's it going? You guys having a good night? I know you're thinking to yourself, oh boy, homebrew review night. We'll see what happens. We'll see how it goes. Hey, Canonabis. Comments do share between Twitch and YouTube. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, Alvaro. Hello, Asher. Hello, Cheap Tactics. Darksteel Panda. Count of Gwaine. Soup Angel. We got Merle. We got Threaded Ito. Oof, Magoof. Look at all the lovely people here tonight. Guys, it's going to be a pretty cool stream tonight. Pretty cool stream tonight. Just saying. What's going on here? I don't know. Where's my camera? Oh, there we go. Hey, here we go. How's it going, everybody? Guys. Why am I so far away? La 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 la. Guys. Everybody calm down. Hey, is this what the camera's gonna look like tonight? Am I a little to the side? That's weird. I wonder why. Huh. Maybe because tonight, friends, we have a special guest for our stream. A pretty cool special guest, too, if you ask me. Somebody who I have admired from afar for some time. A not too small YouTuber. And guess what? Here's the craziest thing. I didn't reach out to him. He reached out to me. Which means I have the power here. So, he better do whatever I say. And be my friend. And give me all the high fives. Or I'm going to punch him so hard he cries. Probably not. I don't even know where he is. So that would be hard to do. But yeah, Blaine Simple. If you're not familiar with him, he's a pretty cool guy. And I'm going to call him right now. Unless you have anything you want to talk about before I call him. Anybody have anything you need to get off their chest while it's just us? Just the fam? No? Matthew Mercer? Shut up. That would be fun. I'd be a little bit more nervous. I am a little nervous, though. Markiplier? Okay. None of you have anything useful to say. I accept that. Let me call up Blaine. Blaine! I'm calling him right now. Let's see if he answers. Hello?
Yo, can you hear me?
I can. Hello. Wait, let me make your volume better. How's it going, dude?
Good. Has the stream started?
We're live, baby. We're live. You get no time to prepare. How's that?
It's totally fine. I'm good sitting in the hot seat. Let's go.
Amen. Okay, so first of all, for folks, check it out. We got I know you might be thinking to yourself, how do you get a cartoon character on stream? We have the technology.
We did it. We set it up. We did this ahead of time. We thought this through, so we don't have to worry about technical issues.
Oh my god, we're so smart. We're the smartest people in the world. Blaine, let me ask you a question before we do anything too hectic.
Yeah.
Can you roll me a D100 somewhere? Do you have that ability?
I have multiple websites open right now that let me do that. Let me go ahead and try.
It's okay. I need to find something quickly as I'm asking you to do this. So, Blaine.
66.
66? Okay, so a million years ago, I, with my chat, came up with a thing called the hot seat, where we ask questions quickly to new people that are on stream. So,
no.
You got 66?
Yep.
All right.
What does that mean?
It means, what is your favorite texture?
A texture?
Yeah.
The first thing that immediately came to mind was grainy. And since I don't feel like I particularly have a favorite, the fact that that one came up first probably is the one.
Okay. Give me one more roll.
Another roll. Let's go. 57.
I'm getting high rolls. Or, I guess, averagey rolls.
Sounds about right.
Some of the questions are stupid. Like this one. because I just took them. I didn't really judge them. What is the biggest rock?
The biggest rock?
Yeah, what's the biggest rock? If you're so simple.
Like the sun?
All right, cool. All right, let's do one more.
Technically a rock,
yeah, I guess.
think.
Well, it's something. It's up there. It's
Molten
floating.
rock.
Yeah. All right, let's do one more. Give me one more D100.
One more. 78.
78. Okay, one second. I gotta scroll up now. Oh, okay. I don't love this question because I don't have a good answer for it, but perhaps you do. Do you have a favorite or a go-to karaoke song?
Yes. I will always go crazy hard on Viva la Vida. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Okay. I'm
It's such a good karaoke song. You can go so hard with that one.
how does it go? I don't remember. Sing it right
Have you ever
now.
heard the Minecraft parody version of it? It's called Fallen Kingdom.
Maybe I have.
You had to have been around during Fallen Kingdom.
I've been around a long time. Can I make a confession to you before we start? Just between me and you?
Don't say. No.
I've never played Minecraft, ever.
Never played Minecraft.
Never. I'd try it, but I never have. Dude,
No.
I'm really old. I'm one of the oldest people on the planet. Certainly one of the
Then you
oldest
should
people
have
in the
played
continental United States.
Minecraft.
I know.
Even Minecraft, literally the biggest game on the face of the earth, has never played. I wasn't born around the original Legend of Zelda games, but I play those just because, it's culture.
I don't want to. Oh man, I don't want to dig myself deeper in a hole. But I've never played a Zelda game
Never
either.
played a Zelda. No. No.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Whenever I'm around all my friends, they call me uncultured, but this is a new low.
I have played Unholy War for PlayStation 1. That was cool. Did you ever play that game?
No.
No one ever played it, but it was a lot of fun. It was maybe my favorite game for PlayStation. Your monsters, you fight each other. It's the best. Anyway, tonight, Blaine, we are doing two things. We're going to be doing something a little... Okay, for everybody that's watching, all you, I see you guys. I see you in the chat, calling us blasphemy, yelling Minecraft. Everybody calm down.
Complete blasphemy.
Calm down.
Get
First
this
of
man
all...
off stage.
Yeah, first of all, nobody's perfect, okay? I can't have this much knowledge about one subject, and you can't assume I have that much knowledge on all subjects. It's just the nature of the beast.
This is the bare minimum.
Dude, I fall below the bare minimum often and regularly. But that's neither here nor there, because tonight we are going to be doing two things. One, we are going to be reviewing some of your homebrew. And if you guys don't know Blaine has been around the YouTube space for a long time. He's an animator, he's a cartoon, and he also is a very good and harsh critic of D&D stuff. So I think he'll fit in very nicely. But first, we're going to actually do something that you suggested, Blaine, which was that we look at some of our old homebrew and judge each other a little bit first.
Yeah. Feel free to explain things. I'm writing an announcement in my Discord server.
Fine. Will you tell them?
It's a fair trade-off.
Will you tell them that I say hi?
You'll have to tell them that yourself.
Fine. I don't like giving too much attention to the audience, otherwise they start to think they have value. So,
Agreed.
I'm just kidding. You guys have a lot of value. It's inherent in your existence. Okay, so here's what we did. We both went through our back catalog of homebrew that we have written and found some very old pieces, and we're going to share them. And then I think we also are going to show maybe one or two newer pieces that we have made. And then we're going to give each other feedback on them, and we'll see how they are. I haven't... The stuff that I found is... I found the first homebrew that I ever posted online. And then I also found a couple others that were like a little later that had a little bit more meat to them, but I figured we could also just look at the very first thing I ever posted too. But I haven't like done anything with it in like 5 years, so that's probably fine. Yeah, that's the plan. That's about it.
All right.
How do you guys, everybody feel good about that? Milk Boy, you down?
Yippee! Milk Boy especially, are you down?
Thank you, Tricky Bovis. You're always making Cthulhu dance. I have all of these little announcement things on Twitch, and when people subscribe or whatever, but they're all little dancing Cthulhus. That's the theme.
I
Okay.
haven't logged into Twitch in such a long time. I'm trying to get in just so I can watch and
Now you can also watch on
react with
YouTube.
chat.
YouTube.
Oh, you're on YouTube.
I'm on
as well?
YouTube and Twitch, and the chats integrate.
Multi-streaming, the future.
Multi-streaming.
Oh, that's so much better. I'm free from Twitch's grasp.
Yeah, babe! Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, and the subscribe. Okay, but what do you want to start with? Do you want to look at mine first, or do you want to look at yours first? Oh man, that conversation out of context is gold.
Let's flip a coin.
All right.
In the spirit of randomization, the thing that D&D is known for.
Yeah. Here, boom. Look at this. Guys, look at this. Look, we're even on 2 screens. Look, I got him on the other side. Guys, I'm so much... I am the most powerful technology in the world. Yeah. Okay, let's flip a coin. You want to be heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads wins. What does that mean?
Haha! I mean, oh no.
Does that mean you're going first?
We didn't agree on that. We need to reinstate.
All right. If you win, you go first.
Do it again.
If you win, you go first. Heads or tails?
There we go. Tails now. It's rigged.
We'll see.
Always gonna roll heads.
We'll see.
Flip heads.
Oh, you're going first. All right. You got some homebrew for me to look at?
Okay, let me send it over. Okay, so these are 2 pieces that I worked on around 2020, so about 3 years ago.
Okay.
They're not my oldest brews, as I've mentioned before while we were discussing the concept of this stream, but I think they're just fun. You know?
Yeah.
They're not necessarily garbage awful, but you can definitely tell that they were made by someone who was pretty fresh to the scene, maybe also someone who paid attention in English class. So probably a little bit better than your average brew.
Okay.
We'll let me drop the first one your way.
Yeah.
We can do one
Are you putting them in Discord?
Yeah, I'll DM it your way.
Okay.
There you are.
Oh, okay. Ooh, look at this art. What's going on here? All right, so
I
don't
stole that off Google.
That's the best way to do it.
Because I lost the original image for the item because I think the hyperlink broke for it on Roll20, so I had to find a new one that matched.
Yeah. That's always how it goes. It's very grimdark. Okay, let's read it. This is called The Harvester's. You want me to read it? Do you want to read it?
Yeah, you read it.
All right. The Harvester's Scythe. A weapon crafted by finely carved wood and jagged stone. The scythe's wing-like features seem to sway back and forth gently from the grip. The gargoyle figure's eyes near the tip of the weapon glow in a shimmering fashion out the back of the blade. You're missing an "of" there, but that's okay. The Harvester was a wicked spellcaster who slung spells onto the farms of nearby town. You put an S at the end of that town. His magic caused plants to become living bodies for lost souls to inhabit. The possessed crops would seek the destruction of the farmland and townspeople. Soon the villagers had enough. They called upon an unknown hero to aid them, this hero having a powerful blade which could swipe into any crop, leaving it completely destroyed. The Harvester had enough of this. Soon he met up with the unknown hero and allowed him a deal. The spellcaster offered his soul to be bound to the hero's weapon. The hero accepted this sign of punishment towards the Harvester. The weapon of choice by the hero gained incredible power after this sacrifice, not without repercussions. The hero's lust for sin slowly emerged within himself. The once noble fighter, now blinded by his newfound strength. That is not a complete sentence. The town of which he saved years before, now turned to rubble by his own hands. That last sentence is a young but clever writer. But that's you can fix that sentence up. Okay. Now, for flavor text, that's pretty fun. You got a whole story in there. Most people don't do that much. I like that. I got nothing wrong with the flavor text. Flavor text is solid.
Yeah, it's definitely more than I do nowadays for my items, but back when this item was created, it was for a very lore-heavy D&D game, and all of this, I don't think my party ever actually learned because I don't think they ever actually got this weapon.
Oh
I don't
boy.
remember what happened to this thing, but I remember writing it all up and then doing absolutely nothing with it.
Isn't that so funny? This is something that I talk about with people a lot, especially if they want to have like, I want to be a character with a secret. It's like, that's cool, but you should know if you don't bring that secret up ever, it's not in the game.
Basically. And there was so much backstory lore inside of that campaign. No one ever learned it. No one ever cared. I think every once in a while when I did bring up lore, the party members tend to just forget about it anyway, so all of this was just me. I was very much in the why are you playing D&D when you can just write a book mentality? And after that campaign, I did write a book. So that says a lot about me.
What's its title?
Title?
Yeah, the book title.
Okay. Scratch that. I wrote 5 pages of a book.
What would it be called if you finished it?
I never got that far. Don't put me on the spot like that.
All right, I apologize. All right,
I'm sure it had a clever, witty name at the time.
Oh, of course.
back.
What kind of book wouldn't? All right, let's see. So it's a magical one-handed scythe. It's a +1 to hit. Oh, thank you for the follow, subscribe, whatever that was. Thank you. It is a scythe, +1 to hit, 1d8 +1 or slashing or piercing. Now, what I would say right here is 1d8 +1 is irrelevant because it already says +1. So you don't need the +1 there unless it's doing double +1. Passive. If the target of an attack made with this weapon has equal hit points to you or less, the following can occur. Upon rolling a critical, you may immediately... Ooh, you don't need to say immediate. Do you know what one of my biggest pet peeves in writing is?
No.
In Dungeons and Dragons, it's okay. I'm not gonna give you too much of a hard time for it, but
no, it's fine.
You never should. You almost never should use the word
garbage.
may, ever, almost ever. Whenever you see the word may, switch it for can. 99% of the time, may is like denoting permission or frequency. So like the only time that the only time may is used in D&D for the most part is like in like the wish spell, where it's like the dungeon master may allow you to interpret it differently. Blah 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 blah. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of the people who've worked with homebrew with me, lately always catch me on that. Like, why are you saying immediately? Why are you saying may? Just say can. The books say it. Do it.
It's okay. A little bit of shame goes a long way.
Don't be unique.
Well, I think being unique is important, but you have to intentionally be unique. If you stumble into uniqueness, you look like a fool.
Be creative in other ways, but stick with the general format.
Yeah. Well, yeah. All of D&D is written in like a language, sort of. And as soon as you stop writing in that language, it makes people think that they're not reading D&D, and it like makes it less fun to read for some reason.
And the more homebrew you make, and the more that you read from official books, the more you begin to know how that language is and how to write in that language.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
very special way.
Yeah, it is like a different language. Somebody said your eyes are terrifying them, and I want to say good.
Ooh, ghostly eyes.
All right, let's dive into the meat of this bad boy. We've danced around it long enough. Passive. If the target... Oh, wait, I started reading the whole thing and I got caught up. I'm sorry. Focus. Upon rolling a critical hit, you can force the target of your attack to make a save versus death. Excuse me. On a failed save, you deliver a devastating blow to the target's neck, decapitating it. The body of the creature shrivels to ash. So what is missing here is what that save is, you know?
Yeah. So I think I wrote save versus death here because like Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition used the word save versus death. I think in 5e it's just a death saving throw. I think that's what they call it. Right?
Well, death saving throws are what you make when you're dying.
Exactly. And that's what I meant. So essentially it's a coin flip.
Okay.
Maybe a slightly weighted coin flip because an average of a d20 is like what, 11, 10.5?
It's some bullshit like that, yeah.
Yeah,
so basically if you hit a creature... Okay, wait, let me just wrap my head around this. So if you hit a creature with your hit points are less. You flip a coin and it dies.
Basically.
Totally balanced. Perfectly balanced. Perfect. Nothing wrong with that. No way that could ruin anything.
All right. Thing is, and you need context for this.
Yeah.
In the campaign that this weapon was meant to be used in, basically every single fight was against a single boss enemy. So this passive would only ever occur on a boss enemy that was basically already about to hit the dirt, because they'd have so many hit points that it would take them quite a while before they'd actually be lowered to a point where they'd be at equal or less than whoever was using the blade. And in that instance, it's more balanced. But yeah, in any other normal campaign with a normal like action economies balance worth of enemies, no, it's significantly more broken.
Yes. Listen, one of the main reasons why I don't talk to people when I review their homebrew anymore is because I don't need any god dang excuses, Blaine.
No.
I don't need them. No, but I hear you. But also, yes, I would not just throw this into a campaign. That would be nuts.
Yeah, no, this isn't a campaign loose item. Like, you can't just throw this in anything.
And it's also immediately a legendary item at a minimum, I would say. Let's see what else it does. Passive. Slowly driven to madness, the player with this item in their inventory must make a wisdom saving throw every night. Interesting. DC 10. Oh, we got the save in there. A failed save will trigger one of the following effects. If the player fails 3 or more times, begin making these rolls during the day. Okay, wait. So a failed save triggers one effect, but 3 failed saves and they start rolling. I'm confused by that.
During the day as well, so it basically occurs twice as often, potentially.
Oh, I see. Okay, let's see what happens. The player will unknowingly attempt to kill one humanoid creature outside of the party, prioritizing over the weak. The player will then return to its original quarters. Okay. The player will attempt to desecrate an area of random choice. Okay. The player will attack a member of the party at random, disregarding all silence. Why is it disregarding silence? What does that mean? What mystery does that hold?
Like a violent rage or something like that, so that other party members can maybe wake up and do something about it.
Oh, I see.
Probably.
That's strange logic, but I'm accepting it because you're my guest. Once they have taken any damage, they will snap out of the rage. And then 4, is that the last one? Yeah. 4, the player will be unable to sleep and take all ability checks with disadvantage until the day. Yeah. If the player kills a creature of similar alignment, they return to normal. Okay, so overall feedback, here's what I'd say. This is one of those items that will work really well in a campaign, but also really poorly in others. Like, if I had any amount of animosity towards my players, or not, like they had any amount of like, they might not like it if they attack each other. Like, this item is basically like, you are overpowered, but also you attack all your friends. That's kind of this item, right?
Exactly. Also, yeah, Deva's Warrior. The 4th one is literally just exhaustion, but I don't think I knew what exhaustion was when I wrote this. So I wrote out an entire sentence basically describing the first level of exhaustion.
Yeah. Hey, listen, sometimes we got to do that. All right. But for an early item, it's got vibe. Here's what I'll say. Is it broken? Yes. Would I use it in my campaign? Not in a million years. But does it have a really nice little story tied to it? Yeah. And does it try to balance out its obscene overpoweredness with some dramatic downsides? It does. So, it's not the end of the world, but it's an early item. I'm not saying I don't have any constructive feedback. I just don't know how I would change it to make it better. Here's the problem.
I would probably make it better by writing it better.
Well, here's the main problem I see with it.
Better wording.
Well, the wording is one thing. Let's put grammar aside for a second. We're always figuring that out. Here's what I see. I don't think a overly dramatic powerful side is balanced out by an overly dramatic negative side. I sort of see both of them as not good. So it's sort of like we're putting out the fire by smashing the building is sort of what I see with these two passive features here. So while some people might like those extreme swings, I don't like them. So if I were you and I was going to reshift this item, I would tone everything back a little bit. I probably would make this coin flip to kill thing way calmer, make it not equal to your hit points, but something else. Because if you get a barbarian wielding this bad boy and they're bumping their con, they're going to have triple digits. You know what I mean?
There's no variance. Like, no, there's too much variance to the point where this weapon very, very heavily swings on what's going on in the campaign at any given time. And it is very character dependent for how busted it is as well.
Did you play earlier editions of D&D?
I played video games which used the second edition of Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay.
And that is where a lot of my love for tabletop RPGs comes from. I really like the old school style games, but nowadays with a tempered edge of sophisticated roleplay.
Because Delport said that this reads very similarly to a bunch of legendary items from early editions. So maybe you're right on the money, dude.
That's the inspiration, surely.
All right, cool. Well, cool. All right, that was sick. Should we look at one of mine next?
Yep, let's go ahead and pull that up. I'll read it on my end.
All right, do we want to, let's see, nope. Where's my fucking early one? Oh, God, I'm fucking it up. I had everything all locked and loaded. Okay, so this is the first thing I ever put on the internet for that was Homebrew, and I made a little compendium because I wanted to be cool. This is my favorite thing in the compendium. It's called a Gerardo.
It's adorable.
So the idea behind this compendium was I wanted to make monsters that were like lower CR. So it's a CR2, this is the flavor text. There are countless tales of Gerardos giving rides to weary wanderers, lost travelers, and folks down on their luck. They are dim and tender creatures who enjoy soft singing, wild berries, and extended naps. So it's a turtle giraffe, basically.
I gotta ask, it's such a cute concept.
Yeah.
But what is that shell doing to protect it in any capacity?
It's from things that punch it in the back.
Like what? If a lion's gonna jump from a palm tree or something and land on it, it's still gonna tear its neck open. It's not gonna touch the shell. If anything, the shell makes for a great landing pad.
This is a good point.
Basically asking to be killed.
This is a good point. Evolution was not thinking clearly on this day. Evolution was not thinking clearly on this day at all.
Maybe
thank you, Iceball.
If it could like puff up like a puffer fish and turn into this big version and then like shrink down and like maybe the heaviness of the shell comes like collapsing, keeping it safe as the whole thing falls to the ground.
Yeah.
I imagine weird things like that. But it's funny that it's just like a mutant creature that's probably just wandering some dystopian island somewhere.
Yeah, I a lot of my early ideas, I was just mishing animals together and seeing what happened. So let me tell you a little bit about him. He's got a high AC of 17, 19 hit points. It's immune to the frightened condition. They face no fear.
Why?
They're
this
fearless.
Thing should be scared of everything.
No, because they're chill. Watch. Well, you'll see. They're totally chill. It has two passive features: slow mind and placid demeanor. It has slow mind it has disadvantage on all intelligence and wisdom ability checks, as well as disadvantage on any rolls to resist being charmed or frightened. Oh, I already noticed a mistake. Did you notice that?
Wait, hold up. So disadvantage on all. Wait a second. Are frightened checks already wisdom?
Well, how would it have resist? How would it have disadvantage on the frightened condition if it's immune to frightened?
Oh. Wait, it can't make up its mind. That's literally the entire concept of this creature.
Yeah.
It can't make up its mind
on
anything.
It has a very little mind. It's hard to make it up. It's all the way
up
there.
Am I scared? Am I not scared?
Yeah. And then it has
first.
What'd you say?
Whether it's frightened is entirely based upon what the rule, like what part of the ruling on the monster stat block the DM reads first.
Exactly. And then it has placid demeanor. Creatures have advantage on animal handling checks made to tame or calm it, so long as they have not attacked or damaged it. So it's basically a big softie. It's kind of dumb. It's easy to tame, and it's chill. And then it has hooves that hit pretty hard. And then it has shell block. If it is not mounted and is attacked with a melee attack, but before the roll is declared, it can attempt to shift its body so that the attack strikes its shell. It gains +2 to its AC against the attack roll.
I do not trust the Gerardo. What was it called?
Yeah, Gerardo.
I don't trust a Gerardo being capable in any capacity to swing its back in any sort of useful way to protect itself. This thing's gonna try and deflect a blow with its shell. It's gonna fall over and collapse.
Well, it's also funny to imagine it. It's like really tall, right? So how does it do that against a creature that's like hitting its knee? Like,
Maybe
what does
the
that even
shell
look like?
can like move at will on its body.
That's a good idea.
Shield.
That's a good idea. Okay, there's my Gerardo. That's an early piece of mine. Do you want to share a newer piece of yours, or perhaps another older piece of yours?
Yeah, I got another old piece. Let's go
Yeah,
ahead
let
and
me take a
that
look at it.
one.
Send me that bad boy.
This one's a shorter but sweeter one.
Shorter and sweeter. Often those two things come hand in hand. Being concise is being godly. Isn't that what they say?
Probably, actually.
Brevity is the soul of shutting the fuck up. Something like that. Oh, okay. Ooh, a lovely little ring.
Its name has absolutely nothing to do with its abilities.
Okay.
I don't even know why it's called that.
Heaven's Ring. As you hold it in your hand, a dark black fog begins to grow around the trinket. It seems as though the witch who was in possession of it tapped the purple sphere connecting the band. Sometimes I burp so much on stream, but that one was silent. Let me try that again. It seems as though the witch who was in possession of it tapped the purple sphere, connecting the band together in order to cast magic. Okay. And then we got some GM notes, only visible to the GM. Why? Is that just the format that happened?
It's Roll20.
All right, okay, fair.
I don't think anyone ever got their hands on this item either, because the GM notes were never actually shown to the party, which means they never actually knew what this item was or what it did.
Vildachaya says mood ring. We'll see. We'll see what mood it brings. You crazy wild Yiddish beast. Okay. A powerful charm created by the compaction of chaotic evil creatures. The power of these being we're gonna just avoid the grammar conversation for most of this one because we don't have that much time. The power of these beings seems to amplify the bracelet, giving it powerful untapped power. You say power three times in one sentence.
Power beyond your comprehension.
There's the word power is in this set this thing 4 times already. That's too many times.
More power.
Jeez, calm down, man. Cartoons can explode too. Everybody needs to be chill. As you hold it in your hand, a dark black fog begins to grow around the trinket. Whenever power is ejected out of the bracelet, a horrendous scream of unknown being echoes around you. Oh, a scream of unknown being. That's the worst kind of scream. Were you making the noises? Is that what you're doing? Okay. Recharge once a day. The wearer of this bracelet may get that out of here. Can cast the spell Find Familiar without taking a spell slot. You probably don't need to expend a spell slot either. Simply tapping the bracelet will summon the creature to your side. Void Bomb, consumable. The wearer must tap the bracelet and point their finger towards a point they would like to hit. Afterwards, a purple outline of a miniature black hole begins to form in the opposite hand. The explosion will implode all objects that it manages to both come into contact with and reduce... What? The explosion will implode all objects that it manages to both come into contact with and reduce to 0 hit points. Does that just mean it smashes them?
I'm assuming that means, I think, that all objects are doomed and all creatures are doomed if they are reduced to 0 hit points. It doesn't say that at all,
Mm-hmm.
And you could easily interpret it a different way, but I think that's what I meant.
Okay. Okay, I see that. After the attack hits or misses, the bracelet becomes dull and weighs roughly 50 pounds. Dang. And then there's some damage here. 2d15 plus 10. I mean, dude, how do you...
2d15?
How do we do that?
I just now realized that.
What kind of... Dude, I know... Listen, Blaine, I'm not trying to blow up your spot, but I know that you're in, I know that you're in the know with some D&D creators a little bit more than I am. I'm fresh to the game.
You don't have a D15.
When do they teach us about... When do we learn about D... How many followers do I need before they show me what a D15 is?
You're not ready for the D15 yet.
Oh, Jesus, I guess I'm not. And plus 10 is... that's a lot. So how big is this explosion? It doesn't say.
It's as big as you want it to be.
All right, so this item allows you to summon a familiar and make a undisclosed explosion that both implodes and reduces to 0 hit points all objects, and after the and then deals 2d15. So you got to get a custom dice maker or something. Plus 10.
Oh, you gotta get your D15 out. Your 2 of them that you just have on you.
Listen, I'm gonna get some. What if I cut a D20 in half, and then I cut another D20 in half, and then I cut it in. I could duct tape a quarter of a D20 to a half of a D20. That might do it.
It might get you high enough.
It might. Okay, okay, a couple things. One, Void Bomb needs like a million clarification, obviously. But I'm gonna, you know what my real feedback was? If you were sending this to me as some rando and you were like, I made this and I want good feedback, I would give you a lot of guff about all of your grammar and clarifying your language, specifically like the Void Bomb part. But the main thing that I would actually say is, why does this summon a familiar and make a big explosion? Like, what's the theme here?
I don't know. I think the gimmick was that the original holder of it, like, maybe sometimes conjured up animals, and then maybe sometimes also threw bombs places. I don't know.
All right. Well, if you decide to move forward with this item, I would suggest trying to find some thematic resonance between it, because it's a little chaos right now.
Yeah, no, it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. D15.
I love it. The D15 might be my favorite part. All right, let me show you another monster. So for a while, I only made monsters. This is a monster that I made a while ago. This is part of a set that I made that was specifically like monsters from mechanists, like Modrons, robot people. This is called an Emissary of Order. Let me read the flavor text first. When Modrons must do diplomatic dealings with neighboring realms, you can bet your arcane focus that the troop will bring at least one Emissary of Order. I used to write really snarkily. I don't really do that anymore. Their presence certainly makes the whole encounter a lot more straightforward, for better or worse. And this is what they look like.
All right, pretty solid. I like that description.
It's okay. Don't placate me.
It's fluffy enough to keep your interest while making sure it stays on topic for describing the creature.
I accept. So it's a little floating cube thing. It flies. It has decent armor, bad hit points. It's resistant to a handful of stuff.
A lot of negative modifiers for CR3.
Oh yeah, but it's a weird guy. It has this thing called Aura of Order. Whenever a creature within 60 feet of the emissary makes an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw, treat the d20 roll as a 10. Additionally, any creature that can speak a language within the area gains the ability to speak and understand Modron while within the aura.
Cool. All right.
So basically, if you're within 60 feet of it, you're no longer rolling dice. You're just getting a 10 on everything that you roll. I don't know if that's good or not.
Wait, what's its armor class, first of all?
17.
You need a +7 modifier to hit it?
Yeah.
Or you need to, like, restrain it and then get farther away and pelt it with stones.
Yeah. No, there's a lot. Listen, it's not perfect. It's not. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. It has axiomatic mind, which is something that all Modrons have. I didn't invent that. It can't be compelled to act in a manner contrary to its nature or its instructions. That's just a Modron thing. And then it has planar anchor. And I don't know if I spelled planar right there. I think I did. Okay.
Seems right.
The emissary is immune to any spell or effect that would alter its form. Additionally, if a spell or effect would transport the emissary against its will to another plane of existence, it can choose to emerge on Mechanus instead. So it's basically like a little ambassador. And then it has some abilities. It has a ranged attack that has a range of 150 feet, does 1d4 plus 3 force damage, and automatically hits.
This is unfair.
Maybe. And then also
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Hold up. Okay, wait. This is a much smaller thing, but I'll bring it up because my DM brain demands it.
Please.
All right. I can't physically imagine what an inevitable strike looks like and why it would specifically go 150 feet. What am I imagining? What's this creature actually doing? Shooting a beam of like death light towards someone?
You see, the thing about naming stuff is if you just name it and move on, you don't need to worry about that. Leave that to the dungeon masters to figure out. No, I have no fucking
idea. It's like a
idea.
lightning bolt from the heavens strikes someone.
Yeah, I imagine it's like shaking its flag. I have no idea. 150 feet is way too far range.
Dance. It's like a vicious mockery.
I also feel like the damage shouldn't be a dice. Everything about this monster is no dice so far. Why did I make the damage a dice? It should just do 4 force damage. That would be better.
Yeah, it seems on par with other Modrons, I believe, where they have like these weird gimmicks.
Yeah.
Make them not have to meddle with dice in weird, instantaneous ways.
And then it has this one other feature called Enforce Parameters. Each creature of the emissary's choice within 60 feet of it must make a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw, or its alignment shifts to lawful for 24 hours. And then on a success, their alignment still shifts, but only for 10 minutes.
Okay, so if I'm chaotic evil, I'm now lawful evil.
Yes, you respect the word of law, but try to use it for your advantage. I'll be honest, I hate this feature. I do not like alignment stuff. I think it's stupid.
I'm a fan of alignment in some interesting ways. I think it can be a solid way to grasp your character, but what I think would have been cooler was to have this ability be something where it gives your character maybe a new ideal to follow.
Yeah.
That could be neat. I'm a really big fan of adding flaws and ideals to player characters as like detrimental magical effects, because players love getting into character with new stuff like that.
You know, I had that happen really for the first time in a campaign of mine that I'm running now, and the guy just broke that like flaw, that curse last session, and it was very epic and cool because his character used to be like a hero, and then he got all dark, and then he became heroic again. It was nice. But yeah, so here's my little Modron emissary dude. He's okay. I still think the idea is kind of neat, but I think it doesn't work.
Let me look over. I need to give it more DM feedback.
Yeah, please. This is one of the weirder of the Modrons that I made, I think.
So first off, this Modron should never use enforce parameters in combat. That's just an absolutely stupid thing to waste your action economy on. I think if multi-attack allowed it to do that, if it could, as well as make 3 inevitable strikes, that'd be solid. Like how... Actually, I don't think dragons could do that. Never mind. But yeah, it's such a minuscule, pointless ability to the point where it should just be allowed to do it if it's up and just leave it at that. Then enforce parameters should probably have a more impactful, like, mechanic, because if you tell the player, "Oh, you're lawful now," nothing's gonna change. At least the party member probably isn't gonna really think about it all that much, and if worse, they're gonna forget about it, which is even worse ultimately. And if they forgot about it, that basically means that if you were playing around with alignment in the first place, you just made that player entirely disinterested about their character's alignment moving forward. And if anything, that just took away from their character. So that would need to be changed. CR3, could I see its base stats real quick?
Yeah.
What were those again?
It's they're pretty low. Pretty low.
Yeah, so pretty garbage base stats, but that's under the assumption that its armor is just so good. And with its aura of order, makes it a really dangerous threat if you can't get out of its aura because you're not going to be able to hurt it. And these things are just going to whittle you down with their little magic missile based attacks for the entirety of the fight. They have such a good range. They have a true sight that's equal to their range.
It's a little less,
So
but
they're
yeah,
always gonna find you.
it's not great design.
Oh yeah, it is a little less.
The whittle away is a tedious game to play from the player perspective.
The best way that you could take this thing out. Wait a second. Okay, so yeah, you need to destroy these things with spellcasters that have saving throw spells. So fireballs.
Fireball could
Because
fuck it up.
it's always going to fail against a fireball against a party. Like, it's CR3. There's a good chance party members are going to have high enough spell save DCs to always make these Modrons fail against basically any save. It doesn't even have to be a deck save. Just make it like just shoot them with thunder waves, I guess, or what else? What's a strength save spell?
Maximilian's Earthen Grasp.
Yeah, or Bigby's Hand, something like that. Crush them. Easy. So yeah, they have crippling weaknesses that you can just easily smash these things to bits. I'd feel really sad for any poor fool of a marshal that has to tangle with one of these things.
Yeah.
Because especially a strength-based marshal, because none of their strength-based weaponry can be thrown without being in the range of the enemy.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah,
which means you're gonna force a strength-based marshal to pull out their longbow, you monster.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, it's there it is. It's a thing I made. All right.
Yeah, cool. Overall,
it's all right. All right. Do you want to show me something? Do you want to do something?
Yeah.
Do you still want to do let's look at a newer thing too?
Here's one of my fancy new brews.
All right, you're gonna show.
This one is
show off?
a fighter subclass. And this is from my animated D&D packs. So this is one of the newer ones that's currently available on my Patreon. The cool thing about my Patreon, though, is that the 3 newest packs every month are heavily monitored. And if patrons or other people who have access to packs bring up to me that they need fixing or changing, then they have 3 months after they're released to do so. So I can always make changes.
How long?
So basically, what I'm saying is you can tear this apart as much as you want, which is fine because then I can easily go back and fix it.
Okay, I appreciate the open invitation. How often do you post Homebrew?
3 pages every month.
Okay.
I've also been converting them to Pathfinder, so technically it's usually 6. Sometimes there are more pages. There are never less than 3.
People always, everybody. I gotta start playing. I played a couple rounds of Pathfinder. It seems fun. I'm still very much not understanding it most of the time.
Here you are. For everyone watching, I guess this is your free little lick of the content in the packs. This one is a part of a much larger pack, but Cinder will get the express opportunity to show you all.
Ooh.
It's pretty cool. This one in particular I like only because it does things that a lot of people in the D&D community have been asking for, and I tried to put my own little spin on it. You'll see what it's about when you read through it.
All right, let's read through it then. Tank. You've chosen to specialize entirely in defensive maneuvers and heavy armors, utilizing a unique tactical style that makes complete use of your impenetrable skill set to deliver unsettlingly strong blows. I don't think that should be one sentence. I think you could make that multiple sentences and it would sound better. You don't need to listen to me there.
With passion, it makes you sound very smart.
Yeah, but it's just long. Just trust me. Figure out, put a period or two in there. It's going to sound better.
Unique tactical style that makes complete use of your impenetrable skill set to deliver unsettling strong blows.
Okay, fair. Wow. Fine. I accept. It's, to be fair, it's not the longest sentence I've ever read, and I'm sure it's not the longest sentence I ever will read. People love forgetting to put periods and stuff. I think they lost the keyboard. Okay, Guardian feats. Starting at 3rd level, you immediately gain a feat of your choice. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. Feats chosen must either increase your maximum hit points, increase your armor class, or provide traits reliant on the usage of armor or the rolling of hit dice. Huh. Very interesting. Feats gained in this way do
Guardian
not
feats.
provide ability score increases. What a strange and interesting way of building a feature. So how many that's like there's probably like 6 feats that falls into, 6 or 7, right?
A few more, I think. Maybe around a dozen, honestly.
But
There's the heavy armor master, medium armor, light, and then you have just the training proficiencies with those, which you probably won't grab unless you're really
yeah, and then
specking
there's like
seriously. Then you have
tough.
tough, resilient, dwarven fortitude. What else?
That's
Can't
a
remember
really
off the top of my head, but I know there are definitely more.
yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna
But
go
yeah,
look
a lot of
them
good
all
ones.
up right now, but my gut tells me I don't. I was gonna say getting a feat as one of 2 third level features is a lot, but this is very limited in a way that I feel like probably works well, especially because you're also not getting that ability score increase. Huh. That is strange
Yeah.
in a way that
It
I
also
like.
works on all homebrew feats, so technically speaking, you can make your own feats.
Yeah. Burn it down. Do whatever you want. Who cares? Rules are for suckers.
Easy.
Okay, first thought, I like this first feature. I think it's interesting. This is the only time I've ever seen a subclass give a feat as a part of the subclass, and I think that the parameters you put around it create pretty decent barriers of non-cheese. But chat, if you think I'm wrong and it's too powerful, please let me know. Or if there's like, oh, it works with this feat.
Yeah, they're mentioned a few. Durable, fiendish resilience.
Yeah, so
Those
there's
are 2 that you can use as well.
I think having a lot of options there makes it better. It's also kind of nice in that you don't have to clutter the page with it. I sometimes I take issue with a subclass that requires you to go like look something up. But I don't know if I feel
that's
terribly
another
about
thing.
that.
So Cinder,
Yeah.
something you may not know for this specifically, but currently the D&D Creative Commons license only permits the use of the grappler feat. And if you specifically mention any other feats, you are breaking copyright infringement. So
Ah.
essentially, this opens it up to allow essentially any feat and any official feat without breaking the OGL.
Let
essentially.
me ask you a question. Because Delport in the chat said he feels like there should be a list of all the feats this could apply to.
You can't
even
write
list.
that
You couldn't
because
list
it's
them.
illegal.
Cool. So you couldn't even name them.
No, I cannot name any feat, which is why I can name every feat.
All right.
Specifically, teeter around the bush, I guess, essentially, by saying, hey, it's all these specific feats that fit in these parameters. I'm not going to tell you what those feats are, but you probably know what they are. You can go look for them. I can't name them because then Wizard of the Coast might sue me, but yeah, have fun.
Oh man, such
I
strange
do that
games
with other
we play.
things too, like mentioning Artificer technically as like the crafter.
You know
playing
that
around
guy
with
that
Artificer.
artifices? What is he called?
Yeah,
Doesn't
like,
matter.
do
Don't
you know
worry
any
about it.
classes in D&D that are good with like tinkering? Well, you could probably use the subclass on that.
Mm-hmm.
Or this spell. That's basically what I do. But yeah, anyway, Guardian feats, everyone.
All right, interesting. I do think it's a very interesting feature. Let's see what the other one is. Also starting at 3rd level, after activating your second wind feature, I do like features that tie into base class features. After activating your second wind feature, you can draw anger out of hostile creatures of your choice that you can see within 60 feet of you. Targets must make a wisdom saving throw against 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus con modifier, or be taunted until they take damage or make an attack. A taunted target can only make attacks against the creature that taunted them. Interesting. So it's almost like
that's a
an
new
opposite
condition,
fear.
essentially.
It's like an opposite
Yes.
fear.
Essentially. It's grabbing their attention. Similar to like sanctuary spell mechanics. Essentially like, hey, you can still cast spells that aren't attacks and do stuff like that. But for the most part, a core of your battle mechanic, the attack and attack rolls are affected by the taunting condition.
I like that this is tied with second wind too. I feel like that works thematically. I like this feature. It is a I like this feature, and you can just do this, right? Oh, I guess it's limited by your second wind, so it's sort
Yeah,
of built into that.
which
That's
is great
nice.
because I don't have to write like how often you get to use it or when it goes. You know, it's just second winds. Look up your second wind feature.
Yeah.
Easy. So it's not.
Okay.
It's more compact in a sense.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, let's look at 7th level. Starting at 7th level, your injuries and armor are quickly repaired over time. If you begin your turn having taken no damage since your last turn, you gain your level in temporary hit points. Otherwise, you instead gain half that amount. I have mixed
Temp hit
feelings
points don't
about this.
stack.
No, I know they
A lot of
don't.
people forget that.
I know they
So
don't.
something tells me there's some rando out there right now playing with this subclass who's stacking their temp hit points forever.
And they just have hundreds of temporary hit points. Go fuck yourself. I have the hit point king.
I did that once as a player in a game, and I regret it so badly.
Yeah, we all make that mistake at some point or another. Interesting. So, the only thing that I'll say here, and this is a little bit nitpicky, is that I feel like it's a little strong for a 7th level feature for a fighter. That's not the end of the world, because I also think that depending on what feats are available, that might the 3rd level base feature is like not nearly as much of an aggressive. You're not nearly as offensive as most other fighters, but 7th level, most 7th level most 7th level fighter features are. They dance with being ribbon features a little bit. They don't all do that, but this feels a little strong. I want to. I think if I was going to suggest anything, I would say consider having it so you just don't gain half. If just drop the half thing, I might say that might be what I suggested. But
Could be that. Azimi in chat is also mentioning perhaps it can only proc at half health or start giving you that barrier at half health. So
that
could also be a thing.
That could be a thing. I don't know if you need that, but I will say if you did that, I do think that it would be totally fine as is, and I don't think you would need to tune anything else. I would need to see this thing in play a little bit to know how that felt, but my gut says it's like probably mostly fine. If a little, maybe a little strong, but like temporary hit points aren't going to change the game in any direction majorly. So
we'd also need to go ahead and pop open like a similar 7th level fighter feature just for comparison, because I've never played a fighter up to 7th level. Who has that much patience?
You want to see a 7th level fighter really quickly?
I probably compared them while I was writing this. I don't know why I wouldn't have. But I don't remember exactly how strong those features tend to get.
Yeah.
I remember like the 3rd level features of most subclasses, and then I just stopped caring after that.
I mean, most D&D games end before 7th level. So like the Battle Master, this is where you can like observe someone to learn some stuff about them. The Echo Knight, this is where you can like use your Echo as a scout. The Psy Knight, this is where you can do your jump and your thrust attack. Okay, I'm downplaying them. Maybe I'm downplaying 7th level features. They're pretty decent. I do think though that it feels more okay in this one, because I think that if anything, your 3rd level features are a little underpowered. I don't think that's terrible, but it sort of balances it out
another
bit.
thing. I think we might have glanced over it, but one thing that makes the 3rd level features a little better is that you get additional guardian feats at higher levels as well.
Oh, I did skip that. All right, that's good to know. Okay, cool. So you're gonna be you're gonna be a fucking cat. You're gonna be a caterpillar. You're gonna have so many feet. Because fighters get a lot of feats anyway. All right, let's look at 10th level. At 10th level, as a reaction to taking damage from an attack, you can become resistant to the damage. Afterwards, if you deal damage with a weapon attack before the end of your next turn, you deal additional damage equal to the amount resisted. Whoa. This damage type can be any dealt by the weapon. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain expended uses when you finish a long rest. I like this feature. Dealing damage equal to the damage resisted could be a lot. Could be a lot. The reason why I say that is monster attacks hit really hard. especially at higher levels. So like it's not uncommon for a monster attack to do like between 30 and 50 damage once you start to get to those higher levels. So it's a big damage slam that you can do back.
I can see it as a bit of a risk as well. Like, okay, so sure, you halved it. Great. However, now you need to hope that on your next turn you can actually hit a target to do that bonus damage.
That's
And
true.
if you don't, you miss out on half the feature.
That's true.
I'm noticing that now looking into it, that's a thing to keep in mind. So you need to really make sure you lock down that target. Because if you just you don't want to miss that attack. You need to make sure that hits.
No, but you're a fighter. You're gonna be getting some attacks in, and technically you could do this with a bow. It doesn't say melee attack.
True, true. At 10th level, I think. How many attacks do 10th level fighters get? 3?
2 or 3.
2? So yeah, there's a good chance you'll hit, but there's always that risk.
Yeah, I think it's neat. I think if it was gonna be, if I was gonna change it in any way, what I would probably do is I would probably make it a little bit more like absorb elements, where instead of you dealing damage equal to the damage that was resisted, you just had like you had like an empowered strike where you dealt like some amount of dice extra as opposed to it being tied to the amount that was resisted. But
the concept for this one, which is why it's like this, is probably Pokemon, like the move counter, like Wobbuffet. Wobbuffet uses counter, then you hit it, and then it just decimates you afterwards.
ask me how many
conversion.
Pokemon games I played.
I don't need to. I know the answer already.
How many do you think?
After what you said when we started this, no Legend of Zelda, no Minecraft, no Pokemon.
I played one Pokemon game.
It was okay. You remind me. Or I'm getting Pokemon Leaf Green vibes from you.
I take that as a compliment. But no, I played Pokemon Red.
Normie, I should have known.
and
Casual.
and my favorite, and I was never good. Like my favorite Pokemon were the bugs, even though they were terrible.
Same.
I thought they were cool.
Bugs are great.
Yeah, man, I love bugs. Anyway, okay, cool. Let's move on to 15th level. So far, my thought process so far is I think that there are some places that feel a little strong, or I would need to see in play, but the vibe is very much there. And I think one of the things that I do want to point out for anyone watching, because I usually say at least one nice thing when I'm reviewing other people's stuff, so I might as well do it to you too, is that the core loop of the class, the taunt feature, and the goal of being a tank, I feel like you are accomplishing very well. And that is probably the most important part, is that it does feel like you're, at least before we get to level 15, and who's going to ever get there, it does feel like the vibe is being accomplished. So I like all of that quite a bit.
Yeah, giving you the core features early that really make you feel like you're in the role, allowing them to grow because they're your base kit throughout your experience in the class, and then ultimately just giving you fancier and more specific features as you go on to really make you feel like you've hit a true milestone with more specific ultimate features.
Speaking of more specific ultimate features, let's get to the big boy side of the table. The big features. Transfer Suffering, 15th level. As a reaction to an ally within 30 feet of you taking damage, you can reduce the damage by half rounded down and divert the remaining damage to yourself. Solid. Good feature. It should have no limit. I like that. I like it quite a bit. It's making the 10th and 15th level feature are making me like the 7th level feature more. So I feel like that's good.
Yeah.
But I like Transfer Suffering a
really
lot.
Good at splitting damage, avoiding OP one-shots towards certain party members. And works incredibly well in tangent with AoE healers, because they'll have a much easier time keeping people up, to the point where maybe even topping up on health could be a viable strategy, as opposed to yo-yoing with 0 hit point allies coming back with 1 HP every turn.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, like, there is not really damage mitigation tanks in D&D. The Ancestral Guardian Barbarian dances with it a little bit, but But I like this code. Somebody said, what did they say? You're trying to get your subclasses for every classmate in balance before you submit them? Dude, what's your name? Big old Pandaberg. Guess what? I'm going to give you some harsh feedback right now. You are never going to get your stuff fully balanced until you submit it. Or submit it to someone. Doesn't need to be me. But it is very hard to get things balanced well without feedback. Whether that's feedback from your players or the community or a balding old man. Whatever you want.
Yeah. And even then, probably still not even enough. It'll never, ever... Actually, no. Nothing you ever submit will ever be balanced because balance is way too subjective.
It's very subjective.
Of a term. What you can do and what you could consider balanced is the majority of people messing around with it are not complaining.
Yeah.
And once you've gotten in a good state like that, it's probably in a fine state.
Not complaining and also understanding. No, not needing to ask questions either.
Exactly.
Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this top feature. Let's look at this. The impenetrable. I have a chat bot called ButtBot that just copies what people say and puts the word butt in it, and I love them. They're great. But they don't always translate the YouTube Twitch thing well, so sometimes they put butt in random places. Anyway, they're a good guy. Everybody say hi to ButtBot. Okay, impenetrable. At 17th level, as an action, you can choose to become immune to all forms of damage for 1 minute. During this time, your hit points cannot be reduced, and you cannot be unwillingly moved by the direct effects of attacks or spells. Interesting. This feature cannot be dispelled and ends early if you make an attack, cast a spell that affects an enemy, or deal damage to another creature. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. So, the way that I'm interpreting this 17th level feature is that you are essentially using a combination of your taunt and your transfer suffering to just be a damage sponge mitigator for a minute, yeah?
Exactly. Also pairing this potentially with, I mean, this is 7th level. You could realistically spec 3 levels into other classes, figure out something there. You can do things like, let me see here. You cannot be unwillingly moved by the effects of attacks or spells.
I like that. It makes
So
you feel like an
essentially, you
anchor.
can stand in a doorway and basically be a wall.
Yeah.
Can't be dispelled. Nothing can hurt you. You can essentially stop 2 like stone walls from crushing everyone in like a trap room, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Proc that, you cannot be crushed because you cannot be damaged.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's so many things that you can do with impenetrable. Very limited in your offensive capabilities at that point, but yeah, some of your subclass features.
Yeah, you could be banished or teleported. That's true. You could be banished or teleported. I guess.
Would you say that you could be... That would work, considering you can't be unwillingly moved.
The only reason why I say that, maybe not teleported, but the only reason why I say that is there are specific features and abilities that specify creatures are not able to be moved, but there are other ones that specify they are not able to be banished or teleported. So that implies to me that they are different.
I would say that teleporting someone is a form of movement, in a sense, but then again, D&D also has very specific parameters for what it calls movement in the official rules, so I can also see that.
I mean,
if anything, I could agree adding like rules specifically mentioning you can't be unwillingly like teleport and stuff too could make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only here's the argument I'd make against it. When you are restrained by rope, you're grappled, you're restrained, your movement speed is 0. You are restrained. You don't have movement speed. You cannot move. But you can Misty Step 30 feet away.
Yeah.
Things to think about.
It's weird.
Things to think about.
So many things you need to keep note of.
I want to say 2 things. First of all, I do like this quite a bit overall. I wonder if the total invincibility is a little strong, but I also kind of don't care. And it's not because you're a cool guy. It's because it's a 17th level feature. And I am a big believer that the capstone feature of a subclass, especially if it's one that you're getting at like 17 or 18 or 20, it should just be fucking crazy. It should just be bananas.
Yeah,
Because,
have you seen all the Paladin ones?
dude,
Paladin capstones are so
I'm,
fun.
I'm about to show you a Paladin one. I'm sure I got a Paladin to show you. I like it quite a bit, though. It's very cool. Also, I like the... this is just a thing that I talk about a lot on my stream, which is that formatting matters and like readability matters and like aesthetics matter. If you want somebody to read your writing and it just looks bad, they're not going to. The format of your document is quite nice.
Took a while to get it that way. I was using Homebrewery for a long time, but I got way too good at making Homebrew for the Homebrewery anymore, and I had to upgrade.
Mm.
Now Adobe has me in its grasp once again with Adobe InDesign, and I am once again shilling every month to make this content possible. It hurts.
One
but it's
day,
worth it.
perhaps I will join you in that boat, but that day is not today.
Yeah, for anyone out there who wants to make really good professional homebrew, uh, if you're not skilled at the moment and you need practice, the homebrew website is great. However, if you want to take it to the next level, Adobe InDesign. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't know about Adobe InDesign, and I didn't know what professional level tools there were to make documents like this before, and I was intimidated. So hopefully, now that people know, it's usually Adobe InDesign. Easy. And hopefully no one has to be confused if they ever want to take their stuff to the next level.
Some people are saying this probably needs testing. Well, all things need testing. I will say that there are big parts of this that I'm like, I would want to see how that feels. Specifically the temporary hit points each round, but everything else, I kind of, I would be down if one of my players brought this to me and they were like, "Hey, I want to be this." I would be down for them to try it, and I'd be like, "We'll keep an eye on some of these." But I think it's cool. I like it. I like the vibe quite a bit. Again, the vibe is the most important thing. If you can hit the vibe, you're halfway there.
Nice. All right, let's take a look at your good-looking brew.
So this is a recent brew I made. I have a handful, but this is one of the ones that I think is more fun. It's also, this one is not behind a paywall or anything because it's all stuff from Wizards of the Coast because it's based on Yinagu, the Knoll demon lord. This is the Paladin of Yinagu. Basically, if you are a paladin, that is a Knoll demon worshiper. Gnolls are born with the hunger of Yinagu in their blood. They are forever marching towards violence and madness. Paladins that walk in his path... Oh, I see a bad grammar. Paladins that walk in this path, this hunger is his greatest of gifts. I think that should be a 4 in there somewhere. An oath of Yinagu is one of simplicity, focus, and insatiable drive.
I'm already liking this. One thing, I've
Yeah.
always liked Yunagu as a
He's
as
great.
just an entity.
Yeah, I love him.
Great vibe.
Just like hungry, ravenous demons that are like hyena people. I love it.
Yeah. I also love the flail. I'm a big fan of flails and anyone who uses flails.
Yeah.
And Yunagu's flail is really cool.
Well, just wait till we get to one of the higher level features, because I may have been inspired by some of them. Okay, it has three tenets: tooth and maw. Your mouth is for tearing flesh, not negotiating with enemies. Pack caller. True power comes with the support of those at your side. Keep your pack close and guide them towards your goals. And envoy. A path must be cleared so that Yinagu may once again walk these lands. Carve that path. So those are the oath tenets. The spells they get are, and these are paladin spells, so they automatically get these. They get false life, hideous laughter, crown of madness, ray of enfeeblement, haste, vampiric touch, compulsion, summon greater demon, circle of power, and negative energy flow. And the way that negative energy flow usually works is that if it kills a creature, it makes a zombie. But the way that it works for you is if you kill a creature, it makes a null as opposed to a zombie.
Nice. I've done stuff like that before with special paladin spells, and it's really cool to see that you've done that as well. Like, hey, here's a special paladin feature, except here's a little bit of added flavor.
That's one of the best ways
that's
to do
cool.
it. I love that. I love that.
Also notice here from the spell list that unlike some other older paladin subclasses that for some reason offer you spells that are literally already on your spell list, all of the ones on this spell list are from other classes.
I don't know if I did that with intention. Really, all of these spells just felt like they fit the vibe of Yinagu. I believe very strongly that Paladins, their spell list is pretty important for vibe because they don't actually get that many features. It's all
For
weird
instance,
stuff.
I think Oath of, what is it, Devotion has like Shield of Faith or something.
Dude, like half
that.
of them are Paladin already spells.
Like, oh, I already have Shield of Faith. Thanks for nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is cool. I like it when the Paladin spell list actually has unique spells. I don't know why it wasn't the case with the subclasses that were part of the PHB, but I think it should be commonplace that the spell lists give spells from other class lists.
Yeah, wait, I think I'm showing you the wrong version of this. All right, whatever. We'll get there when we get there. Okay, Incite. Okay, then it has two channel divinities, Incite Madness and Insatiable Strike. Incite Madness. As an action, you emit a maddening howl. Creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they immediately use their reaction to make a melee weapon attack against a random target within their reach. If they have no targets within their reach, they lose their reaction on that turn. Basically, just makes everybody attack everybody.
Neat. All right.
I'm
jiving.
yeah,
I like random fits of madness.
It's very Yinagu, you know?
You saw that in my Reaper Scythe earlier. I like it when people are just randomly beating each other
Dude,
up.
it's the best. It's the best. It's let's cause some chaos. And then Insatiable Strike. When you drop to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against a creature within range. If the attack hits, you regain hit points equal to your Constitution modifier plus half your Paladin level. So it's basically like, you know how in like video games when you drop to 0 and there's like the timer starts, you got to kill a bad guy to come back? It's like that.
Gotcha. Wait, let me read that a little to make sure. When you drop a creature's 0 hit points, you can use a reaction. Oh, when you drop...
Yeah. When you drop to 0 hit points.
Yeah. It'd be hilarious if you miss and then you just pass out.
Yeah, well, that's the downside, yep.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah. I did mention this subclass in a short before, probably.
I think one thing that people might catch you on with Insatiable Strike is in what order things occur. So basically, some weird, random, annoying rules lawyer somewhere in the world will say, you dropped to 0 hit points, so you fell, are now prone, and were unconscious. Because you fell to 0 hit points. So now you're making a melee attack while you're unconscious. That provokes penalties.
No, that's a good... I appreciate the tone, and that's a good point. It probably should say when you would drop to 0 hit points before you do...
Yeah, like before you drop to 0 hit points as a result of something.
Let me ask you an unrelated question for a second. How many like go-to voices do you have for like your videos and stuff, and how comfortable are you in those voices?
I have a few voices. The nerd emoji voice I can do at a whim incredibly easily. And then I have a higher pitched voice that I do for more feminine voices, I guess.
Yeah.
That I increase the pitch by like 0.5% because I can get it pretty high already like on its own. But that slight pitch increase really gets it where it needs to be. Then I guess I have a demon voice. Like, this is a demon voice. But then you add like some reverb and lower the pitch just like a tad.
Yeah.
It's nice that I can get in those ranges and then like with a little bit of tweaking really make them good. But yeah. It makes the D&D stories easier, but I don't usually whip them out.
You just pulled that one out so fast and smooth. People in the chat were responding to it, so I had to ask. Thank you for the super chat, Ethan. Also, somebody said if you were hit for 20 hit points and if you were hit for 20 damage and you regain 15, it heals you above 0. You're still dead. In D&D, there are no negative hit points. So if you have... Doesn't matter how much damage is dealt to you. If it takes you to 0, there is no into the negative. The only time that into the negative matters at all is if a single attack would make it so the negative was equal to your maximum hit points. So if your maximum hit points are 30 and you get hit for 60 damage, so it would take you to negative 30, then you just die. That's the only time that matters.
The rules lawyer has another question for you, Cinder. The nerd emoji speaks once again.
Yeah.
Cinder, for insatiable strike, what happens if you take enough damage that kills you outright?
I would probably let them still try to do this feature. But yeah, I think that just comes down to the reaction needs to happen before the damage happens.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then that added extra health potentially could stop you from being killed outright at that point. But yeah,
That's true.
interesting.
Yep. All right, so that's that. All right, Ravenous Aura, 7th level. At 7th level, otherworldly hunger radiates out from you in a 10-foot aura, driving your allies forward. When you and creatures of your choice within the aura reduce a creature to 0 hit points with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to move up to half your speed and make a melee weapon attack. So basically, if you or any of your friends standing around you kill something, you can use your reaction to rocket forward and attack something.
Neat.
And then 15th level, that's when we get into... So 15th level is based off of the Flind/Yinagu flail feature.
Yes.
Beginning,
Yes.
beginning at 15th level, your strikes are blessed with Abyssal Rage. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon, you can add one of the following effects. So it's not all 3, it's just one, and you pick which one each attack. So if you're making 2 attacks, each round, you could do a different one. So either the attack deals an extra 1d10 force damage, or the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or immediately use its reaction to make a melee attack against a random creature other than you within its range. Or the target must succeed on a constitution saving throw or have disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes before the start of your next turn.
All right.
Yeah.
So we got the first one, which is an overall great one. You're probably going to use that one the most. Second one might get obnoxious if you have another melee buddy around you. Or it could be a little messy considering that Yinagu's aura has teammates nearby usually, which means that there's a good chance that there will be other creatures that could be hit by the second feature that you don't want to be hit. You're only popping the second one when they're going to hit another enemy.
Yeah.
You're never popping it any other time.
Or
It's
if
even
you're
a
a true
smidge
follower
a
of
chance.
Yinagu, maybe you don't give a fuck. You're just like, burn it down. We're all
The
killing and
player-
eating.
The player has too much control over this. They're going to wane their devotion. They're never going to use it unless it's guaranteed to have that enemy hit another enemy. But yeah, the third one though, let me see. So basically poisons for a turn.
Yes, but it bypasses creatures with the resistance or immunity to poison.
Nice.
It's almost like
Also-
almost imagining like a demonic bane put upon you.
Yeah. Also, poison I think only works on ability checks. This is for saves. Which makes it significantly better because you almost never see anyone rolling ability checks during combat unless the DM has like some special rules for that. It's almost always saving throws during combat. So, which makes it significantly more useful to combo that with spellcasters or mostly just spellcasters. I don't think many marshals do saving throw stuff. Yeah, works well.
Wait a minute. Blaine, talk for a second. Guys, I'm changing the volume. Can you hear Blaine clearly? People were saying you were quiet.
Hello.
Jesus, don't embarrass me. I didn't know. Listen, if people sing well at me, I don't know how to respond to it. All right, people are saying it's better. Okay, cool. I made you louder. I guess you were too quiet before.
Thank
I
you.
apologize.
How dare you talk over me?
It's my show. It's my show. Okay, now let's get to the 20th level feature, the avatar mode. As an action, basically, at 20th level, you rend your form into one of Yinagu's true envoy. As an action, you gain the following benefits for 1 minute. This first one has a typo in it. It's supposed to say once per turn.
Grammar error.
Yeah.
Your entire statement is nullified now.
Yeah. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a melee attack, you gain 20 temporary hit points.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. When you kill a creature, 1d4 gnolls erupt out of its corpse. They immediately, you like that? They immediately act after you in combat and treat you as an ally. You're not in control of them, but they see you as an ally. And you can use your Yinagu's Claw feature anytime you hit, as opposed to just once per turn. So that 15th level feature you can be popping off multiple times. And when I first made this, the biggest feedback I got on this thing was that people did not like the summoning of gnolls because they thought that because there's no time limit on it.
I was gonna say that, like, that's gonna be a pain in the neck. It's so funny and cool, but summoning sucks normally. No one wants to keep track of that.
So I agree that no one wants to keep track of it. I think that
the only person who'd do that is Pack Tactics, if you know him. Pack Tactics is the only person I know who would allow this, would allow a feature like that as his table, completely knowing what it's going to do.
Somebody
loves his summons.
Somebody says, do the gnolls just completely decimate the corpse? Yeah, so that's how gnolls reproduce. Basically, this is how gnolls reproduce. They explode out of dead bodies, which is why I made that feature. Yeah, most of my logic behind it is if you're playing gnolls true to gnolls, where they're true like demons of chaos and hunting and eating, they're gonna leave after the fight. Like they're not sticking around. They're just gonna go off and kill stuff. Like so it's sort of like almost like it's temporary based on the fact that that you have no control over these true chaotic evil creatures. But I could see how it could be struggling to deal with.
The summoning thing is also, okay, so we're all under the assumption that although the gnolls treat you as an ally and take their turn after you, they are not under your control in any capacity, which means the gnolls, their personalities, their traits, their gimmicks, what they do during combat, what they do for the entire duration of the minute at any given point in time, whether or not they help you or not, how they're feeling at any given point in time, whether or not they need to like go for like a bathroom break and just leave the battle entirely. That is all up to the dungeon master, which is why a lot of the new summoning spells that have come out as of late have had very precise and specific wordings added to them to ensure that both the player and DM know exactly who's controlling the monster and how they feel while they're around. The amount of open-endedness with this feature would definitely scare me as a dungeon master, and I'd probably need it to be reworded if I were to allow it at a table of mine.
For sure. The other thing that I'll say is they don't go away after the minute. They're just around permanently.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Which I like, but I also understand why people wouldn't like. Also.
Oh, yeah. Also, I could probably just kill a CR0 rat like 1,000 times and summon like infinite gnolls.
Or just keep killing the gnolls that you summon.
And then kill more gnolls.
Yeah.
You could amass an infinite army of gnolls in a single minute.
You know what? You'd still have to take those attack actions and drop them to 0 hit points. So it might not be infinite.
Okay.
But
you
could probably get like 20. You could probably make like between 20 and 30 gnolls if that's what you're focused on doing. Yeah. Cinder,
you underestimate the D&D optimization community. They will find a way to create infinite gnolls, and there's nothing you can do about it.
So then let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you an honest question here, Blaine. At 20th level, does that matter?
Yes.
You think so?
Action economy.
But you're not controlling them. What
are they gonna do?
Whatever they want.
Something,
right? They're gonna do whatever they want.
What's the most probable thing that a gnoll is going to do when it appears? Like, in the most general area.
Attack everything that's not a gnoll.
Okay. So...
and eat it.
It's going to attack the party, and it's going to attack the enemies.
Yeah.
And the party already knows what's going to happen ahead of time, which means they're going to plan around this, and the gnolls are going to attack the enemies instead.
Yeah.
It's like, no one's casting Summon Demon under the pretense that they're doing it to hurt themselves. There's always a plan. So they're summoning infinite gnolls to kill the enemy, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And then the party, from the sidelines, are going to create walls of force to herd them towards the enemy.
Now, here's what I'll say. I agree, But I think if we look at the Knoll stat block for the tiniest of seconds, you'll notice that they don't have multi-attack. They have 22 hit points. They have a +4 to hit. The most damage they do is either 1d8 plus 2. And it's not magical, and it's a +4 to hit. I think, and again, we don't need to be on the same page here. That's fine. But I do sort of stick to my guns with the Knoll thing because I genuinely think that it will not matter. Like if you're fighting, gods and demons,
you can't hold 100 +1 daggers on your character and give them to the Knolls as they spawn.
You can, but you don't know. But like I said, like they might want to do their own thing. They might not want them.
Are they not smart enough to accept the +1 dagger from me, Cinder?
No, they're probably smart enough. It really depends.
Welcome.
6
Take
intelligence.
your dagger, have some fun. It's a weapon, you shiny weapon. It's very useful, very strong.
If I was an avatar of Yinagu, I would want to be able to summon some Knolls. Maybe it's too many Knolls, but there we go. So here's my Paladin of Yinagu, which I made a couple months ago, I think.
Definitely fun. The last feature is absolutely hilarious.
I just look at 20th level features and don't really care. Like I just want them to be awesome. I don't think they need to be. They are the things that in general. This is not something that this is actually something I believe for any homebrew is that the most important features to be balanced are the early level features, and the least important features to be balanced are the late level features. Because the early level features are going to be using the whole campaign. The late level features you might just use like 3 times ever. You know,
maybe in a one shot, something like that. Yeah.
All right, there's some
Fun
homebrew.
stuff.
You think we should open it up and look at some community brew? You down to hang out for a little bit and do some community brewing?
Let's go ahead and pop some of those open. See what the.
Oh, there's another thing I didn't show you. Here's a monster I made recently that I'm very proud of. Finger puppet. Well, let's get out of here. Out of here. Okay. So,
I presume we could. I know that you got a lot more community things sent in than you usually do. I don't know if because of that you'd go faster than normal, or if you'd save some of them for later.
You know, if I was a kinder and more gentler man, I might save some of them for later, but people got to resubmit because, to be honest, I'm not going to go through an Excel sheet of 129 names and figure out who did and who didn't. I just don't have that. I'm not, the technology isn't there yet.
Completely fair.
All right, so actually we have two wheels we're going to spin from. This wheel, which is the main wheel. We have 129 entries this week, which is nuts. And then I have another wheel, which is exclusive to people that are on my Patreon, or if you are a member, like people can, if you're on YouTube, you can now like join my thing and like pay me money, and it gets you like special emotes and whatever. But if you are a member at the second tier, you also get access to this wheel. And that wheel, if people are like, I don't know if I'm gonna get a piece, and that wheel only has 4 people. So we're going to spin a little bit of both. So we're going to do a little bit of this wheel and a little bit of this wheel. And if you're like, man, I want to be on this wheel, check out my Patreon or join me as a member.
One wheel has you one wheel has you with a much higher chance at getting your stuff reviewed, surprisingly. There's almost a 25% chance. It's actually readable percentages of odds.
Yeah, and if it ever becomes a point where I have too many people for that other wheel, which I don't think will happen, but if it does, it'll just turn into me doing separate streams just for that one. But that's enough jibber jabber. Let's spin the wheel. This is the most exciting part, when everyone gets excited and nervous.
It's not you! Better luck next time.
Redstone A27.
That's a Minecraft reference, Cinder.
Well, I will never understand it. Let's see what they said. I'm going to be adamantly not understanding Minecraft. That's just going to be like my...
Considering redstone is the most mechanically complex part of Minecraft, this must be a very well thought out and complex brew.
Let's see. They left a note. I always give them the option to leave a note to sort of set us in place. This person said, this is... Well, what did you say? Somebody super chatted. Thanks for the super chat. What if I submitted an entry earlier this week, but just became a tier 2 member? Well, then you will be able to put one in for the new one for next week. I hope that's okay with you. Let's see. Redstone. This is my first homebrew subclass I've submitted, as well as
Oh no.
the first one I've made. Well, I'm so excited, but dude, you didn't. Okay, so in the submission guideline, I make it as clear as possible. You got to make it so I can read the document. Because look, I can't
Wait,
access
is it not
it.
shared?
You can't access it. So Redstone, I'm sorry,
Redstone,
man.
we had so much faith in you.
Yeah,
You have to change your name now to like Glowstone now, the lesser stone.
Yeah, Redstone. I'm sorry. All right, we're gonna do another. We're gonna do another one of the big wheel, and then we're gonna switch to the. We're gonna do back and forth between the wheels, but that spin doesn't count for the big wheel, so we're gonna do another one.
Better luck next time. Who's up next? It's certainly not you.
You know, it's so funny. People were like making all these suggestions of like, you should make sure, you don't want this to happen. There should be all these. I have put these rules 17 different places in my Discord, on the forums. It doesn't matter. It just happens. Okay. This homebrew is for a set of Eladrin subclasses with my campaign setting. Excuse me. They are defined not by a season, but by a wild spell that they live inside. These options would replace the normal season's options for the Fey Step ability. Interesting. So, this is... So normally, are you familiar with the Eladrin, Blaine?
I think I've specifically avoided all knowledge of Eladrin because it felt too new and I was scared.
Okay, so basically, in the nutshell, they are elves that get this special feature called Fey Step. And it allows you to do this 30-foot teleport that does something else. So it might charm people, it might frighten people, it might let you take someone with you. And I believe you can do that ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So that's sort of what we're balancing that up against. All right, let's see. When you reach 3rd level, can everybody see everything? Yeah, okay. When you reach 3rd level, I'll also do this. Chat, if you want to follow along, there's the link. Thank you, Restream. When you reach 3rd level, your Phase Step power gains an additional effect based on your home spell school. If the effect requires a saving throw, it's DC 8 plus proficiency bonus. You choose what it is. Okay, fine. Enchantment. As you use your spell-warped soul ability, you call upon the magic of your home spell to bewitch the minds of your enemies. Choose one of the following effects. Up to 2 creatures you can see within 10 feet of the space you teleport must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be affected by the spell command, with the command being the same for both targets. Or up to 2 creatures of your choice within 10 feet of the space you teleport to that you can see have disadvantage on the next wisdom saving throw made to resist a spell from the enchantment school cast before the end of your next turn.
You didn't stop for a while. I'm looking through now. Were there a correct number of periods?
No, this could definitely be broken up. In fact, I would also say that I almost don't want you to pick between 2 features here. I think it should just be one of these 2 things. I don't think it should be one or the other. One of the things that is really important when you're balancing D&D is there is power, which is like a thing is strong or not, but options is power. So as soon as you allow a player to choose between a variety of things, that becomes stronger just by the merit of they are making choices that they can make.
That's why spellcasters are so strong in D&D, because they just have more options.
Yeah. So you could probably break this up. I was going to say, if you are going to keep the effects, bullet point it. So the first effect should be a bullet point. The second effect should be a bullet point. Yeah. I don't understand why we're getting to pick one or the. I would just pick which one you think is cooler. I would probably make it command. Because I think that's more fun. And I think if you did the wisdom saving throw thing, you could actually make it an area effect around you, like all creatures within 5 feet. I don't think you would need to just limit it to 2 creatures if you did the wisdom saving throw resistance thing.
Actually, wait. Did they mention that this was connected as like an Eladrin sub-race. Is that what they mentioned?
It's like an alternative to the Eladrin. So normally the I call them the Eladrin because I have bad grammar pronunciation. But normally they all get this thing where they can bonus action teleport and then something happens. So these are just different things that happen with that bonus action teleport. So it's like a bonus action teleport, you command some creatures. Bonus action
And they
teleport,
don't have any other spells, correct? Like,
no. And they can do that a number of times equal to their proficiency bonus.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was just trying to make sure that the whole int whiz or charisma thing at the beginning made sense. If anything, I'm a little worried that you don't just outright choose a saving throw. Like it's open ended,
Mhm.
and usually it's only species or races in D&D. Don't let it be that open ended. Essentially, like they pick a spellcasting modifier and they go with it, and only feats allow you to choose the modifier.
Yeah, I'm wondering why they did that.
Yeah, like what bonus does?
Oh, you know why?
Eladrin get?
I see why they did that, because that is how it's written in the Eladrin. You pick.
Do they get that normally?
Yeah, when you reach third
So-
level, you pick intelligence,
Gotcha.
wisdom, or charisma.
In which case, I suppose they wouldn't need it on their document because it's already mentioned in the base phase step.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Noted.
Yeah. All right. I think it's fine. I don't like the choices here. I would say you're already getting choices by picking all of these. You don't need to give you double options inside it, and the other ones don't give double options inside it. Let's check another one. Illusion. As you use your spell warped ability, spell warped soul ability, those around you catch a glimpse of the illusory world of your home. Choose one of the following effects. Again, if you're choosing, give me those bullet points, dude. Up to 3, and then also, like, each effect should be a full sentence. Capital up. Up to 3 creatures of your choice that you can see within 10 feet. Within 10 feet of the space you teleport to. Must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become charmed by you for 1 minute. Or up to 2 creatures that you can see within 10 feet of the space you teleport from must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be frightened of you for the next minute. I feel like that's just stronger than the regular Eladrin, isn't it?
It's mentioning charm there.
Yeah, the regular Eladrin charms.
Charm is quite powerful.
This is just stronger than the regular Eladrin. The regular Eladrin Autumn can charm up to 2 creatures instead of 4 or 3, and can frighten up to 1 creature. So I don't know if that's your goal, but if your goal is to make a stronger version of the Eladrin, you are accomplishing that. But yeah, this feels very similar to what Eladrin already have, just stronger. Necromancy. As you use your spell warped soul ability, the necromantic energy of your home spell floods out from you. Choose one of the following effects. All creatures of your choice within a 10-foot space of you teleport. The space that you teleport. You got to figure out how to. The wording of this is so gobbly in my brain. All creatures of your choice within 10 feet of the space you teleport to that you can see take necrotic damage equal to your proficiency bonus, or all creatures of your choice within the same nonsense, gain temporary hit points equal to your proficiency bonus. I like that one. I think that one's cool. I'm into that one.
You know what's funny? A lot of people in my homebrew testing groups are usually irked by the concept of instant effects that you cannot do anything about, which is funny. I like them. Some of my favorite spells in D&D are things like magic missile, right? Other people don't like it as much. I just thought it was something to note. So
Yeah.
it's a very iffy type of feature that some people will like and some people don't. It feels like there's some disparity into the middle ground for features like that.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I like stuff that just happens sometimes. I don't think it's all the time that goes on, but when it does, I think it's usually fine. And damage equal to your proficiency bonus is nothing. That's nothing. It's going to be between 2 and 6. It's fine. I like the necromancy one a lot. I think the necromancy one is solid. Let's read the last one. Transmutation. As you use your spell warped soul ability, you call upon the transmutative magic of your home spell to make reality around you more malleable. Choose one of the following. Again, bullet points, friend. Bullet points. Up to 3 creatures of your choice within 10 feet of the space you teleport to that you can see are affected by your choice of Expeditious Retreat, Featherfall, Jump, or Long Strider. Too many choices. This is just too many options. You're giving us too many options.
I don't want to go and find all these spells in my player's handbook.
Yeah,
what am I doing?
You're also just giving this character all of these spells, essentially. It's just too many options. Each target gains some visible alterations, such as feathers or rabbit legs. I like that quite a bit, which symbolize the spell but have no other mechanical effects. Or you cast Alter Self on yourself as you teleport. You still have to maintain concentration. This is just too many options. You got to pick one. Pick one. I think Expeditious Retreat is fine. I think Altered Self makes sense. Transmutation is usually changing one thing into something else, so I feel like that fits the vibe.
Or, if you really want to, then this could be a character creation specific spell, and you choose one that you get for the entirety of this character's runtime.
Oh, I like that idea quite a bit.
It's bulky at the start, but only because it's giving you the option.
Yeah, so when you get to 3rd level and gain access to this feature, you pick one of these spells to always have as an effect when you use your teleport. That could work really well. Cool. Okay. I think that this is a noble pursuit. I think overall you are a little bit overpowering in some places and giving a little bit too many options in some places, but I also think that the vibe feels good. Blaine, any final thoughts before we kick this one to the curb?
I'm not entirely all well grasped on the exact balance of it all, because it's so there's so much here for just the race that you've lost me, which is a problem, because D&D 5e Homebrew should not lose the reader. D&D 5e Homebrew should always grab you by the throat and choke you to death with how easy it is to understand. This is definitely on the, like, if you're trying to make this with the idea like, oh, it can go into an official book soon one day, Wizards of the Coast should hire me, there'd be a lot that would need to be fixed up with this to get it in line with the official stuff. But for the most part, it's probably just the wordings and tightening the options, in my opinion.
Word. Cool. Well, thank you very much, Samwise.
Neat stuff.
All right, we're going to go to the
What
other
else we
wheel.
got?
We're going to do the other wheel for a minute.
Who's it gonna be?
I don't know.
25% chance it's you.
We'll see.
Unless you're not a patron, then it's a 0% chance.
Joe.
This is the patron wheel, right?
This is it is both the wheel for Patreon or people that are members on YouTube for the 2nd tier, which is a new thing, which is why I did not know how that worked initially.
Gotcha.
All right,
In which case, everyone should subscribe to the memberships right now so that this wheel becomes 10,000% bigger, and then you get another even more exclusive wheel for a higher tier, and then it keeps on going forever.
It's a flawed system, but it works for now. This is Joe. Joe says, this is a subclass for fighter. Even though I'm not a big fan of fighters, I wanted to try something different. I'm not new to homebrewing. However, I never had proper advice or criticism without it being shut down completely. All right, let's take a look.
Well, I think just by reading that, it's probably not very good homebrew, and I don't think you should ever make more homebrew.
Oh my God, this is what we're gonna do. You're gonna be Mr. Bad Guy immediately. All right, I accept. Okay, the Vile Blade. Ooh, it looks like it's a quartercaster. Okay. Vile Blades are formidable warriors that have turned to black magic to bolster their skills. Using a combination of soul and blood magic, they forge a weapon suited to them from the very essence of their being. Very few vile blade. I'm gonna burp soon. Very few vile blade. There we go. Very few vile blades survive the trials of combat, as they draw magic from their own flowing blood. Because of this, you could put some periods. This can be in a whole new sentence. Look, instead of saying because of this, what about this? What if you just end the sentence at the word blood? You completely drop because of this, and then you just start the sentence with those. I bet it sounds better.
Or you
Those
can
two.
just end the homebrew there. See, you've already failed.
Better
Well, luck next time.
I do think that I'm going to at some point do a stream review where if I see grammatical mistakes, I just stop reading it. I think that would be a lot of fun. Very few, okay. Those too frail or weak to wield such a twisting form of magic die, while the strong become a force of reckoning. Yeah, this is, you know what this is? This is pretty solid flavor text muddled down by run-on sentences. If you broke this bad boy up into smaller sentences, oof, magoof, you'd be there. You'd be there. Okay. Now, it's a quarter caster. Now, I'll tell you, I immediately see something that makes me go, oh boy, there's a lot going on here. I see all the quarter casting, but then I see this other poll for blood pool. So you are getting a resource that you get a lot of, and you're a quarter caster. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. Generally, if you're a quarter caster, that's like most of your stat block. That's most of your...
Well, we don't know what blood pool is really pooling into, so it could very well just be a mediocre like gimmick trait that adds on to like a melee attack or whatever. So
$10 says it's not.
I mean, I would probably bet that too. It's not, but...
All right, let's see.
We'll have to see.
Did I post this in the chat? I think I did. If I didn't, here it is. If anybody wants to take a look, boop, there you go. When you reach 3rd level, you augment your martial prowess with the ability to cast spells. You learn 2 cantrips from the wizard spell list. You learn an additional wizard cantrip of your choice at 10th level. Okay, fine. That's all good. Let's see.
So yeah, basically just a little wizard.
It's Eldritch Knight vibe. Are we limiting spell schools? You need to limit spell schools if you're doing this. You are. Okay, so you're limited to the necromancy and evocation spell list of the wizard. Okay, I think that's fine. I think all of this is just explaining spell casting. So I don't think we need to read it. Yes, it is. Okay, so we're just going to skip right past that. And then we have our spell casting is based on Constitution. That is really strong on a fighter. Know
what I love? I love Constitution-based spellcasting modifiers, and no one does it enough. It is strong. I understand that. Everyone goes for their con, but I think it's just cool. I
think it's cool too. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it, but I do think that by making Constitution this class's spellcasting focus, that is immediately making it more powerful already than like an Eldritch Knight, for example, or something like that, where you need to also have a little bit of intelligence. Not necessarily bad, but I would say that that would be something to be like, okay, I'm making this spellcasting a little stronger. I got to tone everything else back a little bit.
Now, why would you say that con spellcasting mod is strong?
Because as a martial class, your hit points matter quite a bit, and something like an Eldritch Knight, they're going to want strong dex or strength. They're going to want decent con, but then they're also going to need decent intelligence. This one does not need to worry about another stat. Say that again?
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
Paladin that goes into Pact of the Blade, which makes it so that all their attacks can swing with charisma.
Mm-hmm.
And that is official.
Yes.
So, and a lot of people would claim that that is the go-to Paladin build, in a sense.
It's pretty strong.
Because it makes it so you fundamentally don't even need strength or dexterity to flail your weapon. You just use charisma. So essentially, charisma and con are your go-tos. And for this one, it would be strength and con. So same sort of thing, with the only problem there being you don't need to multi-class. So personally, I think it's fine, but that's just me.
I think it's mostly fine. I just think it's important to think about from the perspective of balance. But I also am a big fan of letting Constitution be the thing that is used for saving throws for abilities on martial classes, because I do not like having to... I feel like martial classes need all the love they can get. Let's see what Soul Forged Weapon does. At 3rd level, you learn a ritual that allows you to create a sentient weapon. You perform the ritual over the course of 1 hour. During the ritual, you have to sacrifice 10 of your maximum hit points and cast a single flaw as a part of your soul into the weapon. I don't know what that means.
Wait, hold up.
What is a single flaw?
Flaws into your weapon?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I get the 10 hit points. So your hit point maximum reduces by 10.
You remove a flaw from your character sheet and put it into your.
I think that's actually what it means, but I don't know how I would express that. It's odd. Okay. While the weapon exists, your hit points are permanently reduced until the weapon is destroyed. The ritual completes when you touch the weapon. The sentient soul-forged weapon takes on the following traits. Okay, so this is like an alternative bonded weapon. Eldritch Knights get bonded weapon at 3rd level. This is like an alternative version of that. It's a magic weapon. It has telepathy. Oh, because it's like alive. It has telepathy with you. Up to 30 feet. Understands and speaks your language. You can also see up to 60 feet through the sword if you are within 30 feet of it. There's probably a cleaner way to write that. I think you could just say you can communicate telepathically with it while it's within 30 feet of you. In addition, it has, dark vision to a range of 60 feet. Actually, here's what I would say. I would say it has dark vision to a range of 60 feet, and while it's within 30 feet of you, you can communicate with it telepathically, and you can see through it as if you were standing in its place. Put them together. The weapon has a stat block. Okay.
A lot of sentient weapons do have mental ability scores.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Okay, let's see. It has a stat block of a tiny animated object, except it can't move, and has a personality built off of your flaw.
What's
it uses
the
your
tiny
intelligence.
Animated objects. Wait, is that an actual thing?
I don't know.
Animated objects. A tiny one. All right, so tiny animated object has an AC of 18, 20 hit points, and 30 speed. So basically, you're giving this weapon, hit points, which means that during combat, people can attack it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's their intention or not. If that's their intention, that's interesting. It uses your mental stats, and it also can be the focus for spellcasting. Yeah, I don't. And also, wait, can it move, or did you say it can't move? It can't move.
Wait, does it specifically say it can't move?
Yeah, this one says it can't move. I almost want to ask why you would make it a stat block if it can't move.
Because the animated object stat block mentions that it can fly if it lacks legs or appendages. It's really messy. There's a lot of different places you're going to get this information, which is a little worrying off the bat. I see what you're going for, but I think it could be a lot more simplified.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to make it an animated stat block at all. I think this could just be flavor about it being alive, and you have because since it can't fly, then what's the point? Unless the point is because you want people to be able to attack it. Like, if it's an animated object, that means that if you are in a fireball, it is also making saves against that fireball and will take damage from that fireball.
Yeah.
And I
can also apparently do slam attacks.
Yeah, this doesn't specify anything about it being able to take actions or what actions it could take. I don't know.
That's because of the animated object creature stat block.
No, I know. That's why I'm not sure why we're using the animated object creature stat block. I don't think you need it.
That means it rolls initiative.
Yeah. I don't think it needs to be a stat block. All right.
A little wild. All right.
Strange feature. I'm not against it. I just don't understand what the point is, because it makes you have a magical weapon that you can put on the ground and then walk away from and talk to and see through, but not from that far. So it's not super helpful in that regard. It seems like making a stat block just makes it have a lot of weaknesses. So I would probably drop that and maybe even give it something else. I feel like it's not this is not as strong as bonded weapon. At 18th level,
there's a lot of hindrances that D&D as a system will punish for it being built in this way.
Yeah. It's interesting though. I kind of want it to be like a thing that can fly around and be your friend. At 18th level, while holding the soul forged weapon, you can cast a spell with the range of touch or self that requires a melee spell attack. You can use the soul forged weapon's attack in place of the melee spell attack. The spell adds the weapon's damage, but not the modifiers to the total damage rolls. What? Your attack is always going to be better than a tiny animated object. I think. Unless you got really shitty
Soulforged
stacks.
weapons attack is a +8, so I'm assuming you're using that.
Yeah, I guess that's good. I would write this out more clearly. I'm not exactly sure what the point of this is.
And I think the animated object uses Dex as its modifier, which means it can be negatively affected by effects that lower your dexterity, I guess. Which means then it would lower your weapon attack, which means then it's lowering your dex. Oh yeah, if the thing can't move, how does it have a dex of +4?
Well, I think that this feature makes a lot more sense if it can move, because then you could be flying it around, casting spells on your behalf, sort of like a familiar. And I think the way that it's written is when you're casting a spell with the Soulforged weapon, it's like a smite, like it's attacking and it's dealing damage with the attack and then proccing the spell is kind of the way that I'm reading this. And I think that that's really cool. But again, if the Soulforged weapon can't really move on its own, I struggle with, I think there's other ways to write that. But that's a neat idea. I do like the idea of it flying around and be able to strike things and cast spells on them. That's cool.
Oh, yeah, making it so you can... Yeah, that entire concept is pretty cool. Having something that you can just siphon your touch spells through.
Yeah, it's interesting, but again, I feel like I don't see the purpose yet. Let's keep going. Sanguine transfusion. Okay, here's where the blood points come in. Beginning at 7th level, you gain the ability to use your blood as a magical component. As an action on your turn, you can use a sharp object or your soul-forged weapon to damage yourself up to your blood pool chart shown in spellcasting table. Okay, so that's where like the 6... So you can do up to 6 damage to yourself, and then you can do up to 20 damage to yourself later. You then feed the blood into your soul-forged weapon. The weapon converts the amount of blood into a spell slot of the appropriate level for the health spent.
You're a sorcerer. You're a sorcerer.
Yeah, like a blood sorcerer. Spell slots made this way can only be used for casting spells. Okay.
All right. I gotta say it right now. This is fundamentally broken and instantaneously. I'm very sorry to say that. There are a lot of ways to buff healing, and I'm certain there's a way in D&D to make it so that you can heal more than you are converting to spell slots. Good berry plus Disciple of Life Cleric, and you're making more spell slots than you're losing in blood.
All right. Wait. Somebody said read the next part. Let's read the next part first.
Let's see it.
But that is a good point.
What is it? I brought that up. Let's see if it holds up.
Okay, but let's keep saying. Spell slots made this way can only be used for casting spells, not class features unless otherwise specified. Okay. Your blood pool is refreshed on a long rest. When you learn a spell, you can learn a spell from a spell slot level you make from the list below. What does that mean? When you learn a spell, you can learn a spell from a spell slot level you can make from the list below. What does that mean?
When you learn a spell, you can learn a spell from the spell slot level you can make from the list. Okay, wait, what? I need to read this multiple times.
I don't know what that means, but I do think your point is good. So, like, for example, if you spent 4 hit points, you could get a first level spell slot. Goodberry, a first level spell, can heal 10 hit points.
So you make 2 first level spell slots.
Yeah, out of 1, basically.
Even better, because Disciple of Life Cleric plus Druid makes each berry heal, 3? So that's 30 hit points on a first level spell. If you eat all 10 good berries, one at a time. 30 divided by 4? I can't do math on the top of my head. That's probably at least 10. Maybe 9? 8? It's still a lot of spell slots.
Oh, Zombie is saying that you can only sacrifice the amount of blood equal to... Okay, I see. Okay,
so there's a limit in that regard.
So if I'm at 7th level, I can only sacrifice 6 hit points between long rests, I think is what it's saying.
So you can only create 1 first level spell slot.
Or 1 second level spell slot is 6.
Ooh.
Okay. I'm wondering. I'm not opposed to the idea at all from like the perspective of this twisted version of an Eldritch Knight that can sacrifice their life to enhance their magic or to get more spell slots. I actually think that's interesting, but I do worry about this system. I feel like this system is too complicated.
There's an easier way to do it, and that is through taking max HP.
So that
And making it so that you can't max HP. So you reduce your max HP until like the end of your next long rest, essentially, instead of hurting yourself with normal health.
That's not
and then
bad.
Just say because there are spells in D&D that can revert max HP losses, that it can't be reversed and can only be reversed through long rest. And then
That's
you can do that.
not bad. Yeah, Joe, that might be the move. Turn this into a continued maximum HP loss. It also kind of ties back into the soul forged weapon, which is doing that thing as well.
And that would, in theory, make it so that the meta would be that you only use this when you're actually missing hit points, and then you just like reduce the health that's no longer there. Like, it'd be a really poor choice to do max health related sacrifices when you still have the health in those in the maximum, you know?
That's true.
So let's
That's
say you
really
take 20
cool.
damage and then you use it to convert.
Yeah, that's really cool. Because then it kind of encourages you to like be injured. Oh, I like that a lot. That might be the move, dude. Joe, that might be the move. See, Blaine, this is why you are here. You're bringing in that insight, that knowledge.
I've done this kind of stuff before. People pointed that out, and I've walked the walk already. So hopefully that helps. I think some people in chat noticed as well. I saw someone bring it up before I got to it.
Joe said the part where it states when you learn spells, if you read the chart, you can see the slot level. I'm going to be honest, Joe. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure what that is in reference to.
It's somewhere here.
But I also think that there is an element of confusion that is here that has to do with how many different charts there are and how many different things there are going on. Like, we've got the spellcasting chart, we've got the blood pool points, but then we have this other chart down here. You need to figure out how to not have basically 2.5 tables in a subclass because there's too many things and it's unclear what things are being made reference to. Like this sentence, when you learn a spell, you can learn a spell from a spell slot level you can make from the list below. I'm just moving past that feature because I genuinely am confused by it in a way where I'm like, there's too much going on. I guess you mean that if I can spend 12 hit points, I can learn a 4th level spell. Is that what that means? I guess. But again, I feel like we don't need that. If that's what that means, I would just drop it. I don't think that's a feature that we need, and I don't understand exactly the goal of it. Okay, let's look at the 10th level feature, Crimson Weapon. At 10th level, your Soul Forged Weapon magic improves. Your Soul Forged Weapon gets a bonus to attack and damage rolls equal to half your proficiency bonus. I don't like that. If it doesn't already have a bonus or the weapon bonus is lower. Okay, that balances that out a little bit. During a long rest, you can expend 10 of your maximum hit points to infuse your weapon with one trait, which lasts until you take a long rest, regaining lost maximum hit points. So basically, you're going to be down 20 maximum hit points to have both the weapon and one of these features active, which is not nothing. Living Blood. When you make an attack, when you make a weapon attack with your soul-forged weapon, you can use your bonus action to cause blood spikes to erupt from the target. That's cool. They make a Constitution saving throw, taking 1d8 piercing damage, and having... There's an H. Got to put an L in the middle of that word. Halving their speed. Having their speed... Oh, no, I misread that.
Having their speed.
I assumed you were halving their speed. Ignore that. Having their speed reduced to 0 until the end of your next turn on a failed save. On a success, they take half as much damage. The damage dealt is considered magical. I think that I would probably not reduce their damage to 0. That's a lot. if you can just do that on every attack. Oh, I guess you can. It's a bonus action. Okay, let's see what the other ones are. Metallic Bane. Your soul
Wait,
forge.
hold up. You
Yep.
can do this for Living Blood as well. Remove the last sentence. The damage dealt is considered magical. And just say, right at the beginning, you cause magical blood spikes to erupt from the target. Easy.
Yeah.
It's magical. There.
Good
You remove
call.
the whole sentence for
Good
one
call.
word.
Yes. Metallic Bane. Your soul-forged weapon is considered silvered when you hit a creature. You can add an additional damage dice to the roll against specific creature types. Undead and fiends take an additional 1d6 radiant damage. Humanoids and beasts take an additional 1d6 poison damage. Monstrosities and plants take an additional 1d6 necrotic damage. I like the vibe of that quite a bit. It feels overly complicated in a way that I don't think is necessary, but I understand what you're going for, which is the feeling that like it is becoming the thing that these creatures are in theory or potentially a little bit weaker to. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I'm into that. Yeah, I like that feature. You say?
Silvered weapons.
So
All right, so this is specifically referring to werewolves.
And vampires, I think.
I don't think vampires are affected by silver.
Just the lichens?
I think it's just lycanthrope, but I can check. Lycanthrope pickle. That'll never not be funny.
That's the best lycanthrope there are. I was drinking coffee earlier, and I finished it, and then I poured ginger ale into the same cup. And let me tell you, I made something weird. Larry
Okay,
Lightfoot says also
so-
certain devils.
Certain devils. All right. So werewolves are humanoid, which means they will take the additional D6 poison. All right. And since it's silvered, they won't be immune to it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I think it's
But
all right.
they are immune to the poison. Wait, no, they aren't. No, they take full poison. All right. I think that works.
I think it mostly works. The one thing that I'll say is the 1d6 radiant damage is much more effective against undead and fiends than poison is against humanoids or beasts, or necrotic is against monstrosities and plants. Like, there are plenty of monstrosities and plants that are immune to necrotic. There's plenty of humanoids and beasts that are immune to poison. So that is something to think about. Let's take a look at the last one. Thirst of Blood. When you hit a living creature, you can expend a spell slot to heal equal to the damage dealt plus 1d4. The healing dice increases by 1d4 for each spell level above first. I don't think this fits the vibe of this subclass, to be honest. I don't think you should be able to heal yourself at all. That's sort of like antithesis to this subclass, no? Isn't this like we're just like tormenting ourselves and getting monstrous and magical? I would probably drop this and come up with something different. I don't think there should be a healing thing here. That's my opinion.
Heal equal to the damage dealt plus a d4. That's just... Wait, is that a permanent feature?
So all of these are ones that you can activate. You can basically make permanent by a sacrifice of 10 hit points. Any one of these
Gotcha.
features lasts the whole day, basically.
So basically, if you wanted all three features, you'd sacrifice 30 health at the start of your day.
I think you can only have one at a time. The way
Where
that it's
would it say
written,
that?
the way that it's written, I'm assuming you can only have one at a time.
Oh,
I
with
would,
one trait, yeah.
yeah, I would not allow you to triple up on this. I feel like it would make. I feel like something else could fit better here. The other thing that I want to say is that the very first thing you get at level 10, where you get a bonus to attack and damage rolls equal to half your proficiency bonus, I think you drop that. I don't think you would do that feature. I think you just remove it. I think all of these are pretty strong. And I think that that's just extra. That I think is maybe pushing it a little bit.
You've gotten pretty far into a full class, Cinder, something that you specifically mentioned that was the hardest type of thing to review.
This isn't a class; it's a subclass.
This is a subclass?
Yeah, this is a fighter subclass.
Oh
Did you
my
not notice
word.
that,
I
Blaine?
thought this was a full class.
No, Blaine. This is a fighter subclass. That's why I'm being so
No
harsh.
wonder.
That's why I'm being so harsh.
I'm like, holy.
Yeah, this is all on top of a fighter.
Subclass for a fighter?
Yeah, this is all on top of a fighter.
Chunky fighter.
Yeah, I would drop that first part entirely. What you could do is you could use the same language that actually no, because you just pick which weapon is soulforged. So if you get a new magic weapon, you could just make it your soulforged weapon. So I think that's so just drop this. Just drop this. All right, let's take a look at 15th level. Also, you're missing a 17th level. Normally fighters go up to have a 17th level feature too. Hemomancy at 15th level, you can use your magic infused blood to lash out against enemies. Using a spell slot made by the Sanguine Transfusion feature, you can create one of the following magical effects. Heart attack. You can force a living creature you can see within 30 feet to make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, the creature is paralyzed for 1 minute and takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage. On a successful save, the creature is immune to the effect for 24 hours. A creature that's paralyzed can repeat its save at the start of each of their turns, taking damage again on each failed save. On a successful save, they are no longer paralyzed.
Shove a Burger King double junior Whopper into their mouth and paralyze them from the oil and grease clogging their arteries.
Yeah, that's basically what's going on here. Paralyzing is really strong to give to a fighter. I probably would not give them paralyzed. I would probably make it stunned, or even just incapacitated. Paralyzed makes every hit an automatic crit. So unfortunately, I think you got to work a little harder than just having this thing that you can just have be on. Because you could just use a spell slot. You could just do this 100 times. Or not 100 times, but, a handful of times. Blood spikes. You can use a weapon you are holding to grow sharp crystallized growths of blood. For the next minute, whenever you roll for damage with that weapon, you can add 3d4 piercing damage. The damage increases by 2d4 for each spell slot over the first. Okay. I actually, like...
Hey, you can say what you think about this, and then I'll bring up, like, a general thing that I've noticed.
All of these just feel quite strong. And I think that is okay, but in the context of a fighter, they are extra strong. In a way that is important to note. Like, we are already stacking extra damage on extra damage here in a way that I think could... we're basically in a situation where your weapon is getting bonuses and it's potentially dealing extra damage, and then here it's dealing extra damage again. I think that it almost feels like there's too much going in a singular direction or too much stacking on top of itself. Like, at level 15, I could basically make it for a minute. I can use my weapon, and that weapon, every time it hits, will deal an extra 1d6 plus potentially like 7d4 damage, like every hit. Like, that's not hard to do at 15th level, which is a lot. Like, you're gonna just, it's next level out damaging everything else. Do you want me to read the last one, or do you want to share thoughts first?
Here's the thing, like, from what I've noticed, we've gone through 2 brews so far, and I know myself. If there's one thing that I've noticed from a lot of fledgling brews, it's that I think people are scared of going too easy on their design. Like, this isn't enough. I need to write more. It needs an additional feature. It needs an additional option at this level. And I think people, for the most part, are trying to hit this number 3. Like, I need 3 bullet points for this feature. 3
Mm.
different varying effects. It tends to always be 3. And that's something that I've noticed. It's never just a single flexible feature. It's not like a either this feature activates or this other feature activates. It's usually always you can choose one of 3 things to occur, which I think ultimately bloats a lot of features and makes it so that each individual feature is less identifiable because it's doing so many things at once or has the capacity to do so many things.
Yeah, it makes it hard to focus. The other thing that I keep forgetting is this is also a quarter caster. So you're also just getting a bunch of spells, too. On top of
So
these features.
it loses its general focus, and I think a lot of the fledgling brewers out there tend to make that mistake of thinking that they need to hit that 3 bullet point mark. I think it's a really common thing that so many of them do. 3 bullet points. When in reality, it doesn't even need to be anywhere that near that. Take a look at a lot of the official stuff and you'll see that for the most part, it gives you an option like, hey, select this at the start of getting this class feature and this is what you have for the rest of time, or you just get this single ability.
Yeah.
Move on with your life.
I think that is incredibly good feedback, and it's also hard feedback to listen to because it does take a certain amount of either I don't care or confidence in the thing to feel like this is enough to stand on its own. I want to read the last feature here, but then I have a suggestion that I think will actually get this thing going in a really solid direction. Ichor Rupture. You can unleash impaling rods of twisting bone and flesh in a 15-foot cube centered on a space within 15 feet of you. Each creature must make a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC or take 2d6 piercing damage and become restrained until the end of your next turn. On a success, they take half as much and aren't restrained. The damage is considered magical. It does extra 2d6 for each spell slot above first level. Okay. There is a lot of, this kind of does something very similar to this. This feels like this stops one creature, this stops a handful of creatures. So I might suggest making one of these something radically different than just immobilizing creatures. But I'm going to throw an idea out there. Blaine, tell me if I'm crazy. I don't think this thing should be able to cast spells.
Huh.
I think you should totally drop the spell casting.
A spell from Ichor Rupture.
But
that last feature itself is basically a spell.
That's what I mean. All of these things are basic. Like if you don't base the resource economy on all of these, the resources are kind of based on spell slots. But you have this integrated system of sacrificing HP for spell slots. Why don't you just use the sacrificing HP as the resource for the abilities and just bypass the spells?
Complete sense.
I think that's the move, because then suddenly you go from a bloated subclass to a subclass where now you have a little bit of room to play around. Now, oh, maybe I could add something else at third level. Ooh, maybe I can make the weapon be able to fly around or things like that. That's what I would do if I were you. I would drop the spell casting, lean into the sacrificing HP for doing crazy shit, and describe it as, magical and blood related. That's what I would do. Those are my final thoughts.
Solid ideas.
Those are my final thoughts. Yeah.
Needs a polishing execution. Now that you know what the general meta for features like this tend to be, the homebrew scene has played around with concepts like this in the past, but you would never know that unless you were actively browsing other people's weird homebrew stuff. So hopefully we were able to bring it to your attention here.
Yeah, I think the idea of a fighter that sacrifices hit points to do blood magic is friggin' awesome. And my suggestion is lean into that. Don't let them be a normal caster. Normal casting is for book learning nerds. You're draining your life to do some darkness. A great place to skim homebrew is the Unearthed Arcana subreddit, and I only post stuff there if you're down for people to give you a really hard time, because everyone there's kind of a scumbag. But you can see some really interesting diversity of stuff there. No more thoughts on this. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much for sharing.
Yeah. I would show a subclass that I made which plays very similar to this one, but it's for a warlock that drains their health. But I don't want to take any more time away from the viewers' stuff, so let's get back into
That's
the
okay.
next one.
Joe, I saw that you were playing around with it, sort of being warlocky based, but I don't think that's the direction you should take. Thank you for sharing. Let's spin the big wheel.
Who's up next?
I don't know. This one, oh, it's glitching. There's too many gosh dang names on it. Slime. I'm pretty sure this is the guy that's friends with Ludwig.
Slime? The slime?
I'm just kidding. I don't think so. That would be weird though, wouldn't it?
Slime.
So I know I got a buddy who was reincarnated as one once. First brew I'm sharing with Cinder. The Knave is a battle master-esque fighter. Ooh, another fighter. Okay.
People love their fighters. You grow up playing them.
Dude, I love fighters too. Fighters are great.
Fighters have a place in everyone's heart.
I posted it in the chat if anyone wants to click it themselves. Let's see, the Knave. Knaves are better thought of as survivors more than actual fighters. Let's talk grammar for a second here. That sentence is not strong. And that sentence is not strong because you got like 4 extra words than you need there. Let me read you the sentence again, and then I'm going to read it how I think you could write it and make it a little better. And you guys can just decide if you agree or disagree. Knaves are better thought of as survivors more than actual fighters. Okay, that's one way to say it. What if you just said, knaves are survivors? Is that you losing anything there? I feel like it's just a stronger sentence. Right?
I think that they failed so poorly on this that they are now... They had their license to get their
so mean.
brew reviewed revoked.
No.
Now we move on. They failed.
No.
You.
No. I'm gonna do some of those streams, but not right now. Oh God.
Into the fire with your brew.
You're making me have to be
Young
kind.
Knave.
You're making me have to be kind. Jeez Louise. They are known to, but seriously, less words is often better. You don't need, and like, especially if you're saying like, this is so much more this than this, you can just say what it is. You don't need to say what it's more of than anything else. Good night. Somebody said they're out of here. Good night, Larry Lightfoot. Dude, Larry Lightfoot sometimes has very thoughtful things to say. You know what's cool? Let me ask you, okay, I'm sorry guys. I don't care. Go fuck yourselves. I want to ask Blaine some questions. It's exciting to talk to him.
Funny because Larry probably left, which means anything you say they will not hear.
That's okay. I prefer to give people compliments behind their backs. Do you find as a creator, or did you used to find as a creator, that there were certain people that would leave comments that you started to recognize the people, where you're like, that person always leaves a good comment?
Annoying negative comments. There were a few people that I noticed their profile pictures, which I'd enjoy seeing because they'd usually say things that actually made sense, and I appreciated that. But there was this one person with an Enderman profile picture that would, after like the first minute of a video being uploaded, would just comment the words newt, just the Pengu reference, and they do that every single video, just unprompted whenever it was uploaded, and I would always remember the most annoying people most often.
Ah, man. I have some of those.
If you want me to remember you, get on my nerves.
I have some of those. I turn some of them into videos sometimes. But I think because of the live streaming thing, there's you start to recognize certain names when they like come up in the chat. And Larry Lightfoot is one of the people that I've recognized. Like, oh, you say something smart sometimes. I got a handful of them out there. Dark Steel's another one. Yeah, all right. Milk Boy's been around for a while. Okay, let's see what this thing actually does. They are known to fight dirty and do anything it takes to come out on top of a fight. Don't use the word fight twice in one sentence. And also,
unless you're looking for a fight.
Yeah. Also, here's another thing. Instead of saying they are known to fight dirty, just say they fight dirty. Right? It's going to sound better. They fight dirty and do anything it takes to come out on top. Just cut out a bunch of words and you're right there, baby. Okay, let's look at these features. Anything is a weapon. At 3rd level, you gain expertise with improvised weapons. You cannot have expertise with weapons. You can be proficient in weapons, but expertise in weapons literally means nothing. I think what you want to say.
Hold on. Let them cook. Let them cook.
What?
What if later down the line, the homebrew explains how they added a new rule to D&D which allows it?
Then I would be okay with that if that rule was explained before they started to use it. This is one of those things that people do a lot, where they start explaining a feature and then they don't actually say what the feature is. Yeah, no. So no, you can't. You can be proficient with improvised weapons, which I think is awesome, and I love that. So that's what this should say. You are proficient with improvised weapons. And that's a perfectly fine
Even
feature.
though you already are, I'm pretty sure.
No, you have to take a
so.
tavern brawler feat, normally.
Huh.
Fighters are only proficient in simple weapons and martial weapons, not improvised
We'll have to
weapons.
see what dirty fighting is, because proficiency with improvised weapons is pretty mediocre, and the only people getting Tavern Brawler are people going for mechanical flavor. Tavern Brawler currently is pretty mediocre.
Oh, it's
on
terrible.
Its own.
No, I know it's terrible. What I would probably do? I would probably phrase anything as a weapon like this. You gain proficiency in improvised weapons, and when you are attacking with an improvised weapon, you could say, like, I would either give it a different damage than the D4, which is what it's supposed to do, or if you let the damage stay a D4, you could actually give it some other things. So, like, normally I wouldn't say you should just add flat damage to improvise to any attacks on a fighter this early, like, all the time. But what about, like, what if it was this? What if it was you gain proficiency with improvised weapons and you deal additional damage with improvised weapons equal to your proficiency bonus? I don't think that would be that bad.
Or you gain the Tavern Brawler feat and leave it at that.
That's true. Or you gain the Tavern Brawler feat. That's true.
Cuddle the corners, just give him a feat.
Yeah. That's fair. Sea Lion basically just said the same thing. Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's look at dirty fighting. At 3rd level, you develop a fighting style that many would find irreputable. You learn maneuvers that are fueled by special dice called bastard dice. Where do we explain what the bastard dice are? They're here. Okay, you learn 3 maneuvers. So it's just a battle master, basically. These are... I'm not going to check. Make sure that all of this is exactly the same as the battle master in terms of how they grow. You have 5 bastard dice, which are D4s. Oh, they start smaller than a battle master dice. And you have 1 extra. A bastard die is expended when you use it. You gain them on a short or long rest. It's strength or charisma modifier for the maneuver save. Weird. All right. I'm not opposed to that. Oh, the maneuvers are down here. All right, we're not going to read all of them. I'm sorry. Throat jab. Expend a bastard die to make an attack on an enemy. Subtract that amount from your attack roll. If you hit, you damage their windpipe, making them unable to speak for a number of turns equal to what you rolled on the bastard die. Wait, does it make your attack do less? I don't like that. That's weird. Dick punch. Jesus Christ. I mean, these names are not terrible. Expend a bastard die to make an attack on an enemy. Subtract the amount from your attack roll. If you hit with this attack, their speed is halved for a number of turns equal to the result. They lose concentration.
Hold up. They gotta have a willy, though. Do you specifically mention that? What are you hitting down there? That's reducing their movement speed so cripplingly.
Does this work on an ooze?
They gotta have a weakened willy.
Does this work on an ooze? People are upset that there's no pocket sand. Okay, so a couple things here. One, if you want this to work like the Battle Master, you can't expend a die to make an attack. You can expend a die when you make an attack. Does that make sense? There's a big difference there, because one of those things ties into the action economy really nicely with you making weapon attacks. The other one makes me be like, wait a minute, am I taking the attack action when I'm doing this, or is it like its own separate thing? Because if you're not taking the attack action, you can't do multiple attacks. You can only do 1 attack. I do like the vibe of these maneuvers. I feel like having them... I don't know how I feel about them lasting a number of rounds equal to what you roll on the die. I feel like that's an annoying thing to keep track of, both from a dungeon master and a player perspective. I probably would just have him last around, especially considering you get so many of these die, and you could potentially be doing multiple of these, like even a turn. So I would probably just make it last a round.
Yeah. Although I was making fun of it, I do need to bring
Pocket
up the
sand is
fact
here.
that a lot of official brews make sure that their features and traits are open-ended so that you can realistically find yourself using or describing how you use them against the correct creatures. For instance, not all monsters have dicks. Not all monsters have throats. Not all monsters have skulls. And although it's really cool to give them those names and those descriptions, when you describe to your DM that that's what you're doing, it could be confusing.
Yeah.
So the flavor's cool, but it's specific. And I can imagine some DMs may just flat out prevent you from using some of these features just because the flavor is too specific to work against certain creatures, which could fundamentally weaken your concept.
That is a really good point. I want to read this one. Break your own finger. If you would become charmed, you can expend a bastard die, take damage equal to twice the roll, and end the effect of the charm. I love that.
That's cool.
That's great. That's awesome. Okay, so overall, I think that I think that these alternative Battlemaster features, for the most part, are pretty solid. I like them quite a bit. I do think that you got to tone down the duration of them because that's going to be tedious to keep track of, but I think they're pretty solid for the most part. Let's look at 7th level. Sever the tools. Starting at 7th level, you can quickly identify the following objects on a creature as an action. Arcane Focus, Spellbook, Component Pouch. If the item is not magical, you can attempt to attack these items to break them specifically. When you do, subtract 10 from your attack roll. If you hit them, the item is broken. So here's the problem. Spellbooks, Arcane Focuses, and arguably Component Pouches are all inherently magic. Like, an Arcane Focus is a magic item. A spellbook is magical for the most part. Like, very few people would argue that it's not. So this feature is sort of a non-feature in its current iteration. I do like the idea.
Identify the following objects. So a stowed arcane focus you would sense. A stowed spellbook, something in your backpack, you would immediately recognize. Like, just, you can sense the auras.
Yeah, it's almost like a minor psychic.
There is no range on it either, which means it can go as far as the horizon.
That's a good point.
Which means you sense all arcane foci across the horizon, which means you can immediately recognize all spellcasters in the horizon.
This is all good points that I'm glad you're here because I didn't even think about that. Yes, there needs to be a range on it for sure. I also want to suggest that it might even need to be the kind of thing, well, no, never mind. Ignore that last thing. But yeah, there needs to be a range on it for sure. And right now, it doesn't really do anything other than notice that these things are on creatures, which might be enough. That might be all you need. But it can't break any of them because you can't break a Arcane Focus with a... Yeah, you can't break a magic item with a magic item most of the time. Yeah, I think it's interesting, but I think that right now it doesn't really work currently in its state. Casting focuses aren't adventuring equipment. They're adventuring equipment. Yes, they are, but they are also, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm call me crazy, but I always treated them as magic objects. Like maybe this is just the way I'm being a dungeon master, but like I don't think a spell book your spell book works underwater. Like, you can open and flip through the page. Like, it's not destroyed. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't know.
No. Rules as written, it would be destroyed.
Really?
Theoretically. Yep.
Your spellbook?
Your normal, mundane spellbook will be destroyed underwater.
But I guess I assumed that spellbooks were never quite mundane.
They are very much mundane and very easy to be destroyed.
Huh.
That's the wizard meme that no one ever talks about. And you'd assume that the book is immortal because no DM dares touch it. Because it's so expensive, and taking it away basically cripples the player until they find enough money to make it again. because then they
Yeah.
have to recopy every single spell back into their book, and that's
Interesting.
expensive. There are other spell casting foci that you can meddle around with that are significantly more versatile and durable. A wizard spellbook is so easy to destroy, it's laughable. And Order of the Scribe's Wizard is the only subclass of wizard like that has specific rules set in place to make their their book less destructible essentially.
Hmm.
I'm pretty
That's
sure they can
interesting.
make it faster essentially. It's not nearly as taxing to write spells or to manage it. But yeah, wizard spellbooks are awful.
Oh.
Spellcast, arcane. No, what's it called? Component pouch. Component pouch would also be a little iffy, considering a lot of the stuff in a component pouch is like dusts or like powders.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't really work underwater either. So you'd sort of be screwed there as well. But component pouches work with like every spellcaster, which gives it that versatility. But then you got the clerics with their metal holy symbols, and then you got the druids with their wooden staves, which are significantly better. Ultimately, the choice of focus is very important to a spellcaster, uh, which is why you don't see many wizards swimming around. All their stuff is gonna get wet.
Okay. I just assumed they used waterproof paper.
Nope.
All right, then I guess
Parchment.
it's a pretty decent 7th level feature. It's all right. I think that it's a little bit. You got to temper a little bit, like how they can identify these objects and range and that sort of thing. I don't love the you can just break it, but I guess
I mean,
it
you can
works.
already break it theoretically, just in
Yeah.
game.
It just makes it so you can target it more actively.
Yeah,
Um,
which is up to DM's interpretation if you could have already done that, so it could be a pointless feature if your DM lets people do that already.
yeah. Why doesn't this one have an 18th level feature either? Am I going crazy? Do people just not give 18th level, 17th level features to their fighters anymore? Alright.
They didn't think they get
Whatever.
that far.
At 10th level, your bastard die turn into D6s. At 18th, they turn into D8s. I guess that's the 18th level feature. Sore winner, starting at 15th level, if you defeat an enemy and have no bastard dice, you regain 1. Okay, so these features are very similar to the Battle Master. Overall, this is like a very interesting sort of reskin of the Battle Master for the most part. I think it's pretty cool. I feel like the 7th level feature feels like it doesn't really fit. Like everything else is kind of like, hey, I'm a scurvy little fighter. And then 7th level is like, I defeat the magic users. It feels very focused in a way that the rest kind of does not. So I probably would change it or maybe make it a little bit more widespread so that it targeted more than just magic stuff.
I think what they were going for is like no one else is severing your connection to the magic. I'm gonna do the thing everyone else is too scared to do and attack your spell book directly. Basically, like I'm different than all those other fighters. I'm not gonna just let you keep casting.
People are saying that Battle Master does not have the capstone feature either, which is probably why this person did not give one because they
Really?
I think
Battlemaster doesn't get 18th.
no, I mean they do, but it's like their battle dice get better. Is basically what it is. Cool. Well, I'll tell you what, friends. If you're basing something off the Battle Master, you might forget to put an 18th level feature on or decide that you don't need one. All right.
You could nerf your character if you don't understand why Battlemaster specifically doesn't have a feature like that.
Yeah, that's true. Overall, I think it's pretty cool. I really like the battle. I like the Knave maneuvers. I think are fun. You got to learn how expertise works, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And
you
then
have a really solid concepts. It's very thematic. You have your head screwed on right when it comes to making this feel fun to read, for sure. You got my attention. I did not fall asleep listening to this be described. I actually paid attention. I understand what things do. However, if there's one thing that I've noticed, it's that you yourself have not played this at 7th level because you'd probably realize at that point that Sever the Tools, you'll never actually use Sever the Tools. There aren't enough spellcasters in DM's campaigns nowadays. the number of spellcasters in games is too dang low.
There's
And
also
you'll never
just a
see
lot
this
of
feature be used.
there's also just a lot of guys that cast spells that don't use these things. Like anyone with any monster with innate spell casting, you know?
Yeah, or a druid with a U wand. Or
That's true.
anyone with a quarterstaff. Or a holy focus. There's so many spellcasting foci. A crystal orb. A gem. Some warlocks use their weapons.
That's true.
So yeah, not only is this super specific, it's even more specific than you think. So you're not just shutting down all spellcasters, which already would be specific. You're shutting down like 2 types of spellcasters. This is a PvP subclass, I feel.
It does kind of feel that way, doesn't it? Wait, what are you saying? Did I fuck up the thing? Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry guys. It's open now. You can go submit stuff to it. Sorry. My chat was yelling at me because the submissions for next week, which I posted in the description of the video, were closed. So nobody could post anything. My bad. Sorry, everybody. Okay. Yeah, very fun, very cool. Thank you very much, Slime, for sharing. You are a champion of the arena. Let's spin. Ooh, the little wheel. Back to the little wheel.
There's a good chance you'll be chosen.
Yeah. $5 a month. All right,
$5
Baba
per
Ganoush. Baba Ganoush. One of
What a
my
name.
a food that I used to really not like, which transformed into a food that I rather do like, in the right circumstances. Where the fuck did I put? There it is. Okay. Let's see. Where is it? Gee, Lily. You know what I love? I love when I like have too many folders open and I lose track of them. It makes me feel so happy. Okay, this is from Baba Ganoush. I'm aiming for a straightforward crowd control monster that can be fun, a fun little encounter for lower levels, level 1 through 3 parties alone, or useful backup for a more threatening monster. All right, word. Let's take a look.
I'm down. I like AoE monsters.
I love monsters in general. For the longest time, the only homebrew that I made was monsters.
Inertia elemental.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay. Good, cool name. Let's see the
I
description.
wish there was a pick. I love monster stat blocks with picks because it immediately gets me in the mood. Just anything, even if it's not entirely similar.
Yeah.
I would love a sketch or something like that. Something you might want to look into. Anyway.
Can you add pictures to D&D art stuff?
I'm sure you could add a
To D&D
pic
Beyond?
D&D Beyond.
All right.
Yeah, positive. Roll20 can do it.
Well, yeah, but Roll20
D&D
sometimes...
Beyond has to be able to do it.
Yeah. Baba said he thought this had a pick.
You thought it had a pick.
We live in a mysterious world, Baba.
Where did it go?
Whoever
You
said
took it
that
off before we opened it?
What did they fucking say?
We can't have your pick?
I don't know. Oh, hey Scarlet. We just got a little raid. Are you familiar? There's a streamer. She's very she's mostly on the Twitch. Her name is Scarlet64. We get a little twerking Cthulhu. Hey Scarlet. Scarlet. This is Blaine. Scarlet is a very fun creator as well. She has an ongoing Out of the Abyss campaign, and she's been doing a lot of Pathfinder stuff lately. All of the Pathfinder I've played so far has been with her.
No. I'm doing D&D and Pathfinder too. We're so similar.
Yeah, she's very cool. She's a very cool lady. She's also
yeah, we're taking a look at everyone's funny little homebrews right now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Is Flaza here? What's up, Flaza? Flaza is Scarlet's one of. I feel bad. I don't know any of her other mods, but Flaza is the one that I have decided to cling on to. So I always say hi to him. And in my imagination, he's like, if I needed somebody to like beat someone up on the internet, he probably could do it for me. I don't know about in real life, but definitely on the internet. Yesterday was your birthday, Flaza. Wow! Happy birthday to you! Uh-oh, I lost the fucking screen. Chaos! Fuck! Okay, we're back. Jeez Louise. Okay. Inertia elemental. We're looking at homebrew. Also, if people don't know who Blaine Simple is that just got here, look up Blaine Simple on YouTube. His videos are really fun. He does animation.
You're missing out, really.
Yeah, he's a snarky fuck, and it's good. Okay, the inertia elementals. Also, Blaine, I don't know how long you want to stay for, but stay for as long as you want. But also, don't feel like you have to stay forever because I will probably go for a while. So whenever you want to go, you can get the fuck out of here. Don't feel too
I'm
much
feeling
pressure.
peckish, but I am totally down to finish up this brew.
Okay, cool. I just, I only wanted you to feel a little peer pressure, not too much.
Yeah, no, that's the perfect amount of peer pressure.
Okay, good. Inertia elementals manifest in many forms, but the most common is that of a floating mass of crystal surrounded by smaller fragments of similar composition. An inertia elemental emits a faint hum and often glows softly from within. That is a very nice visual description. Baba, you are a decent writer. I have seen a handful of your things already, so I'm going to hold you to a higher standard than a random person whose thing I haven't seen before. I've read a bunch of this. This guy's posted a bunch of stuff before.
Yeah, good stuff so far.
I want
Immediately solid writing.
Yeah, but I want to push you for a
flavor.
second, Baba. This is all visual description. There is no vibe. And I don't mean vibe like the feeling of it. I want to, if you can squeeze in a little bit of the creature's nature in the description of monsters, I think that's really good. It's not, it's only important in that monsters are so much more than a magic item, or even a subclass, because they're a whole living thing in the world. So like, if anything we can do,
I want to know how they're used, where they tend to reside. These things seem like they don't have much going on in the head, so you might want to write more about what goes on with the creatures around them that are like helping them set up or something like that.
Yeah.
How are they formed? Where do they come from? There's a lot you can add to this description to make it to help anyone using this homebrew moving forward to add it into their campaigns or just flat out get some creative ideas. So even if they don't use your homebrew or specifically the stat block, perhaps they were inspired just simply by the text and maybe they do something on their own.
Yeah. All right, let's see what we're working with here. 16 armor class. Oh, it's a CR2. It's a little elemental. I was going to say that's very low hit points for an elemental. Some strafing throws. Oh, I love a monster with damage vulnerabilities. Yes.
Wait, hold up.
What?
Hold up.
I'm holding.
20 feet movement speed hover.
Very slow.
That is incorrect. It's a 20-foot fly speed hover. You failed. F minus.
Oh man, Blaine, I appreciate the tone.
If you take a look at the beholder, you can see for yourself how it should be stated.
Yes.
Better look next time.
Yes. Bring out those claws. Yeah. Do everything he just said. Okay, it's got a handful of immunities, resistances. Immovable object. The elemental cannot be moved against its will. I like that. That's fun and cool. It's a siege monster. Makes sense. Okay, it's got two separate actions. One is called Bind. One creature of the elemental's choice within 60 feet must succeed on a DC 12 strength saving throw or become restrained for 1 minute. A creature can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on itself. Interesting. So it can just sort of like look at you and be like, you are still. That's pretty cool. All that seems solid to me. I would even say, let me see what else you got. I feel like you
Do you feel that's a wisdom save though? Because its prof is +2 and its wisdom is 10, which means this is going off their wisdom. Wait, unless it's 8 plus proficiency.
It's usually 8 plus proficiency plus
Okay,
something.
which means this is going off of its strength.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
I feel like it's like a gravity thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So bind is based off the strength of the inertia elemental.
Okay, cool. I like that. And then propel. Each a creature, I think you mean each creature, not each a creature. Each creature restrained by the inertia elemental's bind ability must succeed on a DC 12 strength saving throw or take 2d8 bludgeoning damage and be thrown 40 feet directly away from the elemental.
Ooh.
Okay.
Man, toss. That's further than Yinagu's actual stat block hitting you with the flail.
40 feet is
20 extra feet
very
back.
far. I think you could make it 20 feet and it would also be fine. I do love the synergy of these two abilities, though. Like, vroom, vroom, vroom.
Yeah, it's cool that they're combined.
That's
It's a bit worrying that one doesn't happen after the other. Uh, there's a good chance that you just bind and then nothing else happens after that. But I think the creator of the brew specifically mentioned that this was supposed to be paired with other creatures that can take advantage of it. So it
Yeah.
should be fine.
I wanna suggest that. Can I make? Here's what I would suggest. Honestly, I think that you should give it multi-attack, and it should either be able to use bind twice or bind and propel on one turn.
Smart.
That's what I would do.
I also worry about the usage of multiple inertia elementals in combat due to these big AoEs and the difficulty of keeping track of what inertia elemental has what character restrained.
Ooh.
Because
Yeah.
one inertia elemental using propel to damage isn't going to affect one affected by a different inertia elemental. You're going to get confused really quickly.
That's a really good point. I didn't even think about that. Somebody in the chat said they think the 40-foot, that's Delport, said they think the 40-foot movement speed is cool because it's farther than the inertia elemental can move. And I do agree. There's something kind of fun to that. That it can throw you harder than it can move. That's kind of fun.
It's going to be throwing you into other more dangerous things. Inertia elementals seem like they'd be really fun as creatures that like activate and make their presence known in really dangerous rooms.
Yeah.
Maybe give them a feature similar to like a roper where they look like a typical dungeon like bit or object, and then when you awaken them or something like that, they showcase themselves and then they activate, which would give them some threat on their own. Because right now, these things are a pushover if the party recognizes that they're there beforehand.
That's true. What if they weren't specifically crystals? What if when they were motionless, they just looked like a pile of rubble? And when they awakened, they became like a floating swell. But like if you weren't doing anything, they just looked like a bunch of like,
Maybe like a
standard
pedestal
debris.
coupled with a lot of like dilapidated crystals, and then the crystals can awaken and then the energy can fill through them. That's a way that you could do it.
Mhm.
And it would give them that benefit of surprise, which they very desperately need because their entire gimmick is that that AoE essentially. So
Yeah. Also of note, it has no initial damaging feature, no slam attack. I think that's okay, but because it has no slam attack, I think you also need to make extra space for either some sort of, it looks like it's hidden, or it can have more than a normal CR2 monster might because it just doesn't have a basic attack. Let's look at the last feature, repel. The elemental attempts to reverse an enemy's momentum and push it away. As a reaction to a hostile creature ending its movement within 5 feet of the inertia elemental, the elemental can use its propel ability on that creature, even if it's not under the effects of bind. Okay. That's cool. I like that. That's fun. Just blast things back.
you know what would also be fun if it had another feature which could pull people in, which would give it even more flexibility in rooms with traps. I could just pull and push, unless its whole gimmick, and that's what you wanted it to be, is just pushing, which is completely fine. But I'm just bringing up that I think it would also be cool if it had ways to push.
I agree. Also, if it had ways to pull,
Oh, wait, no, pull.
If
sorry.
it had it's okay. We all listen. Nobody's perfect. You're a cartoon.
I'm
it's
sorry.
fine.
I'm sorry.
If it
I
had
made a
ways to
mistake.
pull, it could like it could proc its own repel feature too, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Pull someone in, and like pull someone in and slam them back. I think that would be cool.
Get them in really specific areas where you pull them in, they're adjacent, you push them out, and they fall in a very specific hole.
Exactly.
Like perfectly. It's like playing golf with their bodies.
Exactly. I don't have any other thoughts on this one. Baba, I think this is a pretty cool elemental. I also want to say that I feel like the whole point of elementals is to have them like strongly encompass like a single thing that like they are built on. And I think this is a pretty solid job of building one around the idea of inertia and like movement and tossing around. I think it's pretty cool. I'm a fan.
This does also pair incredibly well with the Conjure Lesser Elemental spell, I think. This
Mm.
might be one of the strongest CR2 elementals you can conjure with that magic.
Oh yeah, I probably wouldn't let people conjure it. I'd be like, nope, sorry, that doesn't exist on your spell list.
Yeah, so
You could
that's
get a
something
bunch
to
of
keep in mind.
Memphits. Maybe a
I'd be worried
magnet.
about that one.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure. I mean, ultimately, I think it's the DM's choice with those types of spells. Players don't get to choose exactly what elementals they summon, just like what the CR of them is. Um, but ultimately, this that would be allowed if this was in an official book. Like that would actually be allowed. So keeping that in mind and basing it on that knowledge, would you allow this to be conjured up? Seems pretty strong.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't. But I do like it a lot. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. I'm a fan. All right, I don't have any more thoughts. Baba, thank you for sharing.
Good stuff. Nice work.
Good stuff.
That's an A plus. You don't get an S because of the fly speed.
Oh, A plus. That's pretty solid. Before we move on to the next one, where you at, Blaine?
I am going to get a delectable dinner and then call it a night. But are you planning up to stick around and do more brews?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be here for a little while. I'll probably go for another hour or two.
Cool. Well then, I wish you luck, everyone. I've been Blaine Simple. I do whatever the heck I want on YouTube. It's usually tabletop RPG related, usually D&D related. Thank you, Cinder, for having me.
Dude, such a pleasure. Let's do this again sometime or other things again sometime. You're fun and you have a sharp sense of humor that I appreciate.
Yeah, totally. I'll probably try and get you on some stuff on my channel as well sometime.
Oh, dude,
soon.
I would love to. I do have a PNG person that I can be if you need me to be a cartoon, but I normally am a person. But if you need a cartoon, I have a cartoon of me if you want one.
Yeah, keep you updated. Figure something out. I need to jump up some more content series that I can get more content creators to be a part of as
You
well.
got to figure out how to do shit that doesn't take like 1,400 hours to animate.
One day. Although the secret behind the simple part of my name is that I wanted my channel to be very simple content that's easy to create. Ultimately, I found myself doing the most taxing types of content on the platform, which at this point I find ironic, but I digress.
All right, buddy.
We'll figure something out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fun, Cinder.
Dude,
Thanks
so
for
much
having
fun.
me, and
So much
hopefully
fun.
everyone else enjoyed me around. We'll do this again some other time. But yeah.
All right, sir. Be well. Get home safe.
Talk to you later.
I'm hanging
Night,
up on
night.
you now. Bye. Oh my goodness. Well, that was Blaine Simple. Isn't that cool that he wanted to fucking hang out? Let's get his DM screen out of here. Oh boy. Oh boy. That was pretty cool. Pretty cool if you ask me. But you know what? The night is not over. We continue this journey. I will say that I need to pee pretty badly. So I think I'm going to pee, but I will also be right back. But we're going to keep going, but I'm going to go pee, okay? Does that sound good to everybody? I'll be right back. Here, do you need some music while I go pee? Give me 1 second. Let me get you some tunes. 1 second. Be patient. Let's go here. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second. Hey, I'm back. Did I miss anything? Hey, guys. How's everybody? Did everybody else take a bathroom break? Just me? Oh, boy. Yeah. Fucking. Oh, nice. Nice. Okie dokie. Which one did we just look at? We looked at Baba's. Okay. What did I miss? Oh, gosh, I hate missing stuff. Did you guys roll a D15? That was funny. Yippee! Oh, thank you for the subscription. Who just did that? Merci. We got a piece from Gus. All right, Gus. Let's see what you got for us, Gus. Gus, no comment. All right, Gus, no comment. Let's see what you're working with. Diplomat's Axe. The Diplomat's Axe, weapon legendary, requires attunement by you must succeed on at least 3 charisma checks while wielding this item in order to attune to it. How do you determine when you make those charisma checks? What does that mean? So if you want to have an item that requires people to succeed on some sort of check or saving throw to wield, that's totally fine. There's a lot of items that do that already, but you need to put that more clearly in the actual text of the item, and you need to say like what that means. So for example, when a creature attempts, here's how you say that. When a creature attempts to attune to the Diplomat's Axe, they have to roll a persuasion check, and they have to beat a 15, or they have to roll a DC 20 persuasion check. Otherwise, they fail the attunement. Something like that. And then when you say at least 3 charisma checks, that's a little unclear what that means too, just because it's like, when are you making those checks? You know what I'm talking about? So I would switch that up. A great axe with a sky blue leather grip, silver blade, and fine engravings of various monarchs and leaders from history. This is not a full sentence. Turn it into a full sentence. You could even say this great axe has you can just do that. The axe functions as a standard +3 weapon. Just say what is a standard +3 weapon. Just say attack and this attack and damage rolls with this weapon get +3, or this is a +3 weapon. But also gains the following benefits. You don't need any of that either. You could say this magical great axe gives you a +3 to attack and damage rolls. Period. New sentence. In addition, while attuned to it or while wielding it, you gain the following features, and then put those features in bullet points. Missed opportunity for the Diplomax. Dang, that's true. That's true. All charisma checks gain +1 bonus while attuned to the weapon. The way that I would say that is you gain a +1 bonus to all charisma checks. And twice per day, the wielder can cast either command or calm emotion spell at will, regaining the spell charges daily at dawn. At will means you can cast it permanent. You can cast it infinitely. This specifically says twice per day, so they're not casting it at will. So what you can say is, in addition, I would say it like this. In addition, the Diplomat's Axe has 2 charges. You can expend a charge to cast either command or calm emotions from the axe. The axe regains all charges each day. No, it can only target people named Will. Okay, fair. Oh, I see. It can only target people named Will. I got you. You don't need components when you're casting a spell from an item ever anyway, so that doesn't matter. It does not say what the spell DC is, correct, Sea Lion? Whenever you have a item that casts spells from it, that item either needs to require a spellcaster to wield and use their spellcasting modifier, or the item needs to give its own spellcasting modifier. And most of the time, items give their own spellcasting modifier. A legendary item probably has a spellcasting modifier or a spell save DC of like 17 or 18. Something like that. If the wielder is a bard with the soldier background, the weapon can be used as an arcane focus. I would probably drop the soldier background here. It seems really specific. Very few bards are going to wield a great axe anyway, so you don't need to cut that off. Unless you are attuned, the weapon behaves like a standard +3 weapon. You don't need this. This is a redundant sentence. Okay, so overall, clean up this part. Put this into here. It's a +3 weapon that gives +1 bonus to all charisma checks and comes with 2 charges. You can cast command or calm emotions. It's an interesting idea. I'm almost curious why it's an axe. The axe part feels kind of unnecessary. Maybe I almost want to suggest you don't specify bard stuff for it and make it more related to just I don't think this needs to be a bard. I don't know. I don't feel like this. The bard focus feels odd. I feel like the whole point of this axe is it's like a little bit of a wink and a nod because a diplomat, shouldn't wield an axe. I don't know. But I think it's interesting. I think that just clean up that stuff that I said. It's kind of in some ways it almost feels underpowered for a legendary item, but maybe that's just me. A legendary item that gives +1 to charisma checks and lets you cast 2 low-level spells once per day each. It's all right. It's all right. I like the feeling of the. I like calm emotions and command, and I like that it does require charisma saving throw or charisma check to wield. I think that's kind of fun. Yeah. All right. Just clean up that stuff I told you to clean up. Okay, let's do another spin of this wheel. All right, some dude, let's see what you got for us. I don't know if you can hear me. Or if you're even there, where did I put it? Did I misplace it again? Here it is. What did you say, some dude? This is the latest iteration of Guppy's Eye of Feline Greed. Is this an item I saw before? It is. I wish you could. I wish you had patch notes. Because I don't want to read the whole thing over again. Some dude, are you here in the chat? I thought I saw you earlier. Some dude, what are the patch notes? What's changed? What should I look at? Where are the major changes? What am I looking for here? Are the major changes in the item? Are the major changes in the species thing here? Added stuff to the race. All right, let's check that out. So the way that this item works for folks that don't know is you find it. It basically is this gemstone. I do like the new gemstone art. That looks pretty cool. And it allows you to look into spaces and see what objects are in those spaces that hold value and how much value they have. And then you kind of get this weird extra Dungeon Master's Discretion feature where you can find these little cat totems that do different things. And after you find all of the cat totems, you can turn into a mystic cat, which is a brand new race. So let's just take a quick look at this new cat feature. Let's see. Okay, basically, okay, so you get charisma bonus. You get something called Artificial Extraplanar Feline. Mystic cats are aberrations unless they were originally a construct, in which case they remain a construct. Interesting. That's going to affect you in strange ways, in very strange ways, because there's a lot of spells that affect you differently if you are a humanoid versus an aberration. But I'm into it. Size, I'm assuming you're the size of a cat. Speed, your walking speed is 25 feet, but you have a hover flight of 15 feet. If your original race had a fly speed, okay, so you gain a little fly speed. You have feline nimbleness. You can move through the space of other creatures. That's fine and good. You have advantage on all wisdom perception checks that rely on smell. It was the most fitting option as far as you could tell. If you want to change creature type, I think it could. Yeah, I agree. The other thing that I would go would be maybe celestial, but I don't think that you want these things to have that vibe. I think I got the impression that you were going for otherworldly, just generally otherworldly. So aberration kind of fits that more than other things. Although I do think celestial would also work fine. It has dark vision to a range of 60 feet. An eye for value. As an action, you can identify the exact value of an item you can see. Additionally, once per short rest, you can channel magical energies into your eyes as a bonus action. I would put that bonus action at the front. Additionally, as a bonus action, once per short rest, I would say it like that. This causes you to... don't say this causes you to. Just say for the next minute, you can automatically identify the value, properties, and locations of all items of value of 250 gold or more that are within 60 feet of you. Interesting. I think you should clarify how this works on magic items. I probably would say that it functions like the identify spell for the purposes of understanding what magic items do. Threaded Ito says it seems like a lot of work for the DM. I agree. This is one of those things that is a potential ongoing issue for this, is that there's just a lot of stuff for the dungeon master to keep track of in terms of to answer that question. But one of the things that we did not talk about here, because I've went over it before, is that the only way you could possibly ever turn into a mystic cat is if the dungeon master wants you to. The way that it's designed, you have to find all 8 of these little totems, and very specifically, the dungeon master just decides when you find them. So if you aren't interested in, if the dungeon master doesn't want you to have access to this feature, you just never will. Value is subjective. How do we determine that? Value is subjective in real life. In Dungeons and Dragons, value is determined by gold. You can decide to use the player's handbook. You can decide to use charts online. Value is less subjective in D&D than it is in real life. Last time you mentioned retaining the value sense idea, so that's my first stab at doing that. I think that makes sense. I probably wouldn't just make it an area of effect. I think that I think you should keep it like this, where you can look through a door or a passageway or scan a room. I think you should keep it like it's scanning a room. I think if you keep it so it's scanning a room, whether that room is a room behind cover or a room that you're in is kind of your discretion. But I think that helps manage it quite a bit, especially because the dungeon master isn't needing to pay attention to what is outside of the realm of what they're thinking about. Does that make sense? That's what I would do. Retained heritage. Mystic cats retain all non-redundant traits from their original race. Cool. You can read all languages, but your form prohibits writing and speech. Do you have telepathy in this form? Yeah, we go. You can communicate telepathically. Okay, cool. I was going to say, it's kind of be weird if you just couldn't talk. Be kind of a bummer, excuse me. Mystic affinity. You gain +2 to your spellcasting ability modifier. This is the power of this more than anything else, I think. You do not require a spellcasting focus, and your spells do not require verbal components. You can use the help action to act as a spellcasting focus for another creature within 5 feet. Wait a second, let me say that. You can use the help action to act as the spellcasting focus for another creature within 5 feet until the beginning of your next turn. Okay. I like that a lot, where you can be the spellcasting focus. I think we need to clarify that language a little bit. On your turn, you can use the help action to have your body act as a spellcasting focus for another creature within 5. You might need to clarify that. I don't know. I don't know if you knew, but that's what my thought is. That creature gains +2 to their spellcasting ability modifier for any spells that cast using you as a spellcasting focus in this way. That's really fucking cool. So, friends, I'm going to say something here. This is really cool. Now, a lot of you are probably thinking, Cinder, this is really strong. Like, why aren't you telling him to tone this down? And I will tell you why I'm not telling him to tone it down in a second, but there is a logic to it. Let me read the last feature first. Mystic Reserves. You have a pool of mystic energy points equal to your spellcasting ability modifier plus your proficiency bonus. Ooh. You can cast any spells you know using a number of mystic energy points equal to the... I gotta start that sentence over. You can cast any spell you know using a number of mystic energy points equal to the level of the spell you are attempting to cast. The pool refills at a long rest. Okay. So it's basically like a pool of resources that can be used instead of spell slots or instead of those things. I decided to lean a tinge more into the magical girl mascot part of it. I think that that's a good idea, some dude. I like that a lot. Magic Affinity, this part where you can be another person's spellcasting modifier, is awesome. Now, friends, the reason why I'm not talking about this as being too powerful is this is an artifact. That's why. Artifacts should be bonkers. Any good artifact is a little broken inherently in the fact that it's an artifact. So, because if you look at it, this basic feature of the artifact, all of these even put together, they're okay, but they're not that crazy. But this is where you really get the artifact feature. I don't think it's unbalanced at all. You give up your turn to give an ally +2. If I'm reading it right, in theory, an ally could pick up this cat and face them ass. Yep, you could shoot fireballs at your butt with it, for sure. I think it needs to clarify that it doesn't use spell slots on that last feature. You can cast any number of spells you use using a number of mystic energy points equal to the level of spell you are attempting to cast. I would say you could say in place of spell slots. You could add that in there. I think this is in a pretty good place, some dude. I feel bad that I don't remember exactly what I said in the last review of it, but there's very little that I think this is pretty close. I think this is pretty close, dude. I think maybe fuck around with Eye of Value a little bit, or Eye for Value a little bit. Maybe mess around with the language of Mystic Reserves a little bit, just to make it a little bit more clear. But I like this piece quite a bit. I think it's come together really nicely. Some dude has been working on this piece for a little while, and yeah, I like it. It's good. Thank you. I don't have anything else to say about it right now. Click. All right. Big wheel spin time. Spin that wheel, spin that wheel. Spin it up, spin it down. Oh, we got a dirty crime boy. Okay. Let's see what you said. Maze Runner has been one of my favorite movies for a long time, and it has my favorite movie monster of all time. Been workshopping this for a while, but I like how it's turned out so far. I would really appreciate any and all suggestions on the phrasing of towering form. Okay, guys, if I forget to mention towering form, that's your job. Oh, don't break. Sometimes I almost push a wrong button and the whole thing just like collapses. All right, you guys take a look at it here. This is called the Griever. Okay, so this is the monster. I'll be honest. I saw the Maze Runner like once when I was a long time ago. So I don't actually remember it that well. Let me fix the let's zoom in a little bit more here. There we go. We don't need space for Blaine now that he's gone. Did you guys like having Blaine in? Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that kind of cool? I know we went a little slower than I normally do. But am I doing 2 streams this week? I don't know. I only have one more stream planned this week, which is on Sunday. But I do want to start doing more than 1 stream a week kind of regularly. I was thinking 1 stream would be this open-ended homebrew review stream, and then maybe another one would be like special, not exactly a contest, but like I would give a prompt and you guys would write stuff for that prompt, like make a Pikachu or make a monster. Like I would do like events where there would be like more of a focused vibe, or maybe I would do streams where I'll just stop reading your piece if you have bad grammar or something like that, but something like that. Blaine is one of the reasons why you play D&D. You were incredibly excited when you heard he was going to be here. Dude, I was incredibly excited when I heard he was going to be there. When I heard he was going to be here. So to be very honest, Blaine reaching out to me was the first time that a content creator reached out to me to like he reached out to me. I didn't reach out to him. He messaged me. And it was the first time that a content creator that I follow and like watch reached out to me to like hang out. And it was very affirming. And very, very cool. So we'll see if it happens again. Hopefully he had a good time. Let's read about the Griever. Yeah, theme ideas would be cool, right? I think theme nights would be really fun. Yeah, I like having people to bounce off of too. The problem is I go too long. People don't got the energy to just fucking hang forever. A Griever is a grotesque six-legged abomination made from flesh and metal that knows only how to kill. Those who encounter one rarely live to tell the tale, and those that do never forget. Debated origins. The beginnings of this creature are unknown, but there have always been theories and rumors of their creation passed around over time. I feel like this sentence feels redundant. The most common of these stories being that they were... Don't ever use phrases like this, being that they were. There's very little meaning in that phrase. You could just say, the most common of these stories is that they... I guess you gotta say that in there a little bit. But yeah, being that they were is a weird... It's not a good phrase to have that many versions of the to be verb that close to each other. The twisted experiment of an artificer wanting to play God. How could we make that sound better? The beginnings of this creature are unknown is kind of bad too. I would even just say like the Griever's origins are a mystery. Some believe that they were the twisted experiment of an artificer wanting to play God. You could just say that. I think that would be a lot faster. And that they eventually turned on their creator and fled into the world to wreak gruesome havoc. Okay, appetite for pain. Despite the shared need to eat in order to survive, Grievers have been seen... Again, don't do, like, have been seen too. This is like past tense and, like, past tense in a passive way. Don't write like that. Anytime you're just adding extra words and you're going to be pulling meat out of your sentences. So instead of saying Grievers have been seen to occasionally completely ignore creatures with low sentience, I guess you could say have been seen. It just feels clunky. Despite the shared need to eat in order to survive. What does this have to do with sentience? These two sentences don't go together. These are two separate thoughts. Why is there a despite here? Despite the shared need to eat in order to survive, that has nothing to do with sentience. That's confusing. But when encountering a being of higher intelligence, it will always attack even when it doesn't need to eat. You could just say it will always attack. Usually the Griever will purposefully let its prey run away before giving chase and will constantly try to toy with them as if trying to create the most amount of suffering possible before eventually killing them. Don't say... You said something twice in the same sentence here. Don't do that. I don't remember what. We're going to keep moving. A fatal sting. Those that escape a Griever are often found... Okay, so I'm going to stop reading the flavor text here. You are doing this thing a lot in your writing. They have been known to. They often have been heard to do. They sometimes are known to. They usually... But take all of those words out. Those are all filler words. Those are the kind of things that, like, you learn to do because you have to get to the word limit for, like, a college essay. You should try to write flavor text in as few words as possible. If you can figure out how to write a sentence and get the same idea across in 4 words, get it across in 4 words. Delport says it's called being vague and mysterious. Well, that might be the goal, but that is not the way that it reads. And I know you're joking, but when you get these vague, when you get these vagaries, some say that once the story might have been. No, those vagaries don't mean anything. They just make it. They just make us less. They just make us care less about the words you're saying. And you don't want us to not care about the words you're saying. You want us to care about the words you're saying. So the best way to do that is to mostly use words that, like, we should care to hear. All right, I'm going to read this quote, but I'm skipping the rest because I'm assuming my feedback is going to be the same. There was a reason the forest was quiet that night, but we didn't realize it then. Because of that, my brother paid the ultimate price. I can still see it now, its skin thin and translucent, its tail segmented and sharp, and my brother, that was the first time I saw him cry. Is this a quote from the book? If it's not, it's pretty good. This part is really well written. I don't know if it's a quote from the book or not, but there you go. Monster looks really cool. Well, that is probably overkill, but I would bet that there is a lot of extra text like he is talking about now. If it is something you care about, the content is already there. I think that's from the book. Okay, cool. All right, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at what this monster does. Let's dive into the meat of it, shall we? There was a feature that they wanted us to specifically pay attention to, towering form. Okay, so CR6 monster, 16 AC, 105 hit points, good stealth, good athletics, good perception, all that makes sense. Fire on upper body. It should just be vulnerable to fire damage, not fire damage on upper body. That doesn't make any sense. Called shots are not a thing in D&D. If you want that to be a thing, then don't say damage fire on upper body. Make that a feature down here. So, like, for example, there's a Duragar where you can target its face because it's like in a metal suit, and that does something different. So I would put that in a feature down here. Like, if you target its face with fire, it takes double damage, but don't put that in the vulnerabilities. Hungering Rage. When below half health, the Griever can make 1 extra attack with, say its, not his, with its leg or bite during its multi-attack. I'll just say on its turn. Just say on its turn, not during its multi-attack. Advanced pack tactics. While within 15 feet of an ally, don't say they gain, say it gains, or the Griever gains advantage on all attack rolls. That is really strong. That might be that. I might lower that. That's very, very strong. I skimmed ahead. I think the particular shape and related mechanics are interesting and probably good, but Cinder's right about where to put the stat block. Delport, as always, I appreciate your insight, and I love when you agree with me, because when you disagree with me, I get sad. Mutated Flare. Once a creature becomes infected with Mutated Flare, the creature falls unconscious for 1 minute and is poisoned for as long as they are still infected. After becoming infected, they have 2d4 days until they die. This effect can only be cured by Grief Serum. There's probably a better way to write that. The creature falls unconscious for 1 minute and gains the poisoned condition, period. After a minute, it wakes up and gains the poisoned condition, period. After a creature infected by Mutated Flare dies in 2d4 days or something like that. This is really strong. This should be able to be cured by magic, greater restoration, etc. Also, they should be able to wake up from unconsciousness if they take damage, if somebody shakes them awake, maybe. Like, they shouldn't just be unconscious for 1 minute, because there's got to be a way to snap them out of it, like getting hit. Oh, look, I think somebody's agreeing. People are already saying that in the chat. Yeah, threaded. I agree. There's got to be a way to come back from that. This is really strong. This is a really strong feature. And I think that I don't know how common the grief serum is going to be in the game. So, like, this is either way overpowered or not, depending on that. So, like, that's something to think about. This is beyond busted. Well, I don't know if it's beyond busted if you make a couple little tweaks to it, but I do agree that the mutated flare is a little too strong for now. Yeah, automatic unconsciousness for 1 minute without, or not automatic, but unconsciousness for 1 minute is a long. I guess we don't even know how they get mutated flare. We'll get there in a second, but it's very strong. I would not make it automatically. I would not make the unconsciousness stay for 1 minute. Towering form. While the Griever is standing at rest. What does standing at rest mean? Attacks made within a range of 5 feet with weapons with a range of 5 feet or smaller from creatures with a size of medium or smaller. Jesus Christ. Can only attack the lower body. Differences described above. There's no where. If the Griever lowers itself, is prone, or made a bite attack on its previous turn, the upper body can be attacked with 5 feet reach, weapons, or touch attacks until the beginning of its next turn, where it automatically raises itself. Okay. Towering form does not need to agree as a feature. Towering form does not need to exist as a feature. Straight up, it doesn't need to exist. The only thing that, as far as I can tell, the only thing that this feature affects at all is this vulnerability to fire on its upper body. But the truth of the matter is that most of the things that deal fire damage are ranged. So where its height is pretty much irrelevant. I don't think this feature does anything else that I can understand. And my God, the wording of it is messy. I would just drop the whole thing. I think you just drop the whole thing. Horrifying visage. Each creature that can see it at the beginning of their turn must make a DC 14 wisdom saving throw or be frightened for 1 minute. The creature can make the save again at the end of their turn. When a creature succeeds on the save, they are immune for 24 hours. All right, horrifying visage is horrifying visage. That's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Somebody asked how many brews that we have going. Is Delport trying to answer that? I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I never really know. When I do these homebrew review nights, I just like to go until I can't go anymore. Realistically, I'll probably, I think I said I had another hour in me like a half hour ago, but I think I have more than that. I'm going to go until I can't anymore. That's what I like to do. So, like, it's only 11:40 where I am right now, and I usually stay up pretty fucking late, and I'm drinking caffeine right now. So, we got a little bit of time left. Don't worry. It also has resistance to physical damage on its lower body. Oh, I see that now. Okay. I think that you need to... Here's what I would say. Here's the way that I would make that work. I would just say it has resistance to... Here's what I would do. I would just give it resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, period. But if you aim at its head, then it does not have resistance to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage, and it's vulnerable to fire damage. I think you can say all of that. And I think for towering form, instead of all this nonsense, I think you can say when a medium-sized creature or smaller attacks the Griever with an attack, and that you could basically say when a medium or smaller creature attacks the Griever with a melee weapon with a reach of 5 feet or less, they cannot target its head. I think you just say that. And then you make the head have all these different features so that you don't deal with the prone, crazy, all this extra nonsense. It's just too much. It's just too much. This is all just too much. Okay. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense. Lower body, I think, literally means its lower body. They're trying to differentiate its tail and stuff from its head. But would targeting the head give disadvantage? I don't think it would need to necessarily. I think it depends on the situation. I mean, I think that maybe you could come up with a mechanic to make the head harder to target if you wanted to. I think that would be reasonable. Maybe attacks against the head. Maybe the head is counted as having 3/4 cover or half cover, so it gets a little bonus to its AC when you're attacking the head. You have to have rules clarifications for creatures with flight. That's true. That's true. Yeah, it just seems like too much work for this feature, for this mechanic that I don't think is going to be the be all end all of it. Let's see what else it does. 2 leg attacks, a bite attack, or a tail attack. Leg attacks, bite attacks, all do some nice damage. Tail does okay damage. The target is grappled and restrained. While grappled and restrained, instead of making an attack with its tail, it can choose to grapple, dealing poison damage. And the target must succeed on a DC 14 save or get infected with mutated flare. Okay, yeah, this is very strong for a CR6 monster right now. Mutated flare, they need to be able to get out of it in a handful of ways. I would completely drop towering form and change it so that the head can be targetable in several situations. You could even just say that, like, I would just say whatever I said before, basically, and leave it at that. And maybe even just, I don't think you should do the thing where the head is too tall to hit. That's very hard to pull off. Unless you really can figure out a cleaner way to say it, but this is not a cleaner way to say it, what you have right here. I would probably just make the head separately targetable with ranged weapons or attack, or with ranged weapons or weapons with reach, or by large-sized creatures. If this creature is a normal encounter, then these overcomplex mechanics aren't worth the effort for most DMs, but I'm getting a boss battle vibe here. But if that's the case, I think trying to make positioning important in a unique way. That's a really good point, Delport. I think that if you have this as a boss monster, then having unique mechanics of, like, its height can be kind of fun. But I would not want to have to keep track of 2 of these on a battlefield, and I wouldn't want to have to do it a lot. But yeah, CR6 feels low, at least in terms of, like, a lot of in terms of, like, the mutated flare, the advanced pack tactics. It's got a lot going on for a CR6 monster, but it is a cool idea, and I do think it is commendable to try to play around with having, like, targeted shots. Ain't nothing wrong with that, but in its current state, it's a little too complicated. Just wondering if the cat depilatory was sent in, and I'm sorry if I'm being a bother. Dude, I don't know. Look at all the things that got sent in. I'm going to be honest. I don't read them until the stream starts. So, I don't know yet. But I don't have anything else to say about the Griever. You're not a bother. I don't have anything else to say about the Griever. I think it's cool. I think it's a little too strong, and I think you got to tone some stuff down, but I like the core concept. All right. We got one more member/Patreon post. As a reminder, if you're new here, if you are a $5 tier on my Patreon, or the $5 tier, or whatever the middle tier is, member on YouTube, when I post, you get access to special posts that let you apply things on, that lets you, put things on a wheel that has less people, and it makes it a little bit more likely that you'll get picked. Let's see who gets this one. Oh, it's Dark Steel Panda. Let's see what they said. First homebrew weapon. Did my best to incorporate what I've learned from you and make sure it would still be a fun weapon to use, inspired by Sokka's boomerang. Oof, I love that. From Avatar: The Last Airbender, and a very handy returning weapon, hand axe, I currently use in a campaign. Thank you. Thank you, Dark Steel. Let's see what we're working with here. Click. Clack. Yeah. Guys, don't give me money if you don't have money to give. But if you have money to give and you feel inclined to have your piece way more likely to be reviewed 4 times a month, you can join a special tier and you get access to special posts, which I will be doing the new one for next week tomorrow or after stream tonight, depending on how tired I am. If you are on YouTube, you'll see it in my community page. It'll just be a member exclusive post. And if you're on Patreon, you'll see it on my Patreon. Boomi, cookery shape. It's a scimitar, very rare, requires attunement by 13 dex and 2 hours of meditation training focusing on the weapon. Okay, so you need to have a minimum of dex, and it takes 2 hours to 2 hours to attune to. I don't think you need this. I feel like most dungeon masters require a certain amount of like a short rest to attune anyway. This feels redundant. Unless there's a weird mechanic about hours in here, I think you can just drop that one. This well-worn cookery blade has been a prized hunting tool passed down through families of the forest, but has been lost and found many times over. Often mistaken for a run-of-the-mill skinning knife. This is not a complete sentence. If enough time and care is spent training and wearing away the effects of time, don't put time twice. This weapon will unlock its secrets for its new master. Without attunement, it's 1d6 slashing damage, has the thrown property with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. I also think if you are describing what the weapon is, you want it to be a finesse weapon. I'm assuming you want it to be a finesse weapon. Right now, if it's not a finesse weapon, you can't use dex with it. And I think that you want to be able to use dex with it. So make it a finesse weapon too. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Omen. If I missed any super chats earlier tonight, I apologize. I was not super focused on the notifications. I was too excited to be talking to Blaine. Okay, let's see what else. Once attuned with Boomi, the weapon's attributes change. You should put all of these as bullet points. And I wouldn't say change. I would say the thing is, I don't actually know. Like, I get why you put this here because you can just wield it and not be attuned to it. But I don't. These should be bullet points, and I don't know if you need to clarify it like this, but maybe do. I would say once attuned with Boomi, the weapon gains the following features. That's what I would say. It deals 1d6 magic. You can and use full sentences, please, for the love of God. It deals 1d6 magical slashing damage. That's one thing. Another bullet. You gain a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Another thing. Another bullet. It has the thrown property with a normal range of 30 feet and a long range of 90 feet. Another bullet. It has the chain strike feature. Another bullet. It scores a critical hit on a 19 or a 19 to 20 on an attack roll. And then with chain strike feature, you probably could just put that in that bullet point. Once per turn, when you hit, you have to clarify what you're hitting. When you hit a target with a ranged attack, when you hit a target with a ranged weapon attack. Yippee! Oh, Zephos, thank you. When you hit a target with a ranged weapon attack. Yeah, that's true. It is easier to say it's a +2 magic weapon. You get rid of half that nonsense. You don't need to say any of that. Okay, well, I'm getting lost in my sauce here. Give me 1 second. Once per turn, when you hit with a ranged attack using this weapon, if there is another enemy within 10 feet of the original target, you can make that enemy your new target. Make a ranged attack against the new target, retaining any bonuses applied to the original attack. After the attack is... I would drop the retaining any... I just drop that. After the attack is completed, the weapon magically returns to your hand. Okay. Here's how you rewrite Chain Strike. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a ranged attack using this weapon, you can you can cause Boomi to strike an additional target. If there is another creature within 10 feet of the original target, you can make a second attack against that target using the attack roll of the first. After the attack hits or misses, the Boomi returns to you, to your hand. Something like that. You don't get the properties of magic items until attuned anyway, if they require attunement. So yeah, the once attuned was probably unnecessarily. Yeah, I agree. Proficiency with scimitar. Okay, that's just that. You can get rid of that. I don't know what this is. Is this more stuff? Bonus magic. Once thrown, the weapon begins to spin with increasing speed, moving in an arcing path towards its target. Okay, that's just flavor text. Okay, I don't really have too much more to say. I think I think the idea is pretty solid and honestly pretty simple. You have a lot of extra words that you don't need, because truly what this is it's a unique weapon that is a 1d6 slashing finesse weapon that can be thrown. That's what it is. It's just one of those. But when you attune to it, it becomes a +2 one of those. It scores a critical hit on a 19 to 20. Its range is a little bit bigger, and once per turn, it could potentially bounce and hit someone else. All of those things are really cool. I think that most of the work that you have to put in here actually is just reformatting it. It's just restructuring it so it's a little bit easier to read. It is a little strong for a very rare item. I think that this chain strike, it's basically the same as giving you a whole extra attack, which is a lot. So I might limit the amount of times it can do that more than just once per turn. I also think if you drop the critical hit thing, that would probably help. Like, honestly, I think it works fine as a +2 weapon if it's just a +2 weapon with extra range and chain strike. Like, that's pretty solid. I think I might. I think you can drop a couple things, but I like the idea. It's pretty solid. It's not. It's a nice. It's one of those magic items that doesn't feel like crazy cosmic magic. It just feels like a cool, powerful boomerang, which is nice. I like it. Could you make the chain strike bounce based on level? You could, but that would make it a lot stronger. Because each one of those hits is essentially a whole extra attack, which is a lot. Okay. Thank you for sharing, Dark Steel Panda. And we are now done with all of the Patreon member reviews, and we are on to just back to that big old wheel. Let's spin the wheel. Hey Cinder, do you review house rules as well? I found a low fantasy homebrew. I want to get an outside opinion on them. I guess I can. It depends on how complicated they are and how long they are, but I'm happy to take a look at rules. I prefer to look at stuff that is your stuff, because my general goal is to help you improve as a writer. But I suppose if you lied to me and pretended that it was yours, I wouldn't know the difference. Ah, Professor Shore. The Professor of the Shore. Let's see what Professor Shore says. Resubmitting my full class for review. Some design choices become clear if subclasses are also read, but I'm not expecting that on stream. Perhaps the next one. Bruv, you know I'm not reading subclasses on stream. You know that. You don't even pretend I might. You know I'm not going to. It's a whole class. I'm going to look at the first and second level features. If you pick a subclass in the first or second level, I'll look at one of them, but I don't go past second level features generally. Milky, don't worry. It's well established now that if you post a full class, I'm going to look at first level and second level, because that's all you should really need to look at to have a basic sense of the class. If I need to look at more than that, I feel like that is enough of an indicator that it needs some work. I did not do the Moonlit Dagger yet tonight. No, Omen. Okay, let's see what we got here. The Vagabond. I do like the name Vagabond. Vagabond is a fun name. Can you guys... All right, here, let me make it so you guys can see it. Sorry. Here it is in the thing. You want to look at it there. Let's make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Much easier to read. Okay. It's a D10. Light armor, simple weapons, herbalism. You get melee weapons, crossbows. The Vagabond table shows. Oh, we're a spellcaster. We're like a half caster. Okay. Shows how many spells you got. You prepare those from the Druid spell list. Okay. You're using Wisdom. You're a ritual caster. Spellcasting focus, resolve. Let's see. What are our first and second level features? Resolve, unarmed defense, spellcasting, fighting style. So you should always, whenever you're making a class or a subclass or anything like that, you should put what level you're getting features. So did you see how fighting style at second level you adopt a fighting style? You should say what level you get unarmored defense. You should say what level you get resolve, even if it's first level, because it's just going to make it easier. Resolve. At first level, your time on the road has exposed you to many dangers. Your focus and durability. This could be put a period here. Please, please. Hey, people that are members on YouTube or people that are subscribers on Twitch, you guys have an emoji that is me shooting a laser beam at a period and saying period, I think. So whenever there's a grammar thing, you can put that because that's me getting angry. Yeah, put a period there. Your focus and durability in battle can be a shield against otherwise fatal blows. Yeah, oh my God, it's so much better if this is a period. Jeez Louise. There we go. Thank you, Merle. Thanks for participating. You have a number of uses of your resolve equal to twice your proficiency bonus, okay? As a reaction, Jesus, don't say may. Come on, you said you're resubmitting, which means you've seen the stream before, and you're resubmitting with may? Brother Bear, come on now. What is going on here? Don't tell me that you're resubmitting and you didn't do a control find and search for may. Give me the benefit of the doubt. Give me the respect. I don't want no may. I don't want no may. May is a word that can't get no love from me because it's the word you don't need and the other word you need is can. It's the same both ways. I wish I could make the emojis work both ways. I know that maybe I got to figure out, maybe there's like a program or something I can get to mesh the chats better together. Count Snowy of Gwaine, it is okay to be anxious. It is okay to be anxious. Here's what I'll say. I might ridicule you. I might yell. I probably won't yell because it's getting late. But at the end of the day, I'm just talking about something you made once. It's no indictment of you. You know what I mean? As far as I know, you probably, you it is likely that you are smarter and or more successful at me than me at many things. So do not feel stressed. You got nothing to prove. All you got to do to prove is show up. If you show up, you've proven yourself. Okay, as a reaction, you can spend a use of your resolve to add your Constitution modifier to a Strength, Dexterity, or Constitution saving throw. Or you can add your Wisdom modifier to any Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma saving throw. This needs to be, I would make these into bullets. You regain half the expended uses of resolve by spending 1 hour, which can coincide with a rest meditating. Drop this. Don't just make them per day. If you're getting double your proficiency bonus, just make them per day. Don't get them back on a short rest or during meditating. Also, I don't think you should be able to add your Constitution modifier to Constitution saving throws doubled, and I don't think you should be able to add your Wisdom modifier to Wisdom saving throws doubled. I think you should be able to use the resolve to add your Constitution modifier to Strength or Dex saving throws, Wisdom modifier to add to Intelligence, Charisma saving throws, but don't. What are our saving throws actually? Yeah, they're Constitution and Strength. One of these should be. One of these should not be Strength. Make one of them. Go Strength and Wisdom. Make them Strength and Wisdom, or Constitution and Wisdom. Yeah, it's too many boosts to saves. For the amount that you're getting here. If there are other things that we're doing with our resolve later on, I'm assuming there are, that might help. I don't see any subclasses. So I don't even know how I would look at subclasses. If resolve is pretty much just for saving throws, I might not even give you double your proficiency bonus. I might just give you your proficiency bonus. At 14th level, while under the effects of a spell or condition, you can spend a resolve to suspend the effect of that spell or condition until the start of your next turn. It's kind of fun. Okay. Armored defense, constitution plus wisdom. So you got the same unarmored defense as a, not exactly the same as a monk. So this is weird. Normally, unarmored defense is 10 plus dex plus another stat, almost exclusively. This is never do they do 10 plus 2 stats, neither of which is dex. So I might change that if I were you. Might. Could be okay, but it's worth thinking about. It's it should be, it doesn't say whether the 14th level feature is a reaction or not, but it probably should be a reaction. Let's see. Do we get any unique fighting styles? Archery, Blessed Warrior, dueling, Druidic Warrior, Great Weapon Fighting, 2-weapon fighting. Okay, so basically, what is this thing as a second level creature that is distinctly different from anything else? It is, what are you getting at? What do you have by second level? At second level, you have 2 first level spell slots. So at second level, you have a fighting style, you have unarmored defense, and you have the ability to shrug off saving throw things. I think all of that is pretty cool and a little bit different feeling. Definitely a little bit different feeling. The unarmored defense spellcaster is fun, but also very strong. Those are 2 really powerful features to give on top of something, so I would just be cautious of that. And resolve in its current state is too strong. You got to tone that back. But that is all I have to say about the Vagabond for now. But I will say it does have vibe by level 2, which is a good sign. So, cool. Very nice. It is interesting to give Blessed Warrior and Druidic Warrior. And now that I think about it, I feel like it probably should just be Druidic Warrior, because you're not picking cleric spells. I have an itchy nose. Ooh, one of my favorite things to get sometimes. Waffle. It is not mine is good. Okay, don't really know what that means. I guess you didn't make it. Let's see what it is. What am I looking at here? It's a race? Okay. It's a species. Okay, I understand. Waffle does taste good sometimes. If it's not yours, I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to read the flavor text. I don't really think it's super helpful to talk about the grammar of someone else. So we're just going to skip right to the abilities. You get a +2 to your intelligence, you age, you have resistance to cold damage. There are 2 primary variations, hulking and springtail. Okay, so let's see. Hulking, you get a +1 to your con. You have 30-foot walking and climbing speed. I love monsters with climbing. I love characters with climb speeds. Powerful build, chest beating. As a bonus action, you can pound your fist to your chest, causing a surge of adrenaline and valor until the start of your next turn. You have resistance to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage, and you have advantage on intimidation checks. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain when you finish a long rest. Interesting. Natural cooks. With 1 silver worth of ingredients, you can prepare a meal for a number of creatures of medium or smaller creatures equal to 2, plus your proficiency bonus over the course of a short or long rest. A creature who eats a meal at the end of this rest regains 1 spent hit die and gains temporary hit points equal to 1d6, plus your proficiency bonus. That's pretty strong. I might change it so it's just regains 1 spent hit die, or just gives temporary hit points, not both. I don't know whose it is, Threaded Eater. They didn't say. They just said it's not theirs. He should be probably receiving credit. Maybe it's by Ryoko. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Ryoko. Here it is. It's Ryoko. This guy. This is who? Ryoko's Guide to Yokai Realms. Springtail. You're little. Your speed is 35. You have a climbing speed. And climbing on a creature larger than you doesn't count as difficult terrain. That's fun. You can climb on creatures. You gain proficiency in some skills. Advantage on ability checks to tame or influence beasts. Interesting. Why do they get so many more features than the other one? I guess they don't. They get a couple more. Springing leap. You can calculate your jump distance using your dexterity. I like that. When you do long jump, covers the number of feet equal to your dex score without running start. Your high jump equals 3 plus your dex modifier. Either way, each foot you clear costs a foot of move. Okay, cool, that's fine. Sturdy tail. Your tail can support your weight and balance. When you make an ability check or saving throw to avoid being forcibly moved, you can use your reaction to curl your tail around an object within 5 feet of you that is attached to the ground or another sturdy surface. If you do, you have advantage on the check. I like this one. This one's just kind of neat. It is a lot of features, but none of them are crazy powerful. Yeah, it's cool. I don't really have a whole lot of feedback other than what I said about the hulking ones. Natural cooks. But yeah, overall pretty cool. The tail thing does sound super fun. I really like springing leap. The using dex to calculate your jumping is fun. Thank you for sharing, Waffle. Ooh. Kramskoy. Oops, nope. Kramskoy. Let's see what they say. This is my first homebrew subclass, and I hope for advice in balancing it. Please note that I probably won't publish it in English, so I was pretty cheap on translating flavor text. Also note that this subclass was based on a homebrew stat block of a campaign antagonist. Oh. So we have, I'm assuming this is going to be, this is somebody that is a non-native English speaker, which I'm always a fan of. Sometimes I have a lot of Brazilian people that like me. I don't know why. I don't know what makes the Brazilians so intrigued with my work. Brazilians do seem pretty cool, though. They're cool people. Also, Germans. Brazilians and Germans, for whatever reason. Warning. Firstly, this subclass was manually translated from Russian. Cool. All right. Second, and most important, this subclass in its original form was meant for a villainous antagonist, and what I ask of you is some help with translating it into player material. Okay. Keeping the balance and the same shadowy feel. I was thinking about translating it into a warlock subclass, but they already have Hexblade as well as sorcerers having shadow magic, so I don't know if it's good. Thematically, to make multiple Shadowfell subclasses. You could make 100 Shadowfell subclasses. As long as they all feel really different, you should be fine. Also, I'm aware that this subclass is really strong, so I mostly need your opinion on what I can tone down. Okay, cool. Is it a sorcerer subclass? Or what? Oh, man, there's a lot of stuff here. You know I'm not going to read this whole thing, right? This is like 5 pages, 7 pages. All right, we're going to get through. We're probably not going to read the extra spells, but we're going to certainly start it off. Sometimes the mages go so far in their research that they reveal secrets that they never should have known. Knightly Shadowfell sorcerers is one of those secrets. Terrifying in any of its manifestations and bewitching at the same time in what is able to create, drawing energy straight from the infinite planes of the Shadowfell, the sorcerer to transcend the usual boundaries on their illusions and necromantic spawn, giving control over okay, cool. Yeah, we're still here. When you reach certain levels, you learn new spells. Okay, cool. We got some new spells. Let's see what the new spells are. Edit. I have written and imported a bunch of unique spells for different subclasses and alike, so they don't feel unique with their features, but all of their casting. This particular list consists of approximately 35 spells, from cantrips to 9th level spells. Don't worry, my marshals got the same treatment. Oh, Laser Llama's great. Okay, so we're not going to worry about the spells that we don't know what they are. Silent Image, Inflict Wounds, Soul Blade, Misty Step, Animate Dead, Speak with the Dead, Phantasmal Killer, Shadow of Moil, Negative Energy Flood, Dark Dementing. Okay, cool. Most of those seem pretty legit. One thing that I think you should pay attention to is that every sorcerer that gets extra spells has the ability to switch those spells out. Or learn alternative spells, and they all have to switch them out with certain schools of magic. So, like, for example, the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer has a bunch of spells that it gets, and it can switch them out for illusion or enchantment spells. Or the Clockwork Sorcerer, I think it's transmutation and abjuration spells. It's right here. Where does it say it? Did I miss it? Oh, I did. Sorry, my bad. My bad. There you go. You did it. Listen, if there's anything I'm good at, it's saying stuff that you don't need to hear. I've been trying to get on the DC, but it says the link is invalid or something. Could you put something new in the chat? Is that working now? Shadow merging. So, I see we're getting two pretty big first level features here. I know you aren't going to read down this far, but the Soul Blade spell should get rid of the bonus to AC part of that spell. All right, I might not read down that far, Threaded Ito, but I appreciate you giving the feedback because I can say it, and now it has been given. You see, guys, this is why we're here. It's a team-based activity. I'll be the teacher, but you know what the secret is? The students got as much to say as the teacher, and y'all are smarter than me most of the time. As a result of your... Okay, shadow merging, first level. As a result of your soul coming closer to the essence of dark itself, you gain the ability to intertwine with your shadow. As a bonus action, you can cause your body to merge with it for 1 hour. Your equipment is absorbed into your new form, but you still gain the benefits of magic items and can use them as if they were equipped on you at the moment of transformation. Okay, what happens when you're transformed? And this lasts an hour. You have the following features. Your movement speed is increased by 10 feet. You can only cast spells from the Night Soul spell list or ones you replace them with the addition of False Life. Interesting. So you're limited to these spells. That's kind of fun. I like that quite a bit, actually. You can't attack with physical weapons and unarmed strikes. Your AC can't be affected by wearing physical armor or shields. Instead, your AC equals 10 plus your... You can just drop this first part, and you could just say your AC becomes 10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your charisma modifier. You can disengage as a bonus action. You gain a bonus, don't say on stealth checks, you can say 2 stealth checks, equal to your charisma modifier, and you have advantage on these rolls when in dim light or darkness. This is very strong. When you merge with your shadow for the first time, after a long rest, you gain temporary hit points equal to your sorcerer level. This is really strong. I wonder how often we can do this. You can take normal... You can take your normal... So instead of saying you can take your normal form as an action, say you can return to your normal form as an action. You can assume shadow form twice before you need to finish a long rest to assume it again. Alternatively, you can spend 3 sorcery points to assume shadow form. Your shadow form ends early if you become unconscious. So... if you want this to actually last an hour, it shouldn't be more than once. I strongly suggest this doesn't last an hour. I would say 10 minutes tops, and that seems like a lot. This could also last a minute and still be fine, honestly. What's the rationale for charisma affecting the AC? My guess would be that it's sort of like your magical, shadowy aura, and charisma is the stat that is representative of magic for sorcerers. That would be my guess. I got no problem with that. Honestly, I got no problem with most of these features. I just think you're getting this way too much. Okay. And then there's more. Also, starting at first level, you can use your action to perform Life Drain. In this case, you can use your action to perform life drain. You don't need to say in this case. You can just start. Make a melee spell attack using your charisma modifier. Using your charisma against the creature against the creature within 5 feet of you. Period. On a hit, you deal 1d8 plus your charisma modifier necrotic damage, and you regain hit points equal to half the necrotic damage dealt. Starting at level 5, you can perform life drain twice when you use an action. Okay. Let's read this note is. I'm not sure what I can shorten here so it isn't a giant wall of features. Also, I think resourceless gaining hit points is incredibly strong, so I have a bunch of other ideas. Okay, so here's what you do. Here's what you do. I think that it's okay to have these, but I think you can put some of them together. So, for example, a lot of these things, I think you should just drop the disengage as a bonus action entirely. I don't think you need it. I also think you could probably drop the temporary hit points entirely. I don't think you need it. I also think that you can combine these two features into one. While in your Shadow Nightmare form, the only actions you can take are to cast a spell from your Night Soul spell list, or take the dash, disengage, or hide action. You can just say it like that, and that will shorten it up a little bit. All that should help. That being said, all this is really strong, so I don't love that I'm seeing a whole other first level feature here. Like, life drain should be a separate feature, and I want to say that I think that you should only be able to gain hit points from it. Either it should be a thing where, like, you only are regaining those hit points if you are below half health, or maybe you can only regain hit points from it a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. But it is just a regular attack. Also, I want to suggest that this extra attack probably should not actually kick in until 6th level. I guess it could kick in at 5th. That's when everyone gets extra attack. But that almost makes me want you to kick it in at 6th level more. Okay. Grim Affection. And by the way, at this point, even before Grim Affection, this is very strong for a sorcerer. So, unless Grim Affection opens my mind to some crazy new something, I'm going to say you probably just drop Grim Affection, even before reading it. Let's see. Your connection with the distant dark entities allows you to become a conduit for its influence in the world of the living. As long as you have temporary hit points, you can use a spell slot to cast False Life spell on other creatures at the range of touch. In addition, the duration of the False Life spell becomes 8 hours for you. It can be cast as a bonus action, and you can cast it on yourself and other creatures without using a spell slot a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. I'm going to stop reading this right now. This feature, just drop it. Just drop this feature entirely. Get rid of it. Get rid of the whole thing. You don't need it. Drop it. If you want them to do False Life, give them False Life here and just leave it at that. I have a question. I spent money creating an encounter for my party that they disengaged in after the first round because they wanted to continue the main quest. How can I prevent this? It sucked. How do you prevent what? Them disengaging from an encounter? Or... Well, I have two thoughts. I have two thoughts on that. I can address that for a second. The first thought is that D&D is a two-way street. You, as the dungeon master, have things that you bring to the table. You have expectations for what the game should be, and you have goals in the game. The players are exactly the same. They have expectations for what the goal should be. They have desires. They have all sorts of things. And one of the best ways to avoid all problems in D&D is to make clear those expectations and goals on both sides. So let me give you an example. Let's use this thing. Say you bought an encounter on DM's Guild or something. You're pretty excited to run it, and you're like, this is cool, I want to try this. I think it is totally reasonable to say to your players beforehand, hey guys, I bought this little supplement that we're going to use in this session. I'm pretty excited for it. And I want to know what you guys think afterwards. So they kind of understand that, like, this is what the encounter is that you want to run. So they will lean into it. You can even say, like, I spent money on this, so I want us to just try it out. We'll just see how it feels. That's one thing that you can do, is just talk to them. Get them on the same page. If your players know that something is important to you, then they should react by leaning in the same way that if you know something is important to your players, you should react by leaning in. That's what I mean by two-way street. The second thing is that it is not, if depending on how you run your game, you can't get upset with players for deciding to sidestep an encounter if that is the tone that you set. So, like, in one campaign that I'm running, it's very open-ended. All sorts of crazy stuff is happening. The players avoid stuff all the time. Operator Pirate, I'm doing very good. Thank you for the super chat. Players sidestep encounters all the time because they're sort of wander. It's like a wandering sandbox campaign. That being said, if I know there is an encounter that I want them to have, I will make sure that they understand that that encounter is important. If an encounter isn't important for the plot or the goals of the characters, then it's kind of understandable that they might want to sidestep it sometimes. You know, not everybody's going to be excited by everything. So if you want to avoid your players sidestepping an encounter, you have to figure out how to make that encounter either important for the plot or important to the characters. Let's say you bought an encounter that was about a bunch of ogres stealing a boat and becoming ogre pirates. Maybe have those ogre pirates kidnap somebody that is important to the players. Maybe have the ogre pirates have a magic item that is important to the plot or important to one of the characters. You have to make, if you're playing a game where characters can sidestep stuff and know that it's okay to, they're going to. And if you really don't want them to sidestep something, you either need to just communicate that to them as people, or you need to build it into the plot so that if they sidestep it, there are big plot ramifications. They're either not going to get the thing they need, something bad's going to happen, whatever. Does that make sense? I hope that answered your question. All right, let's keep on keeping on. Shadowfell Phantasmary. Yeah, ogre pirates are cool. One of my favorite things is giant pirates with a giant pirate ship. I usually make them ogres. I've done it like 4 or 5 times. I'm very unoriginal. If I have an idea that works, I just keep doing it. But people don't know because they're all in different campaigns. Shadowfell Phantasmary. Phantasmary, I don't think is a word in English, but I think you could just say Shadowfell Phantasm, and that should be fine. Each time you use metamagic on an illusion or necromancy spell, don't say may, say can, you can reduce the amount of sorcery points spent by 1. Minimum 0. You can reduce the amount of sorcery points from your metamagic a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain all expended uses when you complete a long rest. That's very strong. But sorcerers usually get something very strong at 6th level. That being said, I'm a little nervous because I see a whole lot more words. And this alone is very strong. So let's see what these other words are. What did you say, that nerd? Oh, yeah, I guess that after all, it was just a side encounter on the way to the boss. I'll make it more clear next time. Maybe I'll make the ogres come back to them and fight the boss. Yeah, you got to give them incentive, especially if it's like a side quest. The connection to the infinite planes of shadow gives you the ability to intensify your illusions, only for a moment, but making them manifest. I think you can drop all of this and just say making them manifest. When you cast certain illusion spells, you can make them corporeal until the end of your next turn. You're able to place up to 250 pounds of weight on them or more. They can deal damage and feel real, creating the sensation of heat, cold, blah, blah, blah. The damage... Okay, I'm going to stop reading this. This is stronger than the Illusion Wizard's 14th level feature, which allows you to basically do this, but you can't make them deal damage. So I would probably just drop this whole feature. Just drop the whole thing. I'm not even going to finish reading it right now because I think it's too strong. You said I probably need to cut the meta magic stuff. Oh, I would keep the meta magic stuff. I would use the meta magic stuff and not the hallucinatory reality stuff. The hallucinatory reality stuff is going to be really hard to balance. It's very strong. If you want to keep hallucination illusions being real, you got to make it a much higher level feature. But honestly, I would probably just drop it. Mind of the Devouring Light. Your oneness with the shadows begins to affect your very mind, helping to remove the effect of fear, even at its worst manifestations. You are immune to fear effects and the frightened condition. Cool. Whenever an enemy uses a fear-inducing effect on you, you can use your action to redirect it back at the creature. Oh, that's kind of fun. If the creature fails its wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, it becomes frightened of you for 1 minute. If the creature is immune to fear, it instead takes 3d8 psychic damage on a failed wisdom saving throw. The frightened creature repeats the saving throw each time it attacks any of its opponents, ending the effect on a success. It should be able to remake its saving throw each of its turns, and if anything attacks it, or one of the two. In addition, any creature that is frightened by you takes an extra 3d8 psychic damage whenever you hit them with life drain. I would drop that. I don't think you need that. Being able to redirect frightening is pretty cool. Write that down. What are we writing down? I like Ogre Pirate Captain, but patron, owner, secret backer, yes, then I can drop clues about the identity of the patron, mysterious patron. Also, odd question. Would you be able to make a YouTube short on Orcus? Maybe. I'd have to read about Orcus first. I'm not super well versed in the demon lords, but maybe I'll do some of the demon lords. I like them a lot on paper. I just don't know that much about them. I don't think I know enough about them offhand to make a clever short, but maybe that'll be a thing I do. Yes, you're just throwing too much. All of these features feel like 3 features, and they shouldn't all feel like 3 features. They should all feel like 1 feature. 18th level, Unity with the Dark. You become truly one with the essence of the Shadowfell, which twists every part of your being. Your shadow becomes truly a part of you, if not replacing you entirely, and even in your normal form, you can hear it whisper. End the sentence here. And then start a new sentence here. You can hear it whisper to you and others around you as it slowly gains its power. That's a fun flavor vibe. All shadow merging uses are replenished after a short rest or by using 1 sorcery point. Is that... Okay, that's that earlier feature. This is too strong. Like this. In addition, while in shadow form, you gain the following features. You're no longer limited to the spells you can cast. Your movement speed increases by 30 feet, and you gain spider climb. Okay. You can, as a reaction, cause disadvantage on an attack that is targeting you. Okay. At the start of each of your turns in shadow form, if you are not in direct sunlight, you gain temporary hit points equal to charisma modifier +1. They should not stack. Don't make them stack. Just make it your charisma modifier plus something else, like half your sorcerer level or whatever. The ability to lower the price of meta magic includes a Shadowfell sorcery. I'm not going to worry about it. I don't even... What are you saying here? Included in the Shadowfell sorcery applies to all spells on the shadow magic list. All right, I'm not going to worry about that. When you reduce a creature to 0 hit points with life drain, you regain 1d6 sorcery points. Jesus fuck. Okay, so you drop this part entirely. That's much too strong. You can keep the rest, but you drop all of this. So basically, you are not getting any extra uses of your Shadow Merge feature. Your Shadow Merge feature is just better. And that's okay, but still very strong. But yeah, it's a neat idea. You've made it mountains too strong, but I do like the flavor a little bit. I think you gotta focus the idea a little bit. You have like each of these features feels like distinctly different. Like I'm getting being the shadow thing and absorbing life, but I'm also getting like illusions and stuff. And I think you should pick a direction and shoot in that direction, and then cut all the stuff I told you to cut. Thank you for sharing. Captain Crump. Guys, can you tell that my seat has lowered since we started stream? Give me a second. Okay, we're back. Back to height. You reviewed this last time and told me it would be good to have more damage saving throws, lower stats, and some radiant damage to better fit the feel of such design. And so I present you the new One Who Grips. This is the final look over before I better flesh out my next BBEG after this one. So I hope it passes the test. The idea of the One Who Grips is brutal. Fanatic Inquisitor type ruler who despises any non-divine thing. Okay. Let's see how much you actually changed this. All right, we're gonna look at this a little bit. Okay, so it's still what's the challenge rating on it? Did you remove the challenge rating? All right, it's kind of hard to. Okay, armor class 16, 120 hit points. Its main stat is charisma. It's immune to frighten. Passive perception 16. Okay. Saving throws, dex, and wisdom. Commanding presence. All allies within 50 feet who have direct vision of the One Who Grips have advantage on saving throws. Okay. Any creature within 5 feet of the One Who Grips has disadvantage on athletics and acrobatics checks while they remain within 5 feet. When the One Who Grips moves while it has a creature grappled, it suffers no penalty as a result of dragging the creature alongside it. Cool, cool, cool. At the start of the One Who Grips turns, grappled creatures take 9 radiant damage at the start of each turn until it escapes the grapple. The grapple is broken. You can just drop all of that. It's implied that if they break the grapple, it doesn't happen because they're no longer grappled. Actions. The creature can make 2 Impale Heretic attacks or 2 Cleanse Sin attacks. Impale Heretic. Ranged attack plus 7 to hit. 30, 60. 1d10 plus 4 piercing damage. Okay. Cleanse Sinner. 2d6 plus 4 piercing damage. What size is this creature? Medium. Okay. Final Cleansing. Melee attack plus 7 to hit. Targets a creature who's grappled. How does it grapple creatures? I guess we'll see. 1d10 plus 4 bludgeoning damage plus 2d10 plus 4 piercing damage plus 2d10 plus 4 radiant damage. Okay, couple things here. One, if you want to be doing dice, the average damage of dice are not them cut in half. So the average damage of a d10 is not 5. It is 5.5. So if you are having something do 2d10 damage plus 4, it's not 14. It's actually 15 because 2d10 is 5.5 times 2, which is 11, plus 4 is 15. So do all that. Secondly, you should only be adding that plus 4 one time. It should not be for each of these. It should basically just be for the strength modifier. It should not be on the radiant, and it shouldn't be on the piercing. So it should be 1d10 bludgeoning damage plus, or 1d10 plus 4 bludgeoning damage plus 2d10 piercing damage plus 2d10 radiant damage. Don't add the extra bonuses each time. The other thing is that this guy does not have a clear way of grappling creatures that I see. So you probably should think about that. If a lot of his features are built around grappling, he should have a way to grapple. That is not just grappling. Bonus action. Creatures of the One Who Grips choice within 40 feet can add 1d8 to attack rolls or saving throws they make and gain 10 feet of additional movement until next turn. Recharge 5/6. Put the recharge here at the beginning, but next to whistle, not at the end. And make the +1 that they add only one time. They can add a 1d8 to the next attack roll or saving throw they make before the start of the One Who Grips next turn. Okay, it gets legendary actions. It can move up to half its speed. It deals some damage to a grappled target. The closest ally to the One Who Grips can use its reaction to make one melee attack towards a creature in range. It can Why drop the? I don't know. I don't know about the 5 temporary hit points. I might drop those. Okay, couple things here. This thing is doing a lot for its allies. I think you need to do. It doesn't need to be doing as much. It's just a lot to keep track of. The other thing is it needs to have a basic ability. Like it should have an attack that grapples. Like its melee attack should grapple. Like so many creatures have attacks that grapple. I don't think it's good design to have so many features that are intrinsically tied to grappling and have this creature not have a way to grapple while it attacks. Yeah. Let's take a look at the layer actions. Shatters tiles on the ground, creating difficult terrain. Don't say 4 squares around it. Put a range, 20-foot radius around it. Experiences a surge of searing radiant energy. If it is grappling a creature, they take radiant damage. If it's not grappling, it gains temporary hit points. All right, that's fine. Judgment, the one who grips dashes at an incredible speed towards a creature within 30 feet and makes a grapple attack with a +9 to hit. Grapple attacks are not a thing in D&D. They can make a contested grapple check, which would be an athletics check contested by an athletics or an acrobatics check. If you want this to be a distinct, unique attack, you need to write it as an attack. Wait, no, not its basic melee. Give a reaction that when a creature attacks it in melee and misses, it can grapple them. Oh, that would be interesting too. Yeah. I think you got the damage to a much better place. I think Final Cleansing is overkill at the moment. This sort of attack should also probably be on either some sort of recharge or limited. Like, I guess it's only grappled creatures. So, yeah. Overall, I think it's pretty solid. It is quite strong. It is. You may have tipped the balance a little bit into the extra strong direction. It has a lot of these area of effect features and affecting allies features, and I don't think it should have as many as it does. But that is what I think. It does feel a lot better than it was last time I saw it, and I think that if you were going to use it immediately right now, it probably would be fine. But I also think that you should give it some more ways to grapple creatures than it has currently. Oh, Larry Lightfoot. Larry Lightfoot. Let's see what Mr. Lightfoot brings to the table. A document full of homebrew rules I've made and modified throughout my time as a DM. The ones marked GIF Glyph are more or less taken from the Namesake's website and Darker Dungeons book. And a few are based on XP to level 3's videos on stun. Larry, dude. You sending me a whole friggin' document? I don't want to read a whole document, man. I'm not sure what to do with this, if I'm being honest. You didn't really give me a... All right, I'm just going to read... I'll read the vision section. Because you didn't tell me what to read. And if you don't tell me what to read, I just read the first thing. Vision. These are changes to the types of vision. Cool. All right, let's do it. Blind sense. You are immune to the blinded condition and can sense the presence of creatures and objects around you. However, unless you have another type of vision that allows you to see normally, you are always considered partially blinded when interacting with objects that have details. What is partially blinded? You making me like read documents and documents? Oh, it's down here. You have disadvantage on perception checks that rely on sight. You can't discern color. Okay, that's cool. Bright vision. You can see in bright light and are partially blinded in dim light. You are blinded in darkness. Okay. Dark vision. You can see in dim light as if it were bright light and are partially blinded in darkness. Okay. Excuse me. Tremor sense. You are immune to the blinded condition and can sense the presence of creatures and objects around you as long as those creatures are touching the ground. However, unless you have another type of vision that allows you to see normally, you are always considered partially blinded, okay? What do you say? It's blinding light vision? Yeah, I guess so. Tremor set, true sight. You can see in dim light and darkness as if it were bright light, and are partially blinded in magical darkness. You can also see invisible creatures and objects, automatically detect visual illusions and succeed on saving throws against them, and perceive the original form of a shape changer. Okay, cool. That's pretty cool. Partial blindness is neat. I like that. It seems cool. I'm not sure what else I should read here. There's just a lot of stuff. I'm left a little bit. You left me wandering. Next time, give me a specific thing to read. I don't want to have to pick. So I read the visions, and I think that they're interesting. I think partial blindness makes a lot of sense, and I like how you incorporate it into things here. Bright vision is also kind of fun. And if you want me to read something more in depth the next time, tell me which section to read. Oh, it looks like somebody did not put their name in the right section. Love it. Don't know what your name is. Dan the Baker. Oh, I know you, Dan the Baker. All right, cool. Dan the Baker. I know Dan the Baker. Who? Oh, somebody's hype? Why are you hype? College of Ventriloquism. The college, Dan the Baker has, if you guys are on TikTok, Dan the Baker has the best backgrounds in his room, wherever he films. He's got like all these little picture frames. I really like the vibe. College of Ventriloquism is an expert of puppetry and a maker of marionettes, thrower of voices. This college is, I wouldn't use a semicolon, I would use a period. This college is extremely versatile. Through the use of woodcarver's tools, you will learn to create a magical marionette, forging a connection with your creation by imbuing a bit of it with your soul within. You can toss your voice around room to entertain the masses and confuse your enemies. All the world's a stage, and some were born to perform. You, however, are born to perform by proxy of a marionette. This is a really nice flavor text. Really nice flavor text. Oh, Larry, I thought you left, dude. Welcome back. Wait, did you tell me something to look at later? Pick the section you like. Okay, yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not, and that's no offense to you, but I don't like when people say pick the section you like or pick the thing you like. I don't know why. I have like 3 or 4 things that irrationally bother me, and I acknowledge that they bother me. But I also asked, and I mentioned them, and one of them is may versus can. One is people sending me a supplement and not telling me what to read. There's a couple others. But you woke up from your nap just in time. That's okay, Larry. Next time. Oh, you said the spell foes? Yeah, sorry. Missed opportunity. We moved on. I apologize. I hope you're not too offended. We've gone too far to go back. Okay, let's read what this thing does. Voice of Ventriloquist. As a master of ventriloquism, you have learned to not only imitate but also throw your voice. As an action, you can cause your voice to leap to any location within 30 feet of you. You can also do so without perceivably moving your mouth. A creature can make a perception check against your performance skill to determine the voice's true location. Cool. I like that quite a bit. You don't have listed what levels we're getting these things at. Oh, shit. Larry's moving on to the big boy wheel. All right. I'm into it. Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack. How's it going? Okay, so I'm assuming... Okay. So this is a 3rd level feature. This is a 3rd level feature. This is a 3rd level feature. So I'm going to assume that this is a 6th level feature, and this is a 14th level feature. Okay. Please, though, please always say what level you're getting the feature at in there. It just makes it so much easier to read. I guess your voice can hover. No strings on me. Having gained more control over your body, you now have advantage on checks against being restrained. Not grappled, but restrained. Interesting. Okay, Mystic Marionette. When taking this subclass at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in Woodcarver's tools. You have also learned to create a Mystic Marionette. It counts as a small creature. By expending a use of Bardic Inspiration, it can be summoned in an unoccupied space you can see within 30 feet for up to an hour. Movement speed of 30 feet, and can hover. It has an AC of 10 plus your Charisma modifier, and 20 plus your Bard level and HP. At this point, you should just have a stat block for it. While within 100 feet, as a bonus action, you can command the Marionette to move up to its speed and attack. The Marionette uses your spell attack modifier, deals 1d6 plus Charisma modifier bludgeoning damage. This damage die will increase as your Bardic Inspiration die increases. I would just clarify that it deals damage equal to 1 roll of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Charisma modifier. You can also cast spells through the Marionette as if casting in its place, as well as causing your voice to come from the Marionette's mouth. As an action, you can use your senses through the Marionette, hearing or seeing what it hears. While doing this, your own body is blinded and deafened. You can heal the Marionette with Mending Cantrip, 1d6 plus your Charisma modifier healing. If your Marionette is destroyed, you can make a new one in an hour with your Woodcarver's tools. I think you should probably be able to make a new one over a long rest for free, but I think to make one during the day should probably require a resource. That's weaker than other ones. Oh, interesting. Get out of here, Omen. You're wonderful. Okay, so I think that at this point you should just give it I think it should just be a stat block, unless it's automatically, yeah, it should just be a stat block. Just give it a whole stat block. Like, what can it make a wisdom saving throw? Can it be targeted? These are the things. Like, you either need to treat it like the Echo Knight's Echo, and very specifically clarify how it can be interacted with, or if you want it to have hit HP and stuff, just give it a full stat block. Oh, you're saying bye to someone else? Okay. Puppetry. I'm assuming this is the 6th level feature. So also, okay, I like all of this for the 3rd level features. I just think you need a stat block. But I think having the Marionette, getting to throw your voice, this feels a little out of place. The advantage on checks against being restrained. I think you could probably drop this. Yeah, I would probably drop that. I also might give the Marionette more fun things it could do, like just give it 1 or 2 extra little distinctive, like, because this is essentially a pet class, right? Like the Drake Warden has a Drake, the Battle Armorer Artificer has a dog made of metal, you get a puppet, and they all have like their basic features, but all of them have like 1 extra little fun thing they can do. And I think this one could have that extra little fun thing. And I think you drop No Strings on Me, and you add an extra little fun thing for your puppet. Puppetry. You have gained the use of magical puppet strings that can extend from your fingertips, your Woodcarver's tools, or another arcane focus. As a bonus action on your turn, by expending use of Bardic Inspiration, your strings attach to a number of willing creatures within 30 feet of you equal to your Charisma modifier, allowing you to control their bodies momentarily. This can either be used to move creatures up to 30 feet in any direction you choose. This can be vertical, or to cause them to make a single weapon attack against creatures within 5 feet of them. If they're making an attack, and this is something you're doing on your turn, and you're doing it as a bonus action, that's very strong. I would probably make it an action, not a bonus action. I would make them use their reaction to make a melee weapon attack. I would not make it just happen. And I probably would not let you use this feature a lot. I probably would make this a once a day or a once a short rest. A use of a Bardic Inspiration, it feels like a lot to be able to move that many creatures or get that many attacks off. Yeah, I might make it once a day, or then like yeah, I'm leaning once a day. I'm leaning once a day or once a short rest. If that feels like not enough. Puppet Master. At 14th level, you learn the Compulsion spell and can cast it without expending a spell slot once per long rest. Cool. You can now use your puppet strings to affect your enemies. As a bonus action, by expending use of Bardic Inspiration, you can attach your strings to a number of hostile creatures within 30 feet of you. And they must make a con saving throw against your spell save DC. Why con? I feel like this should be wisdom or strength, actually. On a failed save, they must immediately either move up to their speed in a direction of your choice or make a melee attack against another hostile creature within 5 feet. Cool. I think the 14th level feature is pretty solid. I do feel like, again, this shouldn't just be bonus action, Bardic Inspiration. That's too little for how strong that is. But I do like it. I like it quite a bit. I feel like there's something missing. I feel like there's something missing to this class, this subclass. I think it's the marionette. I think the marionette needs a stat block. Hello. And I think that it needs to be able to do something else. It's interesting, but yeah, I feel like there's a piece of the puzzle that's missing here. Try giving the marionette some other feature and see what happens. Thank you, Dan the Baker, for sharing. Let's spin. Ooh, terrible DM. Oh, this sounds like it's going to be trouble. Terrible DM. I wanted to make a Critical Role Vestige-style magic weapon, so I made this one for my players. I haven't given it yet, so there's time to fix any mistakes. Dude, I love Vestige-style weapons. I love them. For a while on my Patreon, that was like all I did. I think I made like 20 different expanding items. They're very fun. Okay, let's see what this one does. But yeah, these are like some of my favorite items, both to design and to give players, because they're so much fun. Heavy metal bard that only plays Master of Puppets. That's funny. Maybe you could destroy the marionette for a big finisher, like destroy it to apply puppet strings to everything for one turn or something. I would make it its own special feature. I wouldn't tie it to another feature. I would give it something distinct that it could do. That would like that other than hit stuff or to other than hitting stuff or casting spells through it. Okay, let's see. Tip of the Iceberg. It's a dagger. Tip of the Iceberg is a stiletto dagger with an ornate but old dented iron handle. This handle drips freezing water from its tang. Put a period here. This water, you could say the water. The water quickly freezes into a sharp icicle. It is this water that freezes any unfortunate enough to be pierced by the tip of the iceberg. That's an awkward sentence. So I don't understand. So it's a handle that has dripping water that freezes into icicles constantly. I guess that's cool. But yeah, you got to fix this sentence a little bit. I would say, okay, it's an old dented iron handle that drips freezing water from its tang. This water quickly freezes into a sharp icicle that extends its cold touch to any unfortunate enough to be pierced by it or something like that. Okay, dormant. It has, okay, so the put like all of these features that are under dormant, like indent them or something, or make dormant and awakened and exalted much bigger so they stick out. Just like for reading's sake, that's going to make it a lot easier. Make this font bigger here. I know we're past it, but what if the puppet had a taunt that drew attacks? Yeah, that would be a great idea. Great idea. I like that a lot, actually. The dagger grants a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. You have resistance to cold and fire damage with it. Any damage done with the dagger is replaced with cold damage. Okay. On a success, I would just say the dagger deals cold damage instead of piercing damage. Chill up your spine. On a successful attack roll, that was taken with advantage. Okay, when you hit a creature with an attack roll that had advantage, the target must make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw. Period. On a failure, the target is slowed until the start of your next turn. At the end of your next turn, you have to clarify. Slowed, spend 1 extra foot of movement for every foot you travel. I would just make them affected by the slow spell. I wouldn't worry about any of this. I would just say they are affected by the slow spell. And I would also say that this should not work that much. This should be like a once a day feature, not an all the time on feature. Okay. The wording of Chilling Strike makes all bonus damage, like the Paladin's Radiant Cold. Oh, that's true. I guess that's true. It's an interesting. I wasn't even thinking about that. That's a good point. Okay. Let's look at the Awakened. It becomes a +2 dagger. The Constitution saving throw goes up to 15, and then it gains detachable blade. As an action, you can cast the spell Ice Knife at the level of your proficiency bonus using this feature. Using this feature counts as a ranged attack. Recharge 18 seconds. Don't do that. That's 3 rounds. That's annoying. Don't do that. As a ranged attack, Ice Knife cannot give creatures the slowed condition. What? What does that mean? This feature uses the blade as a projectile, so while the feature is recharging, the dagger cannot be used to make attack rolls. Okay, you need to just rewrite this. Okay, so as an action, you can launch the blade of the dagger out, casting the spell Ice Knife at the level equal to your proficiency bonus. Once you use this feature, the dagger cannot be used for 3 rounds, as the blade is missing and takes time to reform. Something like that. That's one of the rare situations where I do think you can have something last like 3 rounds, and that's okay. It does feel a little bit... I almost want to say that detachable blade, I think, should be this feature, and this feature should be this feature. Maybe? I don't know. Ice Knife doesn't feel as powerful as the slowed spell. Exalted, +3 to attack and damage rolls. Constitution saving throw up to 17. Cool. Ice Knife now gives creatures the slowed condition when hit with a DC 12 con saving throw. Don't do that. Drop this. Just say that, the creature that, just say that if a creature fails its save against the Ice Knife spell, it becomes slowed until the start of your next turn. Just say that. Don't make them do an extra saving throw that has a different thing. That's annoying. That'll be no fun for anybody. You had fun watching. Oh, you're very kind, Count. One day I'll do earlier streams, but these days I'm a night boy. Where's Blaine? Blaine was here for like 3 hours. He left. He couldn't stick around. But for the first 3.5 hours of the stream, Blaine was there. Let's see. That burp vibrated your bones? Good. The slow clarification seems to mean that it can't proc a chill up your spine or such. I don't know exactly. I don't know what you mean, and you're confusing me with that statement, so I'm just going to move past it. Icy Mist. When you use the disengage or hide action, Icy Mist obscures your body, and you can cast the spell Invisibility. When this feature is used within 10 feet of a hostile creature, they can use a reaction to determine your location with a Wisdom ability check. This feature can be used. This doesn't feel like it fits. I'd probably drop it. Feels out of place. Any creature you attack with the tip of the iceberg that is resistant to cold damage instead takes full damage. Any creature that is immune to cold takes half. I would drop Icy Mist here. Overall, it's kind of a neat. Good night, Larry. It's kind of a neat feature. I find myself wanting you to simplify it, but I think that you need to just look at how the vestiges have been written. The vestiges have very specific language to how they give features, to how those features are described, to how they deal with vestiges that cast spells versus abilities that mimic the effects of spells. If you are a big fan of the vestiges, look at the Wildemount Exandria book and copy that language. It is going to help you majorly, and avoid effects that, like, if you fail this saving throw, then you make this saving throw, then you make this saving throw. Those just become tedious. But overall, I think it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I hope that was somewhat helpful. You don't seem like that terrible of a DM to me. Ooh, next we have King Dubaru. Dubaru? I hardly knew Baru. That's a stupid joke. Oh my god, is this another fighter? Guys, this is just the Night of Fighters. I love the idea of a fighter ripping off the door of a tavern to use in a brawl. The first time I ever got to play in an actual D&D campaign, me and my DM made this subclass to make that a reality. I would love your feedback on that theme and the implementation of that theme in the Door Master subclass. All right. In order to contact this person, they want me to fart in a bag and pop it. That's funny. All right, here it is. Let's see. Doormaster Fidor. Bonus points for the Fidor. All right, let's see what this thing does. Once in an eon, the great hall of doors reaches out to the common realm and selects a fighter to bear the door and bring glory to the realm of doors. Or you just accidentally ripped off the door in a tavern brawl and have been too embarrassed to return it. This is good flavor text. This is great. Okay, this is a silly subclass. It's not trying to take itself too seriously. It's aware of what it is, and it's leaning in. I am excited. Good night, Delport. Door proficiency. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain... Wait, let's make the a little bit easier. Let's see. There we go. Door proficiency. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain proficiency with doors. To you, doors count as melee weapons. They do 1d8 bludgeoning damage, provide a +2 bonus as if it were a shield. Don't use the word they and the word it in the same sentence. Keep it all singular or keep it all plural, but don't switch back and forth. Provides a +2 bonus as if it were a shield, and it has the following properties: heavy reach and two-handed. Okay, so it's a 1d8 weapon that requires 2 hands, has the reach property, so it does a little less damage, but also gives you some AC. This is kind of fun. So far, I'm into it. Door souls. At 3rd level, you can attune to a door, filling it with the souls from the door realm. Oh my god. The souls within assist you with combat maneuvers. You have a number of door souls equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all door points after completing a long rest. Your door soul maneuver are based on strength. Okay, cool. These are too many features at 3rd level, probably. I would probably drop the spells, depending on what they are. At 3rd level, when you hit a creature with your door, you can spend a door soul to use one of the following maneuvers. Weakness. The soul gives insight into the mind of your foe. They must make a wisdom saving throw, or you gain advantage on your next attack against them. Okay? Repulsion. The soul bursts from the door, pushing your foes back. They must make a strength saving throw or be pushed back 5 feet. Okay? Vengeance. The soul narrows the mind of your foe onto you. It's a weird sentence. They must make an intelligence saving throw, or until the end of their next turn, they are compelled to attack you. If they fail to attack you on their turn, they take psychic damage equal to your proficiency bonus. I don't think that these maneuvers fit the vibe of this subclass in the way that you have presented it so far. I'm going to keep going, but I don't... These are fine. They're balanced. If anything, they're weak. But I think that you could... I think you need to either make them more interesting in terms of what they're doing, like something a little bit more dynamic, or maybe just honestly just drop this. It's the if you want them to be like magic door powers, they have to feel more like magic door powers. These don't feel like magic door powers. These feel like a Kirkland brand version of Battlemaster maneuvers. Door spells. At 3rd level, the souls of your door can prevent or provide passage. You can cast Arcane Lock and Knock using your door as a spellcasting focus. Once you cast either of these spells, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest, unless you spend 2 door souls to cast them again. I like that. I like that more than this. I want these door maneuvers to be cooler than they are. Yeah, I agree. I feel like doors should be more Looney Tunes-esque. Yeah, man, I agree. They should be more Looney Tunes-esque. Also, I'm pretty sure that you need to figure out... I'm pretty sure you need to say what the ability score is that they're using, because for certain spells... I don't remember if it's both Knock, Arcane Lock, and Knock, but for certainly one of the two, there is an element of needing to make a spellcasting ability check based on the lock, I think. All right, let's keep looking. Knock Knock. At 7th level, you can use your door to travel through space. You can cast Dimension Door, using your door as the spellcasting focus. Once you cast the spell, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest, unless you spend 4 door souls to cast it again. I would probably just make it a once per long rest thing. Dimension Door is like what, like a 4th level spell, which is very strong for a fighter to get at 7th level. I get that you want to tie it back to this resource, but so far this resource is doing, so far the door souls thing I think is really weighing down the door subclass, if I'm being honest. King Dubaru, I'm looking at your piece right now. I love the vibe. I hate the door maneuvers. I don't like them. I think they should go. I don't think they're nearly silly enough or door enough. But I love all of this a lot. I love this a lot. I love this a lot. So we're going to keep going, and you're going to go back and listen to the parts that you missed. But also, hi, welcome. Who's there? At 10th level, when a creature other than yourself makes an attack, you can spend a door soul to use one of the following maneuvers. Who? The soul pierces the mind of your foe. When a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you targets one of your allies with an attack, they must make a charisma saving throw or redirect the attack to you. Boo. The soul allows you to react to planar travel. When a creature within your reach attempts to teleport as a reaction, you can make a single melee attack against them. If you hit them with this attack, their teleport fails and has no effects. Me. The soul gives you passage to defend your allies. When a creature you can see within 30 feet of you hits an ally of yours with an attack, you can spend one door point to teleport to the attacker. Okay, I think I see what I'm struggling with here. If you pull back the gimmick of door, what is the vibe of this subclass supposed to be? All of these who's there features, in the same way as all of these door maneuver features, they don't feel like there's no logical consistency to them in terms of like what they are. Like, I don't understand why these are tied to the door at all. I think you need to figure that out. I think you need to figure out what does it mean to have the souls of doors and the door realm. Like, they just do too many things in too many directions that I don't see the logic of, and it's making it very hard for me to connect with any of them or feel like they build to a cohesive subclass. Like when you're coming up with what features a subclass is going to have, you need to think about two things. How do they collectively build to make it feel like you want it to feel, like the vibe of the thing? That's one thing you need to think about. And then two, how do they collectively build towards a mechanical presence? Like, what is this thing doing? What does this thing feel like to play? And I don't know what it feels like to play because all these features are a little too all over the place, if you ask me. And I'm kind of surprised that they don't tie more intrinsically back to the literal door that you're wielding. All right, let's look at the 15th level feature. At 15th level feature, the souls of the door can give access to the realms that they come from. You can cast Demiplane using your door as the entrance and spellcasting focus. Once you cast this spell, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest, unless you spend 8 door points. Again, I think you got to just drop the whole door point thing. Just give it to you. Just give them Demiplane once a day. I'm good, Emil. How are you? Door who? At 18th level, when you attune to a door, it gains one of the following permanent buffs. Steel door. While wielding the door, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage that you take is reduced by 6. Barbed door. The door now deals 1d12 damage, and creatures that hit you with a melee attack take 1d4 piercing damage. Bleeding door. When a creature sees the door, it must make a charisma saving throw or become frightened by it for 10 minutes. Upon a success, it is immune for 24 hours. First of all, if you want to do the frightened thing, they need to be able to redo that save all the time, because for that just to be all the time on is crazy. So they need to be able to remake that save like every round or so. The second thing is, I love these features. These are the things we should be getting way earlier. Drop all this door maneuver stuff, because these are just wonky and don't make sense to me. Drop the door maneuver, drop the door souls, give you ways to enhance your door. Give you options. Think about it like a totem barbarian, where at each level you're picking from one of 3 options, so that by the time you get to level 18, you have a really cool customized magic door that you can hit people with. And then maybe at 18th level, you gain the feature that, like, you know, once per day you can change the features. You can make it switch from a steel door to a barbed door or whatever. But this is the kind of stuff you should be leaning into. Again, I love the presentation. I love the vibe. I love the goofiness and the tongue-in-cheekness. I do not like the door souls thing. They just feel too disjointed. I don't understand what they're not making me feel anything, which is why I think you got to just drop them and lean into that other stuff. All right. Wheels had a fun point. Did I miss a point? Who's Wheels? Oh, Wheelie. These names are amazing. Yes, the names are amazing. Gives you ways to enhance your door, both good D&D and home security advice. Yes. And I'm going to say something else if you're still here. I will be upset if you don't keep working on this subclass. I love this idea. I think it's such a good idea. I think it has so much potential, and I think right now it is touching some of that potential, but I don't think it's nearly as powerful. I don't think it's nearly reached the potential that it could. So I implore you to keep working on this. Please keep working on this. I like it so much. And this is not an objective thing. I'm not talking about its balance or any of that. The vibe of a fighter who has a magic door that they got somehow, and that's their deal, is so funny and so fun. So please keep working on it. I really, really like it. Personal opinion. I try not to let the personal opinion come out too much, but I'll give you one every now and then. But yes, thank you very much for sharing. I like it's not mechanically there yet, but it is 100% there vibe, and mechanically I think could get there. Let's spin. Tom pronounced Tom, but with a secret only you and I share. What? Well, now everyone knows that secret, I guess. Okay, let's see what they said. Ooh, you sent me a whole little thing. Let's see what you said. This is my first piece submitted, second week on the wheel. Well, welcome. I do a lot of homebrew as a forever GM. Oof, I feel you there, buddy. And I'm a big fan of this one in particular. Cool. I wanted to be able to bamf around and do a bunch of attacks, like Nightcrawler from X-Men or Ciri from The Witcher. Very cool, very noble things to be. Nightcrawler is one of, if not my favorite X-Men character ever. Without being a full Gish caster, I feel like Horizon Walker Ranger came close to fulfilling this, but it has a bunch of extra Ranger baggage. Well, give that or take that. Also, I think that the Horizon Walker Ranger doesn't really accomplish that until 11th level, which is like a lot of people don't even get there. You even just say that. And doesn't really come online until 11th level. RIP, it looks like you had a character that died. My apologies. Attaching these features, RIP Princess Amira. I'm sorry. I will respect the character. Attaching these features to the fighter chassis felt like a natural lightweight, and I'm looking forward to your notes. Cool. Please see if you can help me condense some of the language and various features, especially the weaving step feature. Fine-tune the X per rest mechanics, which I tried to balance considering the other fighter subclasses. Make a roll on the Warp Weaver inspiration table. My favorites are the Lost Loves and Raised by Blink Dogs. Thanks for looking at it. Don't tell me what to do. I don't have to roll on shit if I don't want to. Don't tell me what to do. R.I.P. Amira. Oh, Tom's here. Cool. Hi, Tom. All right, let's see what we're working with here. First of all, how do I... Oh, interesting. I can't... Can I do this? Yes, I can. Okay. Warp Weave. Warp Weave is a good name. A hypermobile martial archetype for D&D 5e. Bursting across the field of battle, the Warp Weave is a fighter who... You can just say the Warp Weave... Don't say is a fighter. Just say the Warp Weave uses their affinity with the weave of magic, the arcane fabric of reality itself, to flash forward and overwhelm their opponents in a flurry of steel. Cool, 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 cool. All right. Guys, did I post it? I did post it. Okay. Third level, bonus proficiencies. At third level, when you take this subclass, you gain proficiency with the Arcana skill if you do not already have it. Additionally, you gain proficiency with Weaver's tools. Cool. I like all of that. That's fine. This right here is a pretty standard ribbon feature, which I think can go a surprisingly long way. Giving a subclass an extra proficiency bonus, especially one that they wouldn't normally necessarily think to take, is a lot of fun. Weaving Step. Starting at third level, you gain the ability to teleport short distances and strike at your foes from unexpected positions. Once on your turn, say once per turn, I think. Once per turn, you can teleport up to 30 feet to a point you can see. Okay. There's something missing here. Chat, what is it? I'm going to count to 10. What's missing here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What? What's missing? Unoccupied, unoccupied, unoccupied. Is that what you guys think? There's something else, something bigger. There we go. There we go. Action economy. How do you do this? Is it an action to teleport? Is it a bonus action? Is it replacing your movement? Is it a reaction? You need to be very clear how this teleport fits into the action economy. Yeah. Also, yes, whoever said unoccupied, who is that? I'm a Moron and Mike Excelsior. Yes, you guys are both correct also. That was not what I was thinking of, but that is also equally important. You can break this teleport. You can break... Does it say you may? No, it doesn't. You can break this teleportation up on your turn, traveling some distance before and after your action. For example, you can teleport 10 feet, take your action, and then teleport an additional 20 feet. Okay, so if it's connected to your action, you still need to do that. So what you would say is, on your turn, as a part of taking your action, or when you when you use your action in combat, you can teleport up to 30 feet. But you still need to clarify that. For example, you can teleport 10 feet, take your action, and then teleport an additional 20 feet. If you take an action that includes more than one weapon attack, you can break up this teleportation even further by teleporting between those attacks. For example, you make 2 attacks with extra attack, or use an action surge feature. You could teleport 10 feet, make an attack, teleport 15 feet, and then make an attack. Additionally, when you teleport using this feature and arrive within 5 feet of a creature, the next weapon attack you make against that creature before the end of your turn can be made with advantage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier and gain all finished uses on a short or long rest. This is pretty strong. Excuse me. This is pretty strong. So I want to see what else we're getting. We already are getting a whole other feature here. I'm going to be honest, Tom. The language you use to explain this is not bad. There are times, and I've talked about this before, there are times where it, for better or worse, it does take a while to explain how a feature works. And the vast majority of the wordiness of this feature that you have is coming from the examples. And I actually think the examples are really helpful. So I kind of feel like that's okay. I am going to suggest that you drop the advantage thing entirely. I think that makes it a little bit too strong. I'm also going to suggest that you change the range a little bit, maybe. Well, I want to see what the other features get, but I want to, depending on what else you get, I want to suggest that it starts lower than 30 feet, but gets higher as you level up. That's what I want to suggest, but I want to see what the other features we get first are. I don't know if you need to trim it down that much. I think you need to clarify again earlier. I think in this sentence, it needs to be clear that it's a part of your action. But I don't think it's overly wordy. It's a lot of words, but I actually don't think it's overly wordy. Am I being crazy, chat? I felt like it was very clear. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Read the weave. As an action, you can gain newfound insight into the arcane fabric, which suffuses is a fun word, suffuses the world around you. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover. When you sense a spell, you learn which school of magic it belongs to. Use the feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. I would drop this feature entirely. I don't think this feature fits at 3rd level. Or make this feature instead of this feature. But I would probably drop this feature, and I would probably give it to you at 7th level, or move this to 7th level, depending on what happens at 7th level. Let's see what happens at 7th level. 7th level, warped form. You can meld into the, or actually maybe give it, whatever. Let's keep reading. At 7th level, you can meld into the pattern of the weave as your silhouette blurs, making you appear to your enemies to be moving in multiple directions at once. Making you appear to your enemies. I would change this to say, like, convincing your enemies that you are moving in multiple directions at once. I might say that. When a creature you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to force the creature to roll their attack again and take the lower result, possibly turning their hit into a miss. Is there a reason why you didn't want to just impose disadvantage? Hit or miss, you can then teleport up to 10 feet as part of the same reaction. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus or gain all uses after a short or long rest. Here's the problem, dude. Here's the problem. You can't have all of these separate features all separately use proficiency bonus, con modifier stuff. This is, you know what you should do? I think you should look at, like, the Psi Warrior. You know how the Psi Warrior works? The Psychic Knight, the Psi Fighter? This class should have a resource pool, and it should expend that resource pool to use its weaving step. It should expend that same resource pool to use its read the weave, and it should expend that same resource pool to use its warped thing. These should not all be their own individual resource pools. So, like, I would probably make it, I would go in one of two directions. I would make the resource pool either equal to, I might make it like your proficiency bonus plus something. I might make it double your proficiency bonus and just leave it at that. And I would make it not recover on a short rest, but a long rest, probably. Maybe. Something like that. But you shouldn't have each one of these features its own separate resource pool. That's just going to confuse people. It's going to be too much to keep track of. Half level plus something, I think, is a good solution too. Who said that? Dizuriel J. 10th level, Reflective Disruption. You instinctively recognize and foil your foe's attempts to travel as you do. As a reaction, you can prevent a creature you see from teleporting to or from a space within 60 feet of you. So just change the order of that sentence around. When a creature that you can see attempts to teleport to or from a space within 60 feet of you, you can use your reaction to prevent that teleportation, and the creature, and if it, you just that. And again, that should be tied to the same resource pool. 15th level, Draw Loom. Man, you got good names. Can I just say that? Tom, these are nice. The names are good. The names have a lot of evocativeness to them, which goes a long way. Draw Loom is a great name. Your attunement to the patterns of the weave deepens, and you find yourself preternaturally ready for anything. You have advantage on initiative checks and can teleport up to 30 feet after rolling initiative as a reaction. Okay, I like that. I think that's just solid. So here's what I would do if I were you. Here's what you do. You make all this stuff based on a resource. Same resource, okay? I probably would drop Draw Loom as a feature entirely. And I would make it so that if you start combat with no uses of your resource left, you gain a use or two of that resource. Sort of like Battle Master is getting dice if they don't have any. That's what I would probably do if I were you. You Googled weaving terminology. Well, it shows, man. The thing is, doing the tiniest bit of research goes a long way. Weave Walker. As a bonus action on your turn, you can choose to enter a state of perfect synchronization with the weave, which lasts for 1 minute. During this time, you are able to teleport up to 500 feet on your turn. You can break this teleportation on your turn as described in the weaving step. So I would actually just clarify that if this is specifically talking about your weaving step, then I would say the range of your weaving step extends to 500 feet. When teleporting this way, you arrive at exactly the spot desired. It can be a place you can see, one you can visualize, or one. Okay, so this is just like Dimension Door. Okay, once you use this feature, can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Okay, so a couple things here. One, all right, I'm not going to look at this. I'm sure it's cool, but I want to talk about the mechanics a little bit. How long does this last, this thing? 1 minute? Okay, cool. You might want to lower the range a little bit, maybe. Maybe. It's a big maybe. I really like this subclass. I like it quite a lot. I think truly the biggest issue you have is it's a little too front-loaded. I leave it at 500 feet for now. Leave it at 500 feet for now. It's what level is that? 18? Who cares? If you wanted to go 300 feet, go 300 feet. But I think if you leave it at 500, it's probably fine. It's 500 feet is enough that it becomes irrelevant for a lot of combat. Because you just don't need that much movement a lot of the time, and you're getting that every round. Yeah, you just don't need it. I want to say I do think that you probably should drop this feature, not because it's bad, but because I think you need to figure out a space, or maybe drop this feature actually. But somewhere in this, you want to have a feature that allows you to recoup some uses, or even if it's just one use of your whatever your weave teleportation feature resource is going to be. But yeah, man, this is really fun. Solid subclass. Definitely needs a little bit of tweaking and toning down, but like not much. It's pretty close. Pretty close. Thank you for sharing. You said that you were a long-time forever GM, and I do think that not always, but oftentimes when someone is a forever GM, you can kind of see it in the homebrew they write. Xerix. Oh, but you always know how to get me chuckling. Hey, it's Xerix. Okay, let's see. Hey, it's Xerix again with another homebrew race. No art this time, but you can make a suggestion of what I should draw for this. Okay, cool. Let's see what we're working with. Here it is if you guys want to take a look. Oops. Dino folk. Xerix is a BBEG name? True. Very true. Dino folk. Lore. These people are the remnants of the ancient world, living in deep jungles, working together to keep their ancestors' legacy alive. Their society is split into different subraces that used to be one race, but over time, thanks. How many subraces do we have? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I'm going to say one thing here before we start reading it. I agree. Dino folk are interesting, but there are already dragonborn, which are not exactly dino folk, but there are lizard folk, which are basically dino folk also. So when I am looking at this, my mind is going to be going at least a little bit into the what makes this feel like it should exist as opposed to just being a lizard folk. And how different is this from lizard folk? That's a little bit of where my headspace is going to be. You like how the subclasses are colored? I'm going to be honest. I am very colorblind. I barely noticed that they were different colors. Barely noticed. Like, is Sharptooth a different color from Bite? If I squint, this is a little lighter. So my guess is it is, but it does not look like different colors to me. This basically looks the same color as this. Like, is Subraces the same color as Sharptooth? Oh my god. I hate being colorblind. Okay. Ability score. +1 to Dex. +2 depends on Subrace. Okay, humanoid. You age and mature at regular rates. You pick medium or small. Your walking speed depends on the subrace. Okay, then I don't actually think you need to put that here. Armor, you get AC of 12 plus Dex modifier. Okay, that's the same as lizard folk. Okay, you get a natural weapon, D6 plus your strength modifier. Okay, piercing damage, nice. Okay, all of this is pretty standard and decent so far. Let's take a look at the subraces. Sharptooth. Mostly bred for combat like dogs, but aren't treated as such. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to lean too hard into my thoughts on the flavor text. I'm not a big fan of like eugenics stuff, which is kind of what this is dancing with. So I would just lean away from that if possible. +2 to strength, a little bit faster than average walking speed. Due to your sharp features, you are naturally intimidating, even if you don't mean to be. You have advantage on intimidation rolls. Cool. Bloodlust. When you take a critical hit from an enemy and your HP does not reach 0, as a reaction, you can attack the enemy twice with your bite. Just make it once. Why are you making it twice? I would just say, and in fact, if it's only once, I guess if it's only once per long rest is, this is what I would change this to. I would say, I would not make it a critical hit. I would say, when an enemy hits you with an attack roll but does not drop you to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to make a bite attack against that creature. And I would let you use this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus before needing to recharge it, as opposed to just once. I don't know how many players would want their character to come from a background like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just I would lean away from the, they're not. I would lean away from like breeding farm shit. This is bad. It's gonna rub a lot of people the wrong way, including me. And you want to impress me, don't you? Don't you, you child? You children? Don't you want to impress daddy? Don't you want daddy to love you? Green Eaters lore. We're just gonna skip the lore. I'm not worried about it. Walking speed 30 feet, +2 to wisdom. Peace on earth. Your connection to the earth and especially plants is very strong. So you can choose. Don't say that. Put a period there. And I would also maybe imply that it's not just the earth and plants, but like the magic of the earth and plants. You can choose one cantrip from the druid or ranger spell list. Rangers don't have a cantrip spell list, so you can just say druid spell list. You know what? I love when I say something and then I look and chat is either saying it at the same time or has already said it. You guys are so smart. You guys are so smart. My screen is making it worse. Yeah, well, sorry about that. Long necks. They're bold and tough. +2 to con, slow walking speed. When making a bite attack or an unarmed strike, you have 5 foot. You just say your reach is increased by 5 feet. With your tough and thick body, non-magical attacks don't do as much damage. Like if what? Wait a second. What? Let me read that sentence again. With your tough and thick body, non-magical attacks don't do as much damage like normal if you're not wearing armor. If you are ever doing something where something is doing more of or less than, you need to explain the rules of what that means. Like, how much less damage do they do? Do they do 2 less damage? Do you roll a dice? Is it an all the time thing? You gotta answer that question. Overall, I think it's pretty cool. I question your flavor text quite a bit, and I think it probably would rub some people the wrong way. But I think overall the mechanics of these guys are decently solid. Yeah, I feel like the Sharptooth is the strongest of these options, pretty significantly. Which is a thing that you always have to think about when you're making something where there's like multiple subclasses or multiple subraces. The more options you give, the more likely it is that some of those options are going to be much stronger than the others. They get hurt worse if they use armor? Maybe, but like we don't know how much, and that is not going to matter that much because a lot of these guys probably aren't going to wear armor because they get this little sweetie. Okay, thank you very much, Xerix. All right, let's spin it. Oh man, the wheel does not like this many people on it. Look at it. Look at it. It's struggling. Noise. Oh, noise. Let's see what you said. This is my first ever created homebrew, and I want as much criticism as possible. It will help me in case I decide to continue creating. Okay. I gotcha. I can give at least a little bit of criticism. I don't know if I'm going to give as much as possible. It might get tedious. Gambit's card deck. Is this Gambit from X-Men? That's cool. I like X-Men. Boop. Guys, I got a fart. It's going to be loud. We'll see if you hear it. I'm going to do it at some point in the next minute or so. If you guys hear it, you win a prize. Gambit's card deck. Weapon, dart, rare. Requires attunement. To become attuned, you have to have some sort of psionic ability. The only ways you can have a psionic ability in D&D is to have either the psychic or telekinesis feat, I think. which is very specific. So I probably would just drop this. Also, if it's not a dart, don't call it a dart. Describe it as a deck of cards, and you can describe what is happening as it dealing damage like a dart, but don't call it a dart. All right, get out of here, anonymous individual. Go to bed. I'm tired too, but I got to truck a little. I want to truck a little bit longer. The thing is, I always, whenever I get to the end of one of these, I'm like, all right, this is probably going to be the last one. But then I just like, ooh, but that wheel looks so tasty. Okay, Gambit's card deck is a small deck full of elemental throwing cards with a returning ability, 10 cards total. It takes 1 round for a card to return to your hands. You don't say may, say can. You can choose. I'm not giving feedback yet because I still don't understand what this thing does. You can choose the damage type if you want, but you can only have 1 chosen at a time. You can use an action to change the damage type. Okay, so on a successful attack, roll 3d4. They have a range of 10 to 45. What does that mean? 10 to 45 doesn't mean anything. As an action, okay. So how do you, how do you use these? Is this a weapon or is this a magic item? This is my question. If this is a weapon, then it's not a weapon. It's just a magic item. I don't know why you called it a dart. I guess those are, maybe that's min-max range. Okay, so if you're trying to do a short range and a long range, the long range is always 3 times the short range. So if the short range is 10 feet, the long range should be 30 feet. You want the short range to be 20 feet, the long range should be 60 feet, etc. It's always 3 times is the long range. Not always, but mostly. Okay, so here's what I think. This is how it works. You have a deck of playing cards that has 10 cards in it. As an action, you can pick an elemental type, fire, acid, lightning, or cold. The cards become that elemental type. After which, you can throw cards as if they are darts. But instead of dealing the normal damage of a dart, they instead do 3d4 damage of the chosen elemental type, etc. That's how I would word that if you want it to work in that way. If you want this to work like a magic item where it's just use an action to chuck a dart, then do that. I would also say that, like, with the returning ability is very unclear. So I would not say that up here. I would say it down here. So instead of saying on a successful attack, blah, 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 just say, instead of dealing these cards deal 3d4 elemental damage on a hit, and use your dexterity modifier for their attack rolls. Because you still need to clarify what you're using to attack with it if it's not a magic item. As an action, you can additionally throw out all the cards in the deck in a 15-foot cone. Put a period here. I don't say additionally. As an action, you can throw all the cards in the deck. You can launch out all of the cards in the deck in a 15-foot cone, period. Each creature in the area, don't say in that cone, in the area must make a DC 15 saving throw or take 6d6 piercing damage on a failure or half on a success. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. I would not scale this off of your proficiency bonus. Why is this doing piercing damage, but this is doing elemental damage? This should do elemental damage. Also, if the cards do 3d4 damage, I feel like this should do 3d4 damage too, because you're dealing 3d4 damage to potentially a lot of creatures. I would also probably make this feature a once a day feature, not a not a proficiency bonus times a long rest. You could even double it. You could even make it 6d4. That might make more sense. Oh yeah, I guess it could use charges too. That makes sense. Do you have to pick a damage type, or could pick a card out at random? Picking a card at random is kind of cool, but that is not the way that this is written in its current state. Also, I don't understand why you have 10 cards in total. It seems irrelevant if they come back to you. Like, you're hucking out cards and they're popping back into your deck. So I don't know if you need to like limit the number of cards you have, unless you mean that like they just disappear, so you only get 10 uses of this item, which I don't think you mean. That's mostly how I feel about it. I don't understand why we need to be psionic. I think that the core idea of a deck of cards magic item that does elemental damage when you hit is cool, and I like that quite a bit. I even think 3d4 damage on a hit is not crazy because it's not that far off from... I mean, it's stronger than a longbow, but it's not that much stronger than a longbow. Certainly not stronger than like a magical longbow. I like the shooting the cards feature here. I think what you really need to do is just clean up your language, and you need to write in full sentences, and you need to write out how mechanics work. Like, this is not clear. This is not that clear. This is not that... Like, what is this feature? Why is this feature here? Doesn't make any sense. Just drop it. Write all of this stuff out properly. If you want this thing to be a magic item, explain it as a magic item. If you want this thing to be a magic weapon, explain it as a magic weapon. Make it clear that you throw the cards as if they are a thrown weapon and they deal this much damage, etc. That's level 1 magic missile. Not really. Level 1 magic missile is 3d4 plus 3. But also, I think it's fine. If I have a magic longbow that deals an extra 1d6, or heaven forbid 2d6 fire damage on a hit, I'm doing 1d8 plus 1d6 damage on each hit. That's not that much. That's not that different than 3d4. It's basically the same. Magic missile, not that strong a spell. Straight up. Its strength comes from the fact that it always hits and that it's force damage. It's the actual damage that it deals is pretty bad. I think it's a very cool idea. I like the idea quite a bit, but I do think you got a good chunk of rewriting to do to get this thing clear enough that somebody would want to use it and understand how to use it well. Thank you for sharing, Noise. It does have good bones, exactly. It does have good bones. All right, we got a piece from Martin. Let's see. You got Martin. This is a one-of-a-kind item that I have been having quite a bit of internal debate about whether or not I should make it an artifact. If you feel like you should make it an artifact, you probably should make it an artifact. That's going to be my guess. I'm going to tell you right now, this is definitely an artifact. Look how many fucking words it has. First of all, make your shit easier to read. What the fuck's going on here? Why are there no... Okay, I'm not even going to give you feedback about what this thing does yet. I'm just going to talk about layout. Hey guys, hey chat, all 50 or so of you across Twitch and YouTube. Does this look easy to read? Are you excited to read this item? Or are you looking at this item and you're like, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of text. I'm looking at this item and I'm not excited to read it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of text. And I'll tell you why. Because there's no variety to it. There's a random space in the middle here. It's just a bunch of paragraphs. Nothing's bolded. There's no bullet points. I just see a lot of it's monotonous. Reading something that is not formatted with a little bit of flair and diversity is soul draining for most people. We're gonna read it, and we're gonna talk a little bit about it. Abilities need names. Yeah. Walls of text are a bummer. Walls of text are a bummer. They make me feel like I'm doing homework, and I don't want to feel like I'm doing homework when I'm reading Homebrew. Okay. Arms of Mundus. The legendary Arms of Mundus is a prosthetic that the Moliadus demon Mundus uses to substitute his own lost right arm. The Arm of Mundus is much more than a mere surrogate limb, though. The flames of the sixth pyre infuse the item. It can be unleashed by its wielder as potent fire magic. Okay. When is it? We're skipping the flavor text. I just want to get to the. I want to get to the mechanics. Arms of Mundus is crafted in possibly tough black metal, perpetual the air around it always feels uncomfortable warm. Any flammable object touched by the Mundus arm instantly bursts into flame. Like, this is a mechanic that should not be hidden amongst the flavor text. This should be a thing. This should be noticeably clear that this exists. Attuning to the arm of Mundus involves affixing it to your body to replace a right arm. You can't attune to the arm if you have a right arm or are similarly lacking a position to affix an arm to. The arm can change size to accommodate a creature. Cool. Okay. Let's see. A creature attuned to the arm of Mundus can use the item as their own limb. Unarmed strikes with the arm deal 1d6 fire damage on a hit. So, like, boom, right here. Bold, write in bold letters, like, replacement arm. And then you put this feature. Then you write that afterwards. And then enter paragraph. And then new bold letter, like, infused with magic. And then you say, while attuned to the arm, you can use an action to cast Burning Hands without expending a charge. Or expend one or more of charges. Oh, I see. Okay. Say the Arm of Mundus has 12 charges that it can use to cast the following spells, and then list those spells. Skip the Burning Hands thing entirely. Make that its own separate feature. In fact, maybe put it in this one, or just make it its own thing. But don't randomly say that you don't need charges in the middle, and then go. You're basically saying this has charges. Here's a feature that doesn't need charges. Here's all the features that do need charges. That's confusing. Don't do that. So this right here should be its own thing. Save DC 18, that's very high. Plus 10 to hit, very high. Fireball, Firestorm, Flame Sphere, Scorching Ray, Wall of Fire, very strong. You can expend 2 additional charges while casting a spell with the arm to ignore resistance to fire damage. Again, this should probably be its own thing. This should probably be its own thing. Make it its own paragraph, give it a little bold thing. Okay, that's fine. As a bonus action, while holding a simpler martial weapon, you can expend 1 charge of the arm to coat the weapon in flame. Again, this should be its own thing. Give it a title, fire weapon, bold, and then start describing it. While coated in flame, the weapon deals an extra 2d6 fire damage to the target. Starting your next turn, you can choose to either extinguish the flames or expend a charge to keep the weapon coated. No bonus action required. Okay, yeah. This is definitely an artifact. If you were wondering if it was, it definitely is an artifact. And you are killing yourself with this lack of formatting. This is a cool item. So what does this item do? Let's actually talk about what it does. I'm not going to worry about what it says on the page. Let's just talk. You get a robot arm that is super burning hot. You can use that burning arm to shoot fire, like Burning Hands. You can grab and burn things with it. You can cast fire spells with it, and you can pick up items and imbue them with fire with it. All of that, super cool. No one in their right mind is going to read this whole thing the way that it's formatted right now. If you were to post this on a public website, people are going to, they're just not going to read it. They're going to read Arm of Mundus, and they maybe are going to get through some of the flavor text, but they're going to stop. Because I don't know where it begins. I don't know where it ends. This little indent is not enough. Formatting is your friend. Formatting is important. Think about formatting as like this. Formatting, flavor text, formatting, and layout are like a hallway, okay? They are a hallway that you are walking down. And your homebrew is at the end of that hallway. And if that formatting, if that layout, if that like clear language, if those are not there, then your hallway is like scary and chaotic and does not feel nice to walk down. It feels like work to walk down that hallway. You don't want people to have to work to get to your homebrew. You want people to be excited to walk down that hallway. You want them to be so excited to walk down that hallway that they are running down that hallway. You want them to be so excited to walk down that hallway that they can't wait to get to the end. The hallway feels like it's helping them get there. That's what you want. And you get there by using clear language, by using dynamic sentence structure, and by using layout and formatting that is easy to digest and easy to navigate. It doesn't change the balance of your brew at all, but it has everything to do with whether or not someone is going to take the time to read it. I'm going to take the time to read it because that's my whole shtick, and I like it. And I'm your friendly teacher, your best friend, the guy you maybe give money to sometimes. But random jabroni on the internet, they're not going to care. They're going to see that hallway. They're going to see that it's work to walk down that hallway, and they're going to look at one of a million other pieces of homebrew. And then people aren't going to see your thing, and that's a bummer. You want people to see it. You want people to see the thing you've been working on. You want them to be as excited about it as you are. And yeah, it's a little bit of extra work, but it's not that much extra work. So format it. Get that layout in. It will make a difference. You will have more people interested in reading your work. I hope that helped, Martin. I think I got one more in me for the night. Maybe two more? We'll see. Let's do one more and then we'll see how I feel after that. Volante. That's a cool name. Amid on the other wheel. The other wheel we finished for this week. The other wheel we got through. There were only 4 people on it. If you have subscribed to my Patreon or are a tier 2 member on my YouTube channel, I will be posting the exclusive wheel for next Sunday tomorrow morning, most likely, or tonight, depending on how tired I am before I go to bed. But that will be how you post on that other wheel. And those posts will, if you are a Patreon user, you'll see that post just on my Patreon channel. And if you are a YouTube subscriber that has joined my YouTube members thing, it'll be in the community tab. And if anybody has trouble finding it, you can always ask me. You can always respond. You can always post it as a response to one of my posts somewhere, or ask it in my Discord. This is my first homebrew that I've shared publicly, and I hope to do more in the future with subclasses. Cool. I love a first-time brewer. King Dubaru says, I've iterated my Doormaster. If anyone's interested, super proud. King Dubaru, are you in my Discord? King Dubaru, you should join my Discord. For anybody that's not in my Discord, I'll post the link to it right now. I'll post the link to it right now. Here's a link to my Discord if you aren't in it. My Discord has a bunch of channels that are basically devoted to discussing and working on. Did I get the right thing? I guess I assumed you were going to do a subclass, but you didn't. Okay. There's a lot of there's a whole section that's all about peer reviewing. Yeah, brew review, peer review, whatever it's called. But people are like very eager to communicate in there. And if you spam it with like 30 things, no one's going to say anything. But if you post a thing every now and then, and especially if you give other people feedback, people will give you a lot of attention. It's generally the advice that I give for people that want to do peer review stuff in my Discord is the more energy you put into other people's work, the more likely they are going to put energy into your work. But I think that people would probably really be eager to read the Doormaster specifically just because it's such a fucking goofy piece. Does this wheel ever get reset, or is every submission, or is it, it gets reset every week. So basically, if you are new, every week I post a new form that you can submit homebrew to. So anybody on this wheel that doesn't get picked tonight, all of these, this is all gone and lost forever. I don't save any of this information. So if you want to be reviewed in next week's stream, you submit a piece to the next one. Nothing carries over. I don't have the technology to do that just yet. Maybe at some point I will, or somebody will figure out how to do that for me. But yeah. Okay. Mage Slayer. Prerequisite: proficiency with martial weapon. Through extensive practice to combat against spellcasters, you have developed ways to stop their spells in their tracks, sometimes before they even cast them. So this is a redesign of Mage Slayer. Kind of want to bring up regular Mage Slayer, just to comparison it. Okay, regular Mage Slayer is this. You have practiced techniques in melee combat against spellcasters. Okay, when a creature within 5 feet of you casts a spell, you can use your reaction to attack them. When you damage a creature that is concentrating on a spell, they have disadvantage on the save to maintain concentration. And you have advantage on saving throws against spells cast by creatures within 5 feet of you. Okay, let's see what the new one is. When you damage a creature that is concentrating on a spell, that creature has disadvantage on saving throws to maintain its concentration. Okay, that's kind of the same. While you are wielding a melee weapon and not incapacitated, if a creature within range of your melee weapon attempts to cast a spell, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack on that creature. If you successfully hit the target with this attack, you attempt to interrupt their spell as if using counterspell. When used with this effect, you can use your strength or dexterity for your spellcasting ability. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all uses when you finish a long rest. Interesting. The missing advantage on spell saves is a big loss. That's true, but giving you multiple counter spells a day is huge. So I'm okay with them not having that. When used with this effect is weird language. I probably would just drop that. I don't think you need that. I think you could just say, you can use your strength or dexterity in place of your spellcasting modifier for determining if it works or whatever. I'm assuming it's counterspell at 3rd level. Usually if the level is not, generally speaking, if a spell is cast through a item or ability that is not its normal spellcasting, it's cast at the lowest level. I don't know how I feel about this. It feels a little strong. I feel like it's a little strong. Like, I almost want this to be just this and not this. Don't know. I don't know. Too cracked in your opinion? Since you deal damage, does the target have to make a con save even if you failed to counterspell? That's a good question, Zach. I don't know. That's a good question to ask the writer. Yeah, that's a really good question. I'm assuming they would. You know what I probably would do? I probably would not make it an attack against the target. I probably would make it like you try to just attack and deflect the spell itself. So I probably would not have it do damage. I probably would just have it act as like a counterspell alternative. That's what I think I would do. This feels like one of those feats that is either way too strong or way too weak in a campaign. Really, that's a lot of feats though, right? Feats are always designed to be pretty specific. You might make it that the reaction attack forces the target to make a con save on the spell they're about to cast if they fail the spell. Also makes polearms have 10 feet of magic cancel. Well, only once though, right? With that reaction. This is way better than advantage on spells within 5 feet, to be honest. Yeah, it's very strong. Also, being able to do a proficiency bonuses times might be too much. So as a feat, 1 a day counterspell if you beat their spell save DC. It's not 1 a day counterspell. It's, between 2 and 6 a day counterspell. And the disadvantage on con saving throws to maintain concentration. Yeah, I don't know. I think if a player wanted to use this in my game, I probably would say no. I think that there are a handful of subclass features that basically do this. The Mage Slayer, not the Mage Slayer, the Monster Slayer one has one. I feel like the Arcane Trickster might have something like this. I don't remember exactly, but there's a handful of classes that get essentially little versions of this as subclass features. And this feels like a little bit too much. I think a feat replicating a 3rd level spell is very strong. Very strong. Most feats, if they replicate a spell, it's not a 3rd level spell. I consider just making it a normal reaction attack, go before the spell so that you have a chance to mess up concentration. Well, that's what Mage Slayer already does in its normal form. As a redo lol per bonus. I missed the beginning of your sentence, Gerard. Okay. Yeah, it feels a little strong. Feels a little strong. Interesting idea. I would not just give them counterspell, though, which is kind of what it does right now. Oh, butter cookies wrapped. Nice. Next we have Kid. Let's see. Kid says, "This is my first actual shot at making a homebrew race. I'd want to use myself and allow my players to use. I'm currently a first-time DM. Cool. Well, welcome to the party. Being a Dungeon Master is awesome, and you're awesome. The goal here was to make a race that was very good, but not the best, and to give each subrace their own unique ability." Okay, that's an interesting goal. I feel like power should not usually be the goal, but we'll see how that looks. Chlorofolk are naturally born guardians of the forest. They are medium-type, neutral, good humanoids that live in parts of the scattered, secluded tribelands. They form deep connections with druids and furbolgs over common sentiments and goals. I'm assuming they're plant people. Yeah, okay. Walking speed is 15 feet. They have nature skill. Their AC is 13 plus dex modifier. And you can use your natural armor to determine your AC. If the armor you wear would leave your AC. Yeah, you don't need to say all this. This is just, you don't need to say any of this. You can just say when you're not wearing armor, this is your armor class. A shield's benefits apply. And I would also say you can still benefit from a shield as normal. Honestly, I don't even think you need to say that too. I would just drop that. I think you can just say this. Photosynthesis. While in direct sunlight, you gain 1 plus proficiency bonus hit points every hour. I would probably drop this too. I don't think you should constantly be regaining hit points. That seems a little too strong for a racial ability, unless it's like a once-a-day thing. Like once a day, you can gain or maybe when you, I would actually maybe do it like this. When you roll hit dice while taking a short rest, if you take that short rest in direct sunlight, you gain additional HP equal to like your Constitution modifier or something like that. I would make it a bonus on your short rest HP gain. I would not make it constant HP gain. That is too strong. All right, let's see what else we got here. That just seems annoying to keep track of how many hours it's been. Yeah, it would be. I would just make it a short rest bonus. You could treat it sort of like the Bard's like Song of Rest. Herculean force. How you know what it could be? You know what you could do for photosynthesis? How about when you take a short rest in full sunlight, you can expend the use. You can use 1 hit die without expending that hit die. Like you get to roll an extra hit die for free if you rest in the sun. That could be cool. That could work. Okay, Chlorofolk Dreadnought. They are only born once in a blue moon. Dreadnoughts are extremely resilient and mutated. All right, let's just see what they do. Let's dive into what they do. Ooh, that burp was good. Herculean Force. As a bonus action, you can force a creature within 5 feet of you that you attacked successfully during your action to make a strength saving throw. Don't say DC blah 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 strength saving throw. Say a strength saving throw, DC 8 proficiency strength. Period. On a failure, they are knocked prone. Period. Okay. On a fail. Okay, so here's how you say this. As a bonus action, you can force a creature. After you hit a creature with an attack. When you hit a creature with a melee attack on your turn, you can use your bonus action to force that creature to make a strength saving throw. DC 8 plus proficiency plus strength modifier. Period. On a failure, they take 1d4 plus your proficiency bonus bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone. Period. You can use this ability proficiency bonus times per long rest. Don't make it 1 plus. Come on now. Just make it proficiency bonus times. Good night, Omen. Good night. Sleep well. I'm going to be going to bed soon, too, and I'm tired. We've been going for like 5 hours. Or maybe longer. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2. 6 hours. Titan strength. Your body is terrifyingly strong, and your physical's capabilities no less impressive. You have advantage on strength athletics checks to grapple. Clean up your grammar here, but I think that's fine. Advantage on grapple checks, I think, is decent. Listen, boys, I go hard. Here's the deal. Here's the situation. I genuinely want to read as much of Your Homebrew as I can, and I don't want to... I acknowledge that there's a lot of people that submit stuff now, and I know that it is special when your piece gets picked. I know that. I know it feels cool. I know it's a little scary, but I know it feels cool. And I know that reading someone else's piece is going to be helpful. It's going to be interesting. It's fun to like dissect it in the chat and like work together to figure it out. But I also acknowledge that it is really special feeling when your piece gets picked. So I like to do long streams because I want to be able to do as many as I can. And in theory, sooner than later, I will start doing more streams, especially now that I have like membership, so I can actually make money from doing streams. It makes it more likely that I can do more, because at the end of the day, I need to be able to pay rent also. Okay, let's read the Sage. You gain proficiency in the Arcana skill. You know the Mold Earth cantrip. You can cast it normal, but you can also cast it as a bonus action over times equal to proficiency bonus. This is just what the Earth Genasi gets. I would not give them a feature that the Earth... That's like the coolest thing the Earth Genasi gets. Don't take that away from the Earth Genasi. If you don't know how something should be worded, try and find a similar ability that uses it as a baseline. Yeah. Absolute Chad move for streaming that long. Oh, you're kind. You're very kind. Starting at 3rd level, you can cast Entangle. Starting at 5th level, Spike Growth. Okay, this is way stronger than the other ones because you're getting like serious spells. I would probably not do all these extra serious spells here. Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma or spellcasting. What do you have to? I would not do that. I would just pick one and have it be that. I would pick one, or I would be like, you pick, and it's that. It seems like you can always pick here, which I don't think is your goal, but too many power. I would not do the Spike Growth thing. It feels like too much. All right, Chlorofolk Scout. Compared to the other Chlorofolk, Scouts have large and extravagant leaf wings that they can use to fly. When not in direct use, the wings are hidden. Okay, that's cool. You get a 30-foot fly speed as long as you're not wearing heavy armor. And you get dark vision. Okay. I think all of these are pretty neat. Just listen to all the stuff that I said. Oh, man. Yeah, I think those are all pretty neat. Guys, I'm going to be honest here. I think it might be time for us to say goodnight. This was a fun stream. We got Blaine Simple on. You guys are fantastic. I did get bouncy. Calm down. I don't need to be so bouncy. You guys are great. Thank you all for being here, supporting me. We got a bunch of new follows, and a handful of people, like, became members. Like, some of y'all gave me super chats. That's fucking crazy. It's crazy to think that you guys, like, are keen on supporting what I'm doing and like sticking around for a fucking 6.5 hour stream where we just talk about homebrew. It's nuts. You're all insane, and I love you. So thank you guys so much. Keep an eye out on the Discord or in my community tab on YouTube, and I will be posting the new submission forms for next week, as well as if we have any new or different types of streams coming up in the future. I got plans to start doing some more themed nights. Anyway, you guys are the best. Get home safe. I love you. And, don't forget to feed your pets. But we're going to end now. So, good night. Be well. Bye. 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 Okay, but seriously.